everybody! Welcome back to the lore run! What's up? Hi, gamers! Today is a beautiful day. It is finally actually warm as hell. Oh, hang on a second. Let me know if there's any instability with the stream, by the way, because I'm noticing some drop frames, which is... I haven't had drop frames in a long time. And I'm not really about it. Hopefully it was just a hiccup. Alright, everything looks good. Hopefully okay. Beautiful. Dope shirt, thanks! It's a really comfy, simple white t-shirt. You gotta love it, man. Alright, looks like we're good. It was just a... Oh, I don't know. I'm seeing some weirdness, chat. Wow, it has been a long time. I'm just making sure everything looks good. Twitch's bitrate always says it's bad. Everything looks good. Great. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, I will be suspiciously eyeballing my kbps, but hey everyone. So today, the plan is, I've called it Episode Ranni. It's all about Ranni as much as possible. Normally the other locations have been... like the other episodes, the other parts of the lore run have been focused on a location, and we're kind of at the point where we're going to be doing a lot of location jumping. We already have been, right? There's always like one thing I needed to pick up here, or like, oh, I forgot about this, or I couldn't do this at this time and we had to go back. But today is really going to be centered around Ranni and her quest, at least the start of it. So that's what we're doing. Last time we started Ranni's quest, we joined her, we became one of her vassals, thanks to Roger asking us. And we also accused her of a crime. A great crime. So I made a new thumbnail asking if she's evil, but I love Ranni. So it's the answer is no. But she does do a lot of evil stuff. Like a lot. Like a lot. Which we'll be getting into all today. As much as possible. Because we're not going to finish her quest today because it's a very, very, very late game quest. It goes all the way to the end. But for now, we're doing some fun stuff. We're going to be going to Shifra for the first time. We're going to be joining Blythe in looking for Nokron. We're going to get to the truth as to why we can't find Nokron with the help of either Iji or Celavis. And the problem with this, if you've played this game before, if you've done these quests, you know that they're mutually exclusive. You can activate Radahn's Festival via this route through Iji and Jaren, or Celavis and Selen. Both give you different dialogue and different insights, but lead to the same result. So we're gonna pick one, basically. Personally, I think the Celavis route is less often done, but we'll see. So that's the plan. And in Polish, there's a saying, tak mówili, tak zrobili. So they said, so they did. And that's what we're gonna do. Hope you're as excited as I am. Hope you'll play more Night Rain Tuesday. I'm going to be playing Night Rain Tuesday. That's the plan. I think we're going to do once weekly Night Rain because it gives me a break. Like, lore is great, but it's so much focus. I want to just turn my brain off and play Night Rain. And it's good practice. Because let me tell you. So we left off in the Round Table Hold. I came here for a reason, and I don't really remember. I think it was to talk to Roger. But there was another reason. Let me see. What did we last do? We bought a lot of stuff from Pydia. To the point that we're broke. That's another thing we're going to talk about, too. The whole Pydia Celavis thing. Do you have anything for me? Well, I guess you have clothes that I can't afford. I could buy... Let's buy the Grafted Dragon. Oh, it requires faith? I mean, is this really going to be that great for us? I feel like it's a great X, right? Faith. Let me see. Prisoner doesn't have a lot of faith. Yeah, that'd be a lot of leveling that up. Still, I'll buy the axe. You know what? No, I want to keep the remembrance, because then we can access all of the information. Never heard of the E.G. Jaren route. In fact, I think we've kind of already started it. I don't know. I might leave it up to chat because both are interesting and both have been... You know what? I think I'm feeling like maybe we'll do E.G. Jaren this route. Or E.G. Jaren route this run, because last time I did Selin Celavis. The thing is, Selin Celavis gives you a lot of really interesting stuff. Okay. Hi, Fia.
I am pleased to see you again.
Thanks.
Would you like me to hold you once more?
No. Thank you so much.
Then good day to you, my dear.
So it's sort of easy to forget that Fia has a role in this quest. And like I said, you can also like completely ignore her role in the quest with the whole Roger joining Roddy route. And she doesn't have anything to say about finding Ranni. Roger is interested. Fia is not. Let's see. Anyone else? Oh, let's talk to, you. Hi.
Well,
good sir.
You found another great rune.
Yeah, jealous?
Wonderful. You are a worthy fellow tarnished indeed. Make the journey to the capital, Leyndell, that lies to the east of the Altus Plateau, at the foot of the Erd Tree. The Two Fingers will deny your passage no longer. You may be our best hope. Find your way to the Elden Ring, for we are tarnished, and we must answer the call of grace.
I'm definitely getting like a... Oh, I remember Celavis's potion. That's why we're here. I'm definitely getting a vibe of like, we must answer, but it's very much like, you must answer, because bro has been sitting here reading books with like the worst imaginable posture, and he's done precisely nothing except for massacre a village of Albinaurics. Which, speaking of, why hasn't Ensha invaded me? Huh. You should be dead by now, buddy. I don't know why that hasn't triggered. I've been like kind of sitting there waiting for it, and then I'm like, wait a second. Go to the Albinauric village. Yeah, I've done the Albinauric village. I got the fragment of the Grand Lift of Rold. It's right there. I'm not really sure why. It could be that I haven't gotten far enough, but I really do remember the invasion occurring very, very quickly. Other one off the woman with the wolf? No, the second one is in Castle Sol. And Castle Sol is far. There's no way. He's supposed to invade me by now. Made her talk to Nephili again? I don't think that Nephili has a part in this quest. Because you have to remember, Ensha just invades, and Gideon goes, whoops. Oopsie daisy. And then you just kind of go, and then it just ends. It could be Altus is the trigger point, though, for sure. The invasion should trigger as soon as you have the medallion, so I'm a bit worried the game bugged because of Seamless. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I lost an interaction and potentially a quest because of Seamless, I'm going to lose my mind. Because you're right, I totally forgot. This is modded because of stability. Yeah. Invasions are turned off, and I wonder if that includes NPC invasions. I should fucking hope not. But I guess we'll find out with Vike. Man. Yeah, no, something's wrong. I've been waiting for that, and then I just kind of forgot about it because there were other things going on, but now I'm concerned. You're invaded by Millicent, though? Good point. It could just be a straight-up bug, or it could be Altus, but well... It's hard to remember because it's been so long since I've... No, even that. I was going to say it's been so long since I've taken my time, but that's not true either. I've taken my time before. Okay, well, at least we know invasions work. That's good. It might not be Seamless. It might be something else that I'm not thinking of, but I really thought the trigger was just rolled plus go to the Round Table hold. And I was invaded by Mad Tongue Alberich, so... Maybe he doesn't want the smoke? Honestly, that would be smart of him, but yet every playthrough he wants the smoke, so... Technically loads a different zone with the Ensha fight. Yeah, I don't know, it could be just like an unforeseen bug. Getting several hits on Google saying Ensha won't invade in Seamless. Okay. I'm pretty pissed. I'm only having, like, I only have this mod because Elden Ring was unstable. But unfortunately, Seamless alters your save file, so now this file is only in Seamless. So I can't use this file in vanilla. Thank you, PC Elden Ring. Fuck, I actually don't know what to do. Like, it's such a relatively small thing, but at the same time, it's pissed me off so much that I'm like, I want to restart. But I'm like, I can't. Fuck. Come on, man. This is why I don't like mods. They always do something unforeseen. I know the vanilla game works. No. You can't back up your save. Once you change your... Okay, I have a backup of this file, but the backup was done before Seamless, so that was like 5 episodes ago. So I could reload that file, but I would have lost all this progress. This file is now under the Seamless co-op mod, which has a different ending. I can't go back and forth. There is no backup. It goes one way. It's like importing forward, you can't import back. Man. I mean, really, it's not the mod's fault. It's Elden Ring port for being so fucking unstable that I couldn't play it, and it was stuttering and freezing every few minutes. So that's where the problem started. But I can't help but be frustrated because now I feel stuck and I don't know what to do. Oh no. Because here's the thing, if it works with Ensha, there's something else that might be broken too. Might cause corruption? Well, okay, that sort of sounds like I shouldn't, for sure. So that sounds like don't do it. It's very much a one-way trip into Seamless. But I wouldn't risk it? Yeah, I mean, like, it's specifically Ensha? Yeah, I know, but that's a pretty major thing. Can you change the file extension? Okay, listen. Seamless is a one-way trip, apparently. I don't really know what or why. I'm not a big modder. I'm not a big coder at all. But I was told very clearly, once it's in Seamless, don't put it back to vanilla. So I listen. Well, this is really taking the wind out of my sails, chat. Now what do we do? Because here's the thing. We found one minor thing that's affected. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another bug. Damn it. Thinking. I mean, I did miss some D dialogue, but I'm not really interested in restarting the entire run. Elden Ring is too slow to play. But we're also missing out on his set. There's no other way to kill him. No. I'm not going to showcase this stuff using YouTube. The whole point of this run is to show this stuff off. Like, that's literally the whole purpose of the run. Like, I'm not going to load up, like, walk through, you know, YouTube from someone else to just show off something that the whole point of the run is for because of a bug. Works for me with Night Rain Seamless? Night Rain is a Seamless? Okay, we're just gonna have to give up on Ensha and his set, and that's a fucking huge pity because it's very interesting. Can I kill him? No, I can't. Fucking... Your days are numbered, bitch. Ugh. Seamless for more players. Oh, right! Yeah, no, I remember Cowboy talking about that. Okay, anyway. God, that's a real fucking bummer note to start the stream on, to be honest. I get really frustrated when this stuff happens and it's outside of my control and I just didn't know. Honestly, I think next time I'll say fuck mods and just deal with stutters. I'd rather have stutters than deal with this. Maybe I'm alone in that, but that's how seriously I take this. Like, I don't want to risk anything getting fucked up by a mod. Ugh. Just install Seamless, they said. It helps with stability, they said. Madge. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did have a resub. I totally forgot. Okay, I'm like zooming in on chat. It's zooming in on the tab. Game Master also, thank you so much for 8 months. Welcome back. One of my quests is bug chat because of Seamless. I didn't know. It's supposed to be the same thing. I didn't even think of it. Well, I just didn't even think to look up if there's any quest bugs. Like, I didn't. That's not something I thought of. Okay, we shall weep. And then we shall move on. Oh, right. Show Celivis's potion. Hey, stupid idiot. I have a...
capital, Lendel. To the east of the
I didn't...
I
didn't ask. Take this potion.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Celivis. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard?
Don't hand it over.
Well, I won't force you, but I think your plan would be a dreadful waste. She's not herself right now, and though I have no need of her, she still has potential. Certainly more value than she'd have as a bloody puppet.
So, we just learned something very, very interesting there. Few things, actually. We just learned what the potion does. First and only time Gideon is cool? You mean when he says, don't turn my adopted daughter into a puppet because she could still be useful? I feel like that's like the bar is in hell and bro's still tripping over it. What are you talking about? I don't need her right now, but she could still be used as a puppet for me, so why turn her into a puppet for that twisted dolly botherer? Oh, when he was shit-talking Celivis? I suppose, but still bar is in hell. Anyway, I'm not going to give him the potion, which is going to stall Celivis's quest. But I think it's worth it because my goal is to give Dung Eater the potion. I've done it once or twice, and it will take some interesting routing. Quite interesting routing. And might end up being too late. Let me think. Hang on. I don't know if it'll be possible, but for now, I think it may be. We just have to be careful. No, actually, yeah, we just wait and do Dung Eater's quest before we give Ranni her thing. It's worth it. Didn't know you could do that. A lot of people don't. You can give Dung Eater the potion instead and turn him into a puppet. And his dialogue is very, very interesting. It's a little precise to do while not failing his quest, but it still will be doable. I'm not going to do any live on-stream file name manipulation. I'm just going to shake my fist at the mod and remember that I'm never installing a mod again. That's my preferred route. Line about Nefeli is still useful? Yeah, also, so we know what the puppet does. It turns people... Sorry, the potion does. It turns people into puppets. And we also know that Gideon knows Celivis. Because Gideon goes... He's a twisted dolly botherer. I kind of like Gideon here. Not in terms of like him, because he's still a freaking prick. But I really like how he goes about this. He kind of goes like, alright, listen, I'm not going to tell you not to do it, because we don't have a code. So, whatever. I don't care. That said, while I don't care, Celivis really sucks. So how about we instead don't do what he has to say? And it's really telling to Gideon's personality. He thinks practically. So at first he's like, okay, listen, I really don't care. But also Celavis really sucks. We also knew that they know each other, which is interesting because Celavis isn't a Tarnished as far as we know. Most likely he isn't, considering he's a Preceptor. Not that they're necessarily mutually exclusive, but Celavis most likely isn't a Tarnished. Although maybe he is. They did work together. Oh, right. No, he might have been a Tarnished. Well, anyway. We will go back and forth on that. For now, we just know that they know each other and that they're enemies. Celavis knows of Nefeli Lu and wants to turn her into a puppet. And this has more than just... It's not just simply like he wants a powerful warrior. You definitely get the impression, considering how Gideon spoke of Celavis, that they know each other and it's very much out of spite. Nefeli is being used by Gideon. And Gideon is a jerk and sees her as a chess piece on his board, manipulates her by lying to her, telling her what she wants to hear, and then when she goes too far in, you know, listening to herself and what she believes is right, discards her. Throws her off the board because she's no longer a useful piece. So Gideon, or Celavis probably doesn't know this, that Nefeli is currently not or no longer in Gideon's service, because it's pretty recent. And so he wants to take one of Gideon's toys. These are bad people.
No, no, no. How could I say that? Father has always given me his guidance. And now... I've lost it.
We're not going to give it a potion, though. But the prompt will pop up. It's so scary. Leave. She's vulnerable, so she'll drink it because she trusts you. It's super messed up. I actually don't know if I've ever done that route. But it's just so sad I don't want to. Okay. So we're just going to hold the potion for now. Like I said, it's going to delay Celavis's quest. The whole Dung Eater thing. I may have to change that depending on what we do. Because while we still have the potion, Celavis will not progress. But it's fun to give Dung Eater the potion. So we'll see. It'll, like I said, clever routing. Let's see what we can do here. I think I'd like to get this... Oh, Cuckoo's Everjail. There's another Everjail around here. I think it might be this one that I'd like to grab because it's actually pretty neat for lore. It's been a while though. I'm not sure if I remember how to get to it. This line dialogue from showing Nefeli the potion before the village incident. I don't think I've actually seen that line of dialogue. So wait. Oh, so when she's still at the round table hold? That would involve skipping some stuff though. Not really, but that's sort of, I did it in order. I don't think I knew about that. Now that is cool. That might have to be something I do in a subsequent playthrough. Just push Ranni real quick, get Celavis. I just wanted to do Roger's quest. It made more logical sense. I didn't know there was something there. If we could get the potion early, that'd be really neat. Have you ever beat the game? Yes. I have 1,500 hours. Approx. My goal is to get more hours in Night Rain than Elden Ring. It shouldn't be hard. There it is. And that's an insane amount of hours. You know what's funny? It sounds like it. It really, and it is a lot of hours, don't get me wrong, but if you talk to most like streamers of Elden Ring, they probably have like, that's like rookie numbers. If you ask some people in chat, they'll have like, they have way more. Like I was playing Night Rain and I was like, oh man, I already have 600 hours, holy shit. And then people in chat be like, oh, I have 900. And I'm like, I thought like I played this game like fucking like 8 hours. And what, how the fuck do you have that many hours? Like, you know what I mean? Like, crazy. Ruin fragment. That's interesting. Stone fragment found near places where ruins have fallen from the sky. These shards of stone are believed to have once been part of a temple in the sky. They glow with a faint light from within. Could these things have been made from pieces of Farum Azula? That's what's being implied here, at least. Oh my god. Chad, you're gonna laugh at me. I have been playing so much Night Rain that I thought... The reason I haven't been doing Everjails as we find them is because I thought I needed a key to open them. But that's Night Rain. Oh my god, I totally forgot. It's been so long. Oh my god. Night Rain brain rot. Oh shit, sorry, we should show him off first. Sir? Oh! I turned my HUD off. One moment, please. I was like, why can't I see? Anyway, this is Adon, Thief of Fire. He throws the freaking sun at you. Oh my god, hyper armor. Oh, hyper armor. Dangerous. Catch flame, you little snake. Flame of the Fell God. Huh. That's a weird thing to receive. Oh, right, load screen. Thought you were avoiding them on principle? Yeah, as a Night Rain gamer, I refuse. No, I just completely forgot. I was like, I was saving keys, and then I was like, wait, I don't need key. Oh my god. Yeah, that was just a Night Rain thing. This legendary incantation is one of several that draws directly from the power of the fire giants. Releases a ball of raging fire said to be inhabited by a fell god. The fireball floats toward enemies and explodes, setting the area ablaze. Arganthy, the chief guardian of the flame, had kept this incantation a well-kept secret until it was stolen by Adon. The fell god still lurks within the fire giants. So, the fire giants are a very interesting group of people. Or group of giants, I guess. We don't know too much about them, and what we do know has to be sort of looked at a little askance because it comes from their enemies. However, their enemies are pretty vast. And it's kind of interesting. They are allied with, we know this from, you know, the Carian Manor. They are allied with the Carian royal family specifically, and they have a relation to the astrologers. So they were allied with them, but otherwise everyone else fucking hated them. The Hornsent hated the giants. Well, I'll prove this more. Like I said, it's just we don't have that information right now. Hornsent hated the giants. Queen of the Erd Tree, like the Erd Tree people, Golden Order. Although I want to talk about using the phrase Golden Order. Anyway, the Erd Tree folk hated them and killed them. Godfrey. And even the Zamor, who also lived on the mountains, hated them and warred with them. And everything to do with the fire giants is flame, fell, and destruction. So it's kind of interesting. They were said to be inhabited by a fell god. And once again, we have to kind of look at it like, okay, a fell god to who? But like I said, that seems to be what they do. However, and this is very key, the giants are also the origin of blacksmithing. In other words, not pure destruction, but also creation and a very, very, very powerful art. So even with this idea of flame, destruction, there is artistry within them as well. Like I said, we don't know too much about every aspect of them because they're no longer around. Save for one. But we also know that the flame is being guarded. And we've seen these guys around. We don't know who they are yet. We haven't gotten any of their gear. But they use fire. And they have these temporary camps. There's one here. And there's one... I want to say around here, but it could also be lower. Basically, they're out here. Oh, well, that is perfect timing. Oh my goodness, these are the fire monks. Mail hood of iron links covering a headband engraved with flames, attire of the fire monks. The fire monks are guardians of the flame of ruin, forbidden by the Erd Tree, and said to be kept high in the mountaintops of the giants. So, they're here, probably either to find this. This is called the Malefactor's Everjail, by the way. They're either trying to find him, or they're guarding to make sure that he doesn't, that he stays in an Everjail and continues to be imprisoned. Lyco, also, thank you so much for 61 months. Take this resub or else. I guess I will. But with FromSoft always loving trees and fire, they're pretty sick. Do you plan on playing Duskbloods? Day freaking 1. I am so excited for Duskbloods. I have a... Remember I said I have a lot of hours in this game? A lot of those hours are PvP. I enjoy PvP. I'm looking forward to it. Quite a bit. So it's called the Flame of Ruin. Oh, we should also talk about this. So the fire monks are guardians of the flames, but they also use flame against you. And there is an item description, and now I wish I could remember which one it was. No. Ah, here we go. The flame of ruin is anathema to the Erd Tree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. Why would prophets see fire, which is ruin to the Erd Tree? Is it possible that it's because the object of their worship is sending them messages of destruction? Asking them to burn the tree. And this is the other one I was looking for. We'll just have to keep it in mind to see if this becomes... if we get more evidence of this. And then this, fire beguiles those who gaze into it, and so the guardians of the flames are also its worshippers. And this is what happened. So the fire monks, they guard it, but they're also... they worship it. Prayer Book of the Fire Monks who came from the mountaintops of the giants far to the north. Can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations. O Flame and Surge O Flame. So, now with this in hand, I'm going to take a quick trip back and talk to Corin, because I want to give this to him. Hi, bud.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
I would, and in fact, I have to teach you one. Fire Monks.
That is a work of heresy. Its incantations bear no lineage from the Erd Tree. Very well. I'll take it off your hands.
He says this about everything, by the way. I feel like we found an exception in one of my playthroughs. But even then, like, literally, I think I gave him, like, an Erd Tree, ancient Erd Tree incant or something, and he was like, this is heresy. So it's like... I just don't think they thought about it. No, he says it about the Golden Order book, too. From what I remember, something like that. Although, there was two. Like, I don't remember which book. It's been so long since I've, like, specifically given him the books. Golden Order Principia, I think he likes. The one with Law of Regression. Which tells you a lot about him and Goldmask, actually, now you mention it. He says it about the two fingers one. Ah, that's what it was. So if you give him the 2 fingers incant book, which now I think about it, let's go down here. He's a very narrow definition of what counts as heresy. Corin is less convenient than Muriel, so I just tend to give Muriel everything. Creepus's black key crossbow and a black key bolt. Black crossbow featuring a long stock. Used for sniping, it has a very long range. Weapon of Creepus, who served the 2 fingers from the shadows of the round table as the head confessor. Bolts used in Creepus's black key crossbow, an assassin's tool of exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate spiral tip bores deep, injecting scarlet rot far into the flesh of its target. Damn. That's evil. These are the people who serve the 2 fingers, the confessors, and this is their head confessor. So he shoots you with your arrow, with his bolt more accurately, and if you don't die, you will get scarlet rot, which in the canon of the game is incurable. Shit, really? I'm out of stone sword keys already? Dang it. I only have 1. Okay, that's fine. So if you don't die, you die. Yeah, if you don't die instantly, you die slowly. You're not getting out of it. It's like a Tolkien nerd who doesn't acknowledge the Silmarillion. That's a very good... Yes. No, boluses, chat, are only work for the player. They're not cures. That's sort of the thing that we learn about the Scarlet Rot. It is incurable. It's just, from a gameplay perspective, you can just eat a freaking ball of moss, but no. Presumably in the real, like the reality of the game, it's a treatment that might help stave off the effects, but most likely, nah, dude, you're infected. GG's.
Further study of incantations, is it? I can happily spare the time and applaud your enthusiasm.
Keep in mind, he already sells Catch Flame and O Flame. Or sorry, not... Yeah, he sells Flame Sling and Catch Flame. The reason for this is why he has that wheel around his neck. He is a prophet who glimpsed the flame, and despite also being a fundamentalist, he is not even welcome in his own religion. Incantation of the Fire Monks. The giant's flame still smolders upon the distant northern mountaintop, and the fire monks are its guardians. And then Surge O Flame, a superior incantation of the fire monks. Creates a stream of fire to burn the area before the caster. This incantation can be cast while in motion. Hold to maintain the effect. The giant's flame is the flame of ruin, capable of burning the Erdtree. And so, following the war against the giants, its ruinous blaze was sealed, and guardians were appointed to watch over it. Except over time, they've also begun to worship it.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
What about the spell Flame Cleanse? Like I said, it's a game first, chat. They are really, really particular about afflictions. Imagine... Okay, listen, if this was Dark Souls 1, you would probably get Scarlet Rot, and then you'd be rotted for the rest of the game. Or something like that. Like Curse. They're softer now. They don't want you to have like a permanent dot or debuff for an entire game because you got a status effect. Right? So, in the practice of the game, those things aren't cures. They're potentially treatments. Even leprosy, for example, a disease from which most people did not recover, some people did. Like, a lot of diseases that kill a lot of people, or the Black Plague, famous for killing, what was it, like 30% of Europe's population at the time? Some people survived it. Not many, but still. Even an illness like that. So think of Scarlet Rot like that. Generally, boluses, Flame Cleanse Me might help. Perhaps if the infection is minor, if you're lucky, whatever are the factors, but Scarlet Rot is incurable. That is what the game teaches us. That's why Melania and Millicent's condition is so tragic. But yes, game first, so you don't have to worry about it. Flame Cleanse Me is kind of like you literally develop a fever, which might help you. Like a super heated fever, but still. God of Rot could cure it most likely, but why would they? I would argue the God of Rot is the only one who can't cure it because it's like anathema to them, to use the word that the game likes now. Okay, so Corin, let's go get this before I forget from Muriel. In Canada doesn't exist because they refuse to acknowledge it. True, but a lot of things continue to exist. Okay, so I mentioned earlier about the Golden Order, and that is sort of used synonymously to refer to the age of the Erd Tree. And I've been wondering about how accurate that is, and I kind of want to think about that and like try to find the latest, or the opposite, the oldest reference to the Golden Order and where it started to be used. Because what I find interesting is a lot of the most ancient, for example, incantations are specifically referred to as ancient Erd Tree incantations. And the Golden Order is distinct. And I really wonder where that started. I think there's lore in it. I have like the whole thing about how what the Erd Tree was and represented changed. Because the Golden Order fundamentalists are fundamentalists. Which is why, despite the fact that that the Erd Tree used to be the Crucible, they stamp out all signs that the Crucible ever existed and shun anything that is considered close to it, like the primordial misbegotten.
Greetings. Do you need anything?
I do, sweet Turtle Pope. Show Celestial Dew. I also want to come here.
Do you possess any celestial dew?
I do.
Then I would like to share my knowledge with you. Concerning the miracle of this Church of Vows, Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Rennala. The order of the Erd Tree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day, and so you need only follow Radagon's example to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of harmony.
That's really sweet. Tell me about the miracle again.
To experience the miracle, kneel in the basin at the back and cleanse yourself with celestial dew. Absolution will be yours. Any bond, no matter how strained or even severed, will be put to rights.
Talk.
My faith does not waver. The miracle rooted in these grounds will once again mend the world. And this time, its bounty will not be squandered. If you would be Elden Lord, tarnished, I hope that you too will share my faith.
Sweet Muriel. An affair from which gold arose, but that's gold. Remember, gold just means, and this is key, gold just means Marika and what she came to represent. As the DLC says, the kindness of gold without order. So when you take golden and you add order to it, you're literally saying Marika as gold and order as Radagon. So I think the Golden Order really means them too. And I've been thinking a lot about their early relationship when they were still one, their earliest children, Mesmer and Melina, the born of a single god and therefore cursed in that way. And it's interesting, but I really wonder, like someone asked me, I think this was a YouTube comment, someone asked me if or maybe this was in chat. Someone asked if I think that Radigan was like tailor-made by Marika, like chosen. Or I guess sort of another relation would be like in real psychology, like real life stuff. Obviously not like a whole separate person the way that it works in this game, which has like this magical alchemical connotation. But people who suffer extreme trauma will sometimes dissociate, and oftentimes we have the dissociative identity disorders, otherwise previously known as, and we don't use this term anymore, it's super outdated, multiple personality disorder is what it's often known as, right? So what this means is you suffer an extreme trauma and you sort of go out of your body because of it, and you also oftentimes have a separate identity, often a tougher one that can handle it and protects you. And it's literally the mind creating blockades in order to manage what has happened, right? So I really, basically, was Radigan built to combat this horror that happened early? I don't know. I don't know that you choose your other half. I don't think that that's a thing. However, you, as someone, if someone suffers from dissociative identity disorder due to some sort of trauma, often long term, they don't create that personality, that aspect on purpose either, but they often have similarities, like clinical similarities that can be studied, right? So perhaps not tailor-made, not chosen, but spawned from the situation, right? It's something really interesting to think about, and I'm sort of bringing it up now because I'm thinking about this stuff, the miracle, the golden order, the celestial dude, like all these things, like, you know, I'm like lore frenzied right now. But I guess that's something that we can think about, and each of us can decide for ourselves what we think. By the way, trauma is the cause of DID is a matter of some dispute among medical professionals. That's very fair. I'm not a clinician. It's just, I think it's, yeah, fair. Fair point. But yeah. This game does have a lot of lore. Yeah. Very fact there's Celestial Dew means Miyazaki new players would do crazy stuff. Well, I actually have never needed to use Celestial Dew, so I'm not the player it's for. However, it's just a mainstay in a game like this. They don't want you locked out of a quest because you accidentally hit someone. It's just a thing they've always put in. So once again, Celestial Dew has a gameplay purpose first, but it fits really interestingly into the lore. Main purpose of Radigan to prevent Marika from rebelling. That's another argument. That Radigan was tailor-made by the greater will to contest her. I don't know if I believe that either. The point is, what I'm trying to say is we will talk about every aspect of this. We're gonna gather the information, present all the evidence, and talk about the possibilities, and then each and every one of us can decide. Personally, I think it's sort of symbolic of the fact that we contain multitudes, right? Most people, hopefully in their lives don't have to suffer pain, warfare, trauma, you know, terrible, horrible things. One can hope, right? A person who doesn't have to experience that will likely live a very peaceful life, right? Let's imagine the shaman village if the horn scent never came. Marika would have lived there, grown up there with her family, with the other shaman, lived small, peaceful, idyllic, and life would have continued. But she, despite being this being of like, from how she is portrayed, blessings, protection, kindness of gold, she was forced into a position of needing extreme violence in her life. Warfare. Sure, people were killed. So that peaceful person who probably would have grown up never touching a weapon suddenly had to fight for her people. And fight she did. And that's what's so interesting, is that the Radigan part of her, this is why personally I subscribe to the belief that Marika and Radigan, while separate, are still just one person. Because yes, she never would have picked up a weapon, but she did. And that part of her is there. That aspect of someone who would fight and kill is there. It's just in this world, it could be a whole separate, entire different identity. They can split bodies and be different. But that's still a part of her. Violence is inherent to all of us, right? You could never hurt a fly, but come into a situation where you have to harm someone. Hopefully in self-defense, and hopefully not at all. But you know what I mean, right? Like, that's why this is such a resonating situation. And that's why there's so much nuance to this. Because really, if no one ever freaking hurt anybody, then a lot of this violence could have been ignored. It would have never happened, but it did. And we're all capable of it. Conjoined twin? I mean, there are a lot of twins, for sure. This game presents a whole ton of twins. So there is something to that, like the idea of the twins is, you know, the same but different. Like, really. We got the Omen twins, Moog and Morga. We got Melania and Marika. Sorry, Melania and Mikola. We got Melina and Mesmer, who are not twins, but they are definitely twinned. You know what I mean? Like, they have this link to one another. Very similar, but they're not twins because she's younger. Although twins still have one who's younger. They're not called twins, though. Nonetheless, I kind of relate them similarly. Okay, Celestial Dew. Radagon cleansed himself. This is introducing you to the game mechanic. You don't need absolution. I'm freaking perfect. So, we've seen this before. This is a Nox priest, I think is the... I think it was Nox priest, Nox swordswoman... Either way, we'll see more of them. We fought the bosses. And this is the same figure. Now, they're linked to the Eternal Cities, which are also linked to... Well, I don't know if we know too much about them yet. We're gonna find out more soon. But it's really, really weird to me that this is how Radagon cleansed himself with Celestial Dew. Because this would be something, by his standards and the Erdtree standards, forbidden. Also, it's linked to the night, which we now have more context as to what that means after Night Rain. The night is, like, the night, a force that is capable of great evil. The night is horrifying in Night Rain. And that's where the Celestial Dew develops its power. Still, it's sort of seen as symbolic, like the cleansing of water, right? Like he goes and he apologizes and says, I love you, you know, Renala, and they get married and all is well and right in the world. I really love also when you talk to Muriel about it, he still has faith that all things can be conjoined. He has faith in peace. And he says that it happened once before and its bounty was squandered. Or else he says its bounty will not be squandered again. He's talking about the bounty of peace, most likely, because that's the event that happened here. This is where Radagon and Renala got married, and it ended all war in the lands between. There are a lot of different factions in this game. Two of them they made peace with. And that is the dragons, who fought and invaded Leyndell at one point in history, and Renala and the Carians. That's the other faction. And I find it interesting because it shows that the Erdtree will make peace. Now, of course, Radagon likely had other purposes in mind. As discussed, he most likely didn't care about Renala, just wanted access to her secrets, which is a real shame. Especially since Muriel had so much hope and faith in their union. And their union really did bring this era of unprecedented peace that all their children could grow up in. This is a land that had been at war for a very, 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 very long time. And then finally there was peace. And it was squandered. But still he hopes it'll happen again. It's so sweet. Yeah, it's possible he didn't know what a Celestial Dew was. I don't know, though. Or it's possible that Renala gave him the Celestial Dew to cleanse himself with. It doesn't say he brought it. Muriel doesn't say he brought it. It doesn't say where he got it. It just says that he cleansed himself and repented his territorial aggressions. So it's definitely possible that it was given to him by Renala because the Carians are descended from the astrologers, And the astrologers are the source of several different factions. They're the source of the sorcerers in Raya Lucaria, the primeval current sorcerers. They're the source of the Carians, and I also think that at least some are the source of the Nox. I think there's like a split evolution in terms of what they believed and who they followed. Because the Nox still look to the night sky and the stars, just like the astrologers did, and they were punished by being sent underground because of a great sin. And they're also looking for a Night Lord, which has some relation to, of course, the night sky. Yeah, Renala really did love Radigan. Absolutely. We know this for sure. At best, Radigan just didn't hate her, as far as we can tell, unfortunately. Did I give him the books? I haven't yet. What was the great sin? Oh man, we're gonna get to sin. There's a lot of potential sins there.
Is there something else?
Give a scroll. Inspect a scroll.
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined.
Glintstone Comet Shard. Sorcery of the Corollas Conspectus, the most venerable. Did I write that down? Okay. The Corollas Conspectus of Azur is considered the most venerable of the Academy. You fire a magical comet. Star Shower, the most difficult of the Olivinus Conspectus. Stone Cold. Cool. We're gonna get to sin. Yeah, it's true. Okay.
To experience the miracle, kneel in the basin at the back and cleanse yourself with celestial dew.
Not Jaime yet.
Absolution will be yours.
I'm preparing for the pop quiz, yeah.
Any bond, no matter how strained or even severed, will be put to rights.
So I mentioned this before with the Celestial Dew, but another thing about it is like, it's called a night tier. And that phrase is the type of thing that we couldn't really fully understand until Night Rain gave us some more information and context. Because now we know what the night is. We have like a whole game about what the night is and what it represents and how it behaves and what it does to people. So one thing the night does is it consumes and it drives people crazy to the point that they kill each other. That's really it. It also eats memories, and prolonged exposure to it, even if you manage to like resist its influence, will lead to the destruction of your memories until you don't even know who you are anymore. And I think that's really cool to consider. I said this last time, but the fact that it's called a night tier and it makes people, like it makes you cleanse of your sins, it's almost as if you are using the night to make people forget what you did to them. And functionally, that is pretty much what it does. Like, you could punch the shit out of someone, half kill them, kill every one of their allies, and they'll be like, be gone, I won't be your friend anymore. And then you could just use this, and they'll be like, no problem. Like, you could punch the shit out of Ranni. In fact, I have had to use the Celestial Dew. I tried to give Ranni the potion, and I think you have to with that. Oh, it's been a while. I think I experimented with Ronnie's quest. But the point is, they act like nothing happened. They just go back to however they were before, as if you didn't just kill everybody. I think that's really cool, considering that it fits with the lore. Also, night tier. Tier is also significant, considering tier is the phrase used for blessings given by the Erd Tree. So we have tiers as blessings from the Erd Tree, and tiers as blessings from the night, presumably. Creepy. I have this prayer book, by the way.
Oh, what have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance.
He's the best.
All things can be conjoined.
A black flame incantation of the Godskin Apostles throws a ball of raging black fire. Black flame is weighty. After dealing damage, it continues to sap foes' HP for a very short time. And now we've also heard about the Godskin Apostles. This is our very first mention of them. We don't have any other info on them. Something's off about Turtle Pope. I disagree. He's pretty much... We talked about how there aren't really, you know, very many pure good, pure bad characters. I think Turtle Pope is actually just one. If you kill him, he forgives you for it. It's heartbreaking. Did that one. All right, let's do some Everjails. Do you have dialogue for that? Dialogue for what? Oh, for killing him? Yeah, but I think I repressed it. I did it once for lore and it was like heartbreaking. A lot of people say Bach. Bach's a pretty good one too because he never has occasion to do violence. But it's also the case... Okay, listen. What if Bach was a huge demi-human? Would he still be so passive? I want to say yes. Like, would he still be a sweet boy? I want to say yes. We don't know. Balls! The man, the myth, the legend. Roderica. Roderica also is. The kindness of gold without order. Did you hit a wall? Oh my god. Lucarian Knight. He is pretty close to Ray Lucaria. So, hang on, let's see. What do we get for... Oh, right. I keep forgetting there's a load screen when we leave. Big ol' balls. One of the sorceries of the Carian royal family creates a defensive arch of larger magic limp blades overhead which automatically attack nearby foes. Used by the enchanted troll knights, they were the comrades of the young Renala, bound by oath. So, why was he locked up? So, let's talk about Everjails real quick. We don't have a full picture of who can use them. We don't know how they work. But we do know that the Carian royals are able to put people in them 100%. Because Dara will. And his whole, the Blythe start of the quest. Like, if you do it, it's optional. You don't have to. But specifically, and also Blythe is put into one by E.G. when later in the quest. So we know they can use them. There's tons of evidence they can. And then we have someone who is presumably loyal to the Carian royal family. So, the name kind of gives us a hint too. Cuckoo's Everjail. And this is not a Cuckoo Knight. So the Cuckoos probably put him in here because he was loyal to the Carian royals and thus had to be sealed away. So that gives us a hint and a suggestion that other factions can use them too. And then Malefactor. Possibly the monks, the fire monks. Although really, their being here, I'm not sure if they were looking for his flame because they guard the flame but also worship it. So we don't know in what, like for what reason they were around the Malefactor. Were they looking for him to free him, to get the flame from him? Or were they trying to return what had been stolen for them? from them. We don't really know because they themselves are kind of not two-faced, but they have two reasons for doing what they do. I definitely think they were trying to find him so they could take it back. Or they were just making sure he wouldn't get free. Who knows? But this was likely someone associated with the Erd Tree to lock him up, because that's the camp that would be the most against the Flame of Ruin. He could have been here for a really long time. We just don't know. Why they all attack you on sight? It's a battle video game, not a talking video game. Although you'd be surprised with the amount of dialogue in this game. Now, any other Evergails that I've sort of been like ignoring? Yes. Yes, there is. Whole tombstone theme going on with the trolls and Renala too. Right, yeah, the trolls have a tombstone inside of them, some of them. They also have a huge hole in their entire gut, but we'll, you know, see what that is eventually. Dang. Turtlebow belong to a faction? Is he riding solo? I would put him in the Crucible faction, which isn't really a faction so much as it's just like the bed of all life. To sort of use Bloodborne. The sea. It's like the sea. Accepting of all that is and will be. There it is. Hey, Diesel. Blue and gold flowers next to Muriel. Yeah. Honestly, you can imagine how it would have felt for everyone after such an age of warfare to have peace at last. And yeah, Radigan squandered it. Come back. What's this one? Stormhill Everjail. Cool. At least I think it was probably Radigan, because him leaving Renala is sort of the big thing with that. Oh, right. I forgot. Okay. As is tradition, I take off my pants and I put on my buckler. Why was the Crucible Knight locked up? And who locked him up? Whoops. Stupid delayed hitboxes. Hail time? Can you not parry that one? It's possible you can't, or I just don't have the timing good. Input reader. Ancient Heroes of More in the Weeping Peninsula. Right, thank you! Isn't that the one that has like a sword seal or something? I have to go back there for sure. You can parry poke? Okay. Okay, well that didn't work. You know what? This will give me a good opportunity to practice it. I don't think you can parry the, like, drag on the ground, but you could. Oh, I'm gonna drink my flask. Oh, better stop me. I'm gonna drink my flask. There we go. Oh, you totally can. I thought I did the same timing there. Oh, well. Yeah, that one I'm not sure of. Oh, Darn. Dawn. I said that weird. Ow. Rude. Relax. We're just playing. It's only a game. Why you have to be mad? I'm playing with my food. Whoops. Okay, let's see if I can do the drag. Come on, do the drag. Will you do the drag for me? Yeah. All right, time to go. It's the one I can't get. We got the tail. Yay! Yeah, I do have a habit of playing with my food. One of the ancient Erd Tree incantations. This is a manifestation, or, well, we should read. Creates a supple tail that sweeps through foes before the caster. This is a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal, vital energies, an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. The best boss for Crucible practice is Summon Caller Snail. Oh my god, I forgot that's a summon. I really want to get that. Okay, also, let's go to the Weeping Peninsula, because, yeah, there is an Everjail there that I haven't messed with yet. In fact, maybe 2? Not sure. By the way, if that Cruci kills you, he turns to the Erd Tree and stares at it. Yo, really? That's so sweet. Oh, you know who we should fight? BBH. That'll be good parry practice. There's, I want to say 2 that I can do right now, but admittedly I can't remember where one is. I just remember, oh, there's somewhere I haven't been in Caelid. Oh. Why was there a Crucible Knight in the jail? Well, we do see another Crucible Knight nearby. The Crucible Knights were spread. They're definitely like, most of the FromSoft games have someone like this that's sort of spread out. Knights with no home that end up just kind of wandering for one reason or another. Dark Souls 1 has the Black Knights, which effectively lost their mind. Dark Souls 2 has the Haid Knights, which they still have a little bit of this in Scholar, but apparently it was more a thing in Vanilla where they were more spread out. But they kind of fulfill a similar purpose. 3, I think, I can't honestly remember. This one took a key, by the way. Still worth it. Kind of mean. No, you don't get to play. Come here. Fine, I'll come to you. Radigan's Scar Seal. Ooh, is that better than the Sword Seal? I don't even remember. No, it sure isn't. Still needed it for lore, though. But yeah, I wonder if the Crucible Knights aren't similar because they have effectively lost their master. Not that they have a master. Their master is effectively first the Crucible, but then they were organized by Godfrey. They were Godfrey soldiers. And then, who knows what they're doing? I consider them Erdtree protectors, like in terms of spirit, but functionally they aren't really all there, right? It's possible some changed, but I definitely think that they were probably just threats to, for example, like Godric. I don't know if he was able to use an Everjail, but it is closest to Stormveil. And we see one Crucible Knight. Actually, this is one thing cool to talk about, like the lions in Godric's camp and in Radahn's and the Crucible Knight. There's a Crucible Knight in Stormveil, but he's off on the side, like on the outside of the area. He is probably not allied with Godric. Presumably, if he ran into, I mean, this doesn't actually happen, but if he ran into Godric's soldiers, he would probably fight them. So that's why they're kind of off to the side. The lions are similar. They can hit their allies. You can see this in Night Rain. They'll hit things that they run into. That's why oftentimes they're off on their own. In Radahn's Redmane Castle, there's 2 lions and no one else around them. They're like kept sequestered, probably because they would eat anyone. They're not on their side. They're not pets. They're like guard dogs that no one else can control. So I think it's because they're not allied with like Godric or anyone that they're around. And they, like I said, fulfill that purpose of the wandering knights with nowhere else to go. Even more so than the banished knights, funny enough. Yeah, you have to remember that we know that the Crucible Knights are not, they don't have bodies. They're like spirit, the will of the Crucible, possessing a suit of armor. And that's sort of their role. Okay, let's read the Scar Seal. An eye engraved with an Elden rune, said to be the seal of King Consort Radagon. Actually, now that I'm thinking about this, it's harder to tell with this one. Do you see how it's like the lines have started to bleed? It's like the iris is blood, but it's the same rune. This is what it looked like, and this is what it became. An eye engraved with an Elden rune, said to be the seal of King Consort Radagon. We've seen this several times. Behind Radagon, on the mouth of the Preceptors. This is very interesting. Raises vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity, but also increases damage taken. These seals represent the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. And this hero Zamora was chosen. It's interesting that this is one of directly Radagon's heroes, because Radagon didn't, as far as we know, didn't fight on the mountaintops of the giants, where the Zamora probably fought. Because as discussed, the Zamora were enemies of the giants and hated them. So if there was a group of people that were like, we're going to go war with the giants, the Zamora probably would have allied with them. And this one did, so this is confirmation. We also don't know how it got this far. Like, and why it was sealed in a jail. Really. Zamora are off map right now. Yeah, it could have something to do with the Church of Pilgrimage, where Radagon's statue is. It's our first example of one of Radagon's statues. And he's locked in with a stone sword key. This hero Zamora, this particular one. So lots of interesting things, but not a lot of answers. The root word of Scar Seal, Sore Seal. Well, I think it means seal, but literally a scar, right? Like, I know that's so obvious. So, okay, what's the difference? One is a scar, like the iris is scarred. One is an open sore. It's not healed. So I really think it's as simple as that. That it's a seal, as in Radagon's seal in this case. And here it has become a sore on the eye. And here it is a scar upon the eye. Oh, and in this game, seal is used as talisman, absolutely. Holy shit, I haven't been here. I missed a church. Oh my goodness. Well, would you look at that? There's gonna be Melina dialogue here too that I forgot about. Never mind. No, there isn't. Maybe that's why I forgot about it. It's been a while since I've done this route, so I guess I totally forgot there was in fact 2 churches and 2 sacred tears here. Sacred flasks, whatever. Okay, Everdale. There's a couple more things here, but to be honest, there's nothing like super striking. Like there's a teleport I don't want to take yet. I think that's the most important stuff. All right. I think it might be time for Shifra. I think it's time to go underground for reals. Eyesore? Yeah. What confirms the Crucible Knights don't have bodies? They don't make sounds when you hit them. They have like no grunts or any sort of like auditory sounds that a lot of other characters do, and they're immune to bleed. Yeah. It's sort of been a read between the lines thing for quite a bit, that there's nothing under them. And here's the thing, we don't know that that was always true, but it is now. And that's an interesting thing to talk about too, now that you mention it. They might have been, at some point, people, or something akin to it, that wore the armor, but then they eventually became the armor. So, Executor gives us a lot of this lore, both in his remembrance and in just him being him. He wears the armor, but the armor is fused with his skin. So a lot of this is from Night Rain, but the signs were here even in base game. We do know that some of these Crucible Knights had names. That's not to say that these aren't individuals that possibly had names, but as of right now, we don't know anything about them. We just know that they are the personified will of the Earth Tree, as far as we can tell. Or sorry, the Crucible, not the Earth Tree. But it's also very telling that they actually fought with the side of the Earth Tree. So the Earth Tree, the Crucible became the Earth Tree, and they were cool with it. They fought to protect it. I think that's pretty interesting. It's like life itself sided with Marika and her people. But perhaps it was coerced. I don't know. There's a lot. I know I said I'd keep it focused, but I have to admit today there's like so many different avenues of exploration that I'm just ending up talking about deep lore. There's so much. I don't even know where to go right now. Okay. Yeah, let's just go to Blythe. Go through the Mistwood. What if the Crucible Knights' armor fused with them as well and just left their souls in the suits? I mean, well, I guess that's also possible. Because the armor itself is living, is what we know. And it has a will. So. Can we already talk to this one? Ooh, let's level up, actually. Get a little bit more strength or vigor. Maybe a little bit more endurance so I can wear pants. Oh, and the BBH. I was gonna fight BBH. Okay, we'll do that shortly. Real quick, though, let me take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. Many enemies are highly resistant to bleed. Highly resistant or immune. There's a lot of enemies in the game that do not bleed. And highly resistant means that they will eventually bleed, like the Black Knives. The Black Knives are assassins, so it makes sense that they're very resistant. Their garb itself is resistant to many status effects. Or it could be something inherent. They are assassins, and thus they're sort of like practiced with assassination tools. They're resistant to bleed. They will bleed, though. But immune to bleed is not resistant. Crucible Knights are immune. They will not bleed. There are a lot of other enemies. For example, Wandering Mausoleums, any of the ghosts. Wandering Mausoleum, like, Knights are immune. The Gargoyles are immune because they're made of corpse wax. And Crucible Knights. That's just off the top of my head. There's a ton. I don't have, like, an exhaustive list. But no, the Crucible Knights do not bleed. It is not a case of them being resistant. They don't bleed. Ever. So they're just armor. This was a theory, by the way, before Night Rain, but Night Rain just confirmed it. It's one of those situations. Because they also don't make any sound. Like, they don't grunt or, like, do any sign of their, like, combat. I think the Black Knives bleed. They're just really, really, really resistant to it. Like, because, yeah, because I remember it's really hard to poison them or frost them, but I think they do bleed. A lot of this is from Night Rain. I tend to fight things more in Night Rain, so I've tested. The Imps, another good example. Literal golems made of stone. They don't bleed. Precisely. The, Watchdogs of the Old Lords. Sorry, that's a different game. Sorry. Not the Watchdog of the Old Lords. The Watchdog of the... Just the Watchdogs. I forget what they're called in this game. Alright, let's take this cool thing. It's an elevator. Wow. Chad, do you remember this? The first time taking this elevator? And just being like, okay, wait, where are we going? Okay, we've been on this for a while. We're still not there. And then that moment where the music changes and we get snippets of the view outside. And we realize just how huge this game is. I think it's notable most people find this in Limgrave. How do I remove the marker? Wait. Oh, it's just X, right? Sorry. Oh my god, I was thinking of Night Rain again. Oh my god. My first playthrough, it's all on YouTube. !YT in the chat. And I'll pop up my YouTube channel. And then just go to it and look up Elden Ring and play under playlists. I can link it, but yeah, it's all there. I made a whole playlist, edited. It still shows everything, but I did cut out a lot of the running. A lot of it. But I think it keeps the spirit. By all means, I'm really happy with my Elden Ring first playthrough. This is like a historical moment in gaming, genuinely. Because then you open up the map, and then you realize that you're underground now. And you click show above ground, you're like... Okay, I didn't want to click the button, though. That's fine. They knew what they were doing. FromSoft is amazing at crafting these moments. It's, like, insane. Gosh. Shifra Riverwell Depths. And the first thing we see is tombstones. This, by the way, is really freaking cool. This one less so, but there's more. Really strange iconography. A bull, lions, different architecture that we haven't seen. And this, the columns immediately evoke an ancient civilization, like very ancient. Naturally, like we would think like Rome, something akin to that, but deep underground, like deep. Could be store assets too, though. Okay, let me tell you something. A lot of what FromSoft uses are indeed store assets, because that, thank you for bringing this up genuinely, because this is like a great opportunity to talk about something meta on the FromSoft level. FromSoft, one second, I read this first. A herb that grows in the false night in and around the eternal city. Soaked in arcane dew, it gives off the faint glow of starlight. False night in and around. We're near the eternal city. We're on the right track. Also plants that grow underground and also glow. Oof. Okay, FromSoft, they'd use store assets. Pretty much everyone does, right? However, they will also take like straight up real life architecture and put it into their games. There's examples of both. However, they will also change those things to suit their purposes. Now, unfortunately, I really don't remember because I'm not the architecture person, so you're just gonna have to take my word for it. But if you look into this, I'm sure there are other creators who have done extensive looks at this. I saw this, someone posted it on the Discord a long time ago of an example of this. But for example, there's like an ancient relief from a culture that we found in this game. Someone found the origin. They're like, this is it, except the relief was of a horse. But FromSoft changed it to a lion. In fact, I think I can find one of them now. Yeah, not now, but like... Yeah, okay. So long story short, you can definitely be like, okay, aren't you looking too much into it? They probably just took this from the store. No, we should. Because FromSoft actually thinks about this stuff. And we have examples of them altering things to fit their game better. They are the masters of art direction, and they deserve all the accolades for it. Sometimes also means that they think about it. If they think about it once, why wouldn't they think about it more? This is like, sometimes people come in, they're like, you're thinking about it too hard. Like, that's not lore. You're just like making that up. I'm like, okay, but I'm giving you all the information. You have what I have. You're just like, it's right there. I thought of it. They surely did too. We're talking about fucking geniuses. They're really good at what they do. It's also our first time seeing these guys, who are real weird. They kind of look like they're made of stone. Oh my god, a bubble. Oh my god, we got it. Holy shit. 1 second. Oh my god. I was hoping I would get one. Harpoon with a tip made from a sharpened meteorite shard, wielded by the claymen who infest dynastic remains. The blade emits a faint light and deals magic damage. Oh, I'm so excited. Where'd they... Hello? Dude? They're conjuring bubbles. And look how they do it. Just straight out of their hands. We haven't seen anything quite like this before. And they're called claymen, so not quite stone men, but pretty similar. They also have bubbles all over their bodies, and they melt into sludge, or clay, when they're killed. Claymen are really interesting, and I don't have like a full... I don't know that I know everything about them. is what I'll say. I have ideas, but I don't know where they fit into the bigger picture. And that might be something that we look into and try to uncover. However, Clayman immediately evokes stone, right? Being made of stone, artificial. They look like someone's first practice in building an artificial being, like a golem. Golem, so I use that word pretty interchangeably with a lot of different, like, puppeted beings that are created by something else, artificial life. Because I think it's an apt phrase, but golems traditionally are made of clay, I believe. Whenever so many things lore related, I erase everything else from my brain. What did I do today? Important tasks I have to do. I put that in the calendar. Lore? It goes in the permanent memories folder. Melted mushroom. A mushroom that grows in the false night in and around the Eternal City. Material used for crafting items. It drips with a viscous fluid that behaves much like oil. Also got a budding horn down here. Some rainbow stones. Ruin fragment that has undergone some simple processing. Stones such as these shine with the colors of the rainbow, making them useful markers when placed on the ground. Can also be dropped to gauge the distance of a fall. The higher the pitch of the sound, the higher the likelihood of the fall being fatal. Once used to entertain children on the fringes of the lands between. There's always stones like this. They're like guideposts. Isn't lore covered in this room very dependent on text from rare drops? What happens if you miss a lot of the drops? We do our best. That's the thing about Elden Ring. There is definitely lore that I've never read before, because it came from RNG drops. At this point, I think I've probably read every item at least once. Probably, but there's always a chance that I didn't, because there's a lot of items in this game. It is staggering. Okay, I remember there being like a jump, and I don't remember where it is. I think it's like a tricky little thing over here. Can't remember any volcanoes in the game. Well, there is the Volcano Manor. But no, the bubbles here aren't linked to the Volcano Manor. They're not like naturally formed bubbles. The bubbles represent something. Now, how do I get there? Probably like here. It's possible that these are golems, but the thing is, they have signs of intelligence, so I don't think they're just artificial. Then again, right when we get down here, we're getting some really, really interesting lore. Arcane Dew, false night around the Eternal City, Claymen who infest dynastic remains. We're like, okay, hang on. So there's a fake night, like that's fake? The sky is fake? And it's caused different plants to grow? You're getting this idea of this like artificial place that was created. Of false life. Whee! Oracle bubbles. And a silver pickled fowl foot. Four-toed foot of a fowl pickled in a silvery medicinal solution. Temporarily boosts item discovery. Since old times, the needy would scrape the meat clean, even from a fowl's claw. Oracle bubbles. So this is one of the spells they were casting at us. Sorcery of the Claymen, who served as priests in the ancient dynasty. Oh, well, there you go. That helps us link to who they are. So they infest... What was the phrase used? Hang on. Infest dynastic remains. But they were from here. Produces several small magical bubbles that drift towards foes before they naturally pop. The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. Oh shit. Golden centipedes. The golden, desiccated remains of a centipede. Kept as a fetish by Golden Order fundamentalists, especially the hunters of those who live in death. As such, they're found near churches and similar. Oh my god, if you need more of a flag that the Golden Order fundamentalists are wrong, this is it. Okay, so number one, centipedes in... Okay, it's really, really simple. When you see a centipede, what do you think? You go... Correct? That's pretty much how you're supposed to feel. They are creepy crawlies associated with corruption and filth, right? Now, listen, I personally am terrified of centipedes. I don't love them, but they are, like, I understand that they're just, like, doing their thing. But yeah, for us, they represent filth. They exist in it. They're linked to, like... Oh, a fun fact, too. In Japan, they have centipedes that are poisonous. So, like, if they bite you, you have to go to the hospital. Like, they probably won't kill you, but it's like, you gotta go. Like, your day is now going to get medical attention, sort of thing. So, there's lots of different reasons why centipedes have this connotation. We feel it, too, here in the West. But in Japan, there's more history to it. It's golden, and the Golden Order fundamentalists keep it as a sign of worship. It could also be... there because it's like dead and desiccated, that's why it is. It like represents that, right? But another fetish in this game, for example, which we will get, it's just to sort of relate a similar thought process, because you could argue they keep it because it's like we have cleansed corruption. Because the Omen Bairn, for example, is also described as a fetish that is kept, and that is literally the baby, like a baby omen that is kept to sort of assuage the grief of omen children, sort of thing, right? So it's not like you depict the thing that you want to think of and remember, and their depiction is centipedes. Romana is half centipede? Don't say that. Like, you're right, but don't say that, because but she's pink. It's okay. I can forgive a lot of things for being pink. Also, Ghost Glovewort. White flower that blooms in catacombs, and yet we're getting them here. That's pretty interesting. Centipedes occur in a lot of different FromSoft games, very notably in Bloodborne, where they are called vermin, and are found in the blood and must be crushed, according to a covenant. You literally crush them under your foot. So, if you need it spelled out anymore, the Golden Order fundamentalists, especially the hunters of those who live in death, are corrupt and afflicted. Sekiro, of course, Sekiro, they represent being undying and very stagnant. It has to do with the fact that they... Oh my god, soap under a waterfall is hilarious. Someone's taking a bath here, or a shower. A plant-based soap made from mushroom juice cleans off filth and other accumulations on the body while also slightly reducing poison buildup. Filth covering the exterior eventually seeps inside, soiling one's very spirit. I can't believe soap has lore like that, but yet it does. So in Sekiro, the monks they accept centipedes into themselves in order to become immortal. It is a complete heresy. I don't even know if that's a strong enough word. It's like a complete bastardization of their entire purpose as Buddhist monks. No one should want immortality, but especially not Buddhist monks, when the principles of Buddhism involve letting go of worldly attachments so that you can leave the cycle of life, basically. So they got so twisted that they ended up wanting to be immortal on this plane. It's the deepest form of corruption and filth. Bubbles and soap make sense. Yeah, actually, good point. Now you think about it. I wasn't linking the two. I was just like, soap. And then we take an elevator. Notably, this elevator is the same one that brought us down here, like all the way down here. And the architecture is immediately different. So this is no longer the dynastic ruins. The ruins of a previous dynasty that we know very little about, but is very interesting. Once again, storytelling by environment. If you're paying attention, this is stuff that you would notice. You'd be like, hang on, this looks different than what I just saw. Also, this looks very much like the Wandering Mausoleum building, doesn't it? Like the building on top of the Wandering Mausoleum. When we saw one, I was like, this looks weird. This doesn't look like anything else. What is it? It looks like this. And then, to give us more of a hint, we see one of these ladies as well. The Nox Priestess. Holding white flame yet again. We're getting close to the Nox and the Eternal Cities. Monka, Preserving boluses. For the rot? Huh. That's cute. I wonder why someone would have something that prevents against rot down here. I wonder where this will lead. Ugh. Fight Club reference? I don't know enough about Fight Club, but I feel like we actually get the recipe for soap here from a merchant. And like soap under a waterfall, they didn't have showers back then. What do? You make your own running water. Were those Claymen having a bubble bath? Nah, it's one of the, I'll show the body actually. Well, it's just like the wandering noble type, like this guy. This is the body that dropped the soap. These are not the Claymen. He talks so much about stagnation, you almost feel like he has a strong opinion on modern Japan. Okay, I mean, but like, there's nothing inherently Japanese about it. It's just like, stagnation bad, change good. I would definitely argue that he has strong opinions on organized religion. Because one thing you'll find is that a lot of the time, in fact, I can't think of an exception, every single church in FromSoft, pretty much without question, is horrifically corrupt and tends to be the villain of the story. And priests and or clerics often are the biggest sinners, which also represents hypocrisy though, so that's also something different. Oh shit, cool ghosts of like weird horned people. Every JRPG ever made. Fair. Describe the entire Final Fantasy saga. I haven't played Final Fantasy. Dwelling Arrow. Would you look at that? Okay. A cookbook. And you make preserving boluses. Oh, that's actually going to be helpful. I might make some of those. Beast liver. Cool. I want to read this too. The fresh liver of a beast, a luscious fruit of life. Found by hunting herbivorous beasts. Dried liver boosts damage negation. Liver is really good for you. Dwelling Arrow. Arrows in which the spirits of small animals are thought to dwell. Deals magic damage. Used by the master hunters of the ancestral followers. The who? I did play Final Fantasy 14, but like, I can't really think of that appearing in that one so much. That one seems a little different. I did play Final Fantasy VII Remake, but like only part 1, so maybe we'll get there. That'd be super fun, chat, to play the Final Fantasies. I've never played them before. I've always wanted to. Lore gamer takes to the RPGs. To the JRPGs, I guess. Okay, here we go. A weird, cool torch. That's not really the term. So, we studied this. There's probably a better one. But we studied this before the DLC came out because this depicts at the top. Doesn't that look like boats? It tells a story, and honestly, I'm not 100% certain of the story, but you definitely get the impression that this is of the dynastic, or the dynast, what do they call it? The dynast ruins, because you see the columns. So number one, if this is supposed to be like a tale, like a historical tale, we see what look like boats. And then immediately, I think of the DLC, which now we have. We didn't have this last time I looked at this. It looks like those weird giant boats that were said to bring bodies that I still don't fully understand. I'm so looking forward to DLC too. Like, it's gonna be so sick to do this type of deep dive on it because I haven't. Not as much as Elden Ring. So it's like a whole new avenue of exploration. I'm trying to silver lining it, chat. As much as I don't love it, there is gonna be a silver lining and I'm pumped about it. And then we got people planting trees. Holy shit. That image, I haven't looked at this since Night Rain. And I think Night Rain has given us some seriously deep insight into this. So people came from somewhere else. They planted trees. And this looks to me like a burial. Hang on, we'll light this one. I think there's one that doesn't have as much like freaking blue all over it. Shifra River, thank you for confirming the pronunciation for me, chat. Here we go, okay. That to me looks like a burial. Because we see like a body on the left, heads bowed, right? So I definitely get the sense of burial. Or maybe they're reading on a table? Study? Could be scrolls. All right. Impressions. Number one. They came from far away. They planted trees. They built a culture. They studied and or buried their dead here. And here, in this one, they're centered around like a plinth that has some sort of stone tablet in it. And they're either kneeling or they're children. So I think this represents, and not to mention in each one, there's more and more people. 4 people, more people, also children. This is like a history of their civilization. The people who came before. And then a depiction presumably either of their gods or maybe their heroes. It's pretty freaking cool. Looks like birth? Let's see. Too many people for birth. It's possible. I can vaguely see like maybe like a baby. But I wouldn't say birth though, because birth is definitely something that historically has been like few people required, you know? Keep it pretty minimal. And it tends to be the sphere of women. Like midwives and whatnot. They look like scrolls being placed and then they're like consulting. Looks like the stages of civilization building. Could also be that, yeah. So first they came, they planted trees. And, okay. The planting of trees is very significant considering the entire culture of trees, plants, and flowers in this game. Third dude looks like there's a baby in front of him. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, that could be a baby. I just don't see other signs that, like, maybe they're like... I don't know. Personally, I definitely get more burial. Not gonna lie. So, yeah. This is just one image. You probably ran past this a billion times and never really looked at it. I know I took a lot of playthroughs where I ever looked at this. And it was with chat being like, hey, you should look at this. And I was like... And now, with DLC knowledge, minor as it is, and Night Rain knowledge, I think this is a lot more significant. I want to do some deep dive topics. I want to do a deep dive on scions. Like, what it means. Oh, right. We lit a torch over there. This is a good tutorial. We lit that thing. And this one lit up. And we're looking at the false night sky. So we are deep underground, but we still have the stars. And it is trippy. I'm just as confused as in my first playthrough. I think the significance of planting trees... Okay, you remember I had this whole, like, eureka moment of, like, they're all tree people? Marika, Melania, the Balancers, Trina's a flower. Like, they're fucking trees. They're all tree people. And it's the most obvious thing that's been right in front of me so long. And then I finally was like, Jimmy Neutron brain blast. And then what do we see? The first thing these people apparently do, they come here and they start planting trees. And then I immediately think of Night Rain with the ways of cutting. Cutting as in a tree cutting, as in you take a tree, you take a cut of it, and you can often either plant that cutting or graft that cutting onto something else. And if you take a cutting of a plant or a tree and you plant it somewhere else, the tree grows again. You didn't kill the previous tree, you just have another tree of the same kind. In fact, they're basically clones. It's the same tree. Like, genetically, you didn't plant a new tree. You took a cutting. You didn't take a seed. You took a cutting. Isn't that so interesting? I was thinking about this with... I was listening to a song. This is where lore comes to me when my mind's disactivated. I was listening to a song called Osmanthus by Notori, who... Banger soundtrack. Anyway, banger song. Love it. Love Notori. I'm, like, obsessed. Anyway... and I was like listening to it on YouTube, and I always like to look at comments. And the top comment was something about how osmanthus plants are all male in Japan. It was a Japanese comment, so I had to translate it. And basically how the plant was propagated by cutting. So they couldn't make new osmanthuses. They had to take cuttings and plant them because all of them were male plants. And that's how the osmanthus was propagated in Japan. And I was like, holy fucking shit, what if that's what they did in Night Rain? Like, what if that's what the way of cutting is? They planted themselves around the world. And it's all the same tree. And they're all like, oh my god. Anyway, I don't know where to put this, but I need to talk about this because it reminded me. It's super cool, right? Anyway, speaking of trees, this dead deer, not a deer actually, it's more like a caribou, or an elk, that's what I'm looking for, has what looks like, unsure if tree growing from its antlers. Either way, it's very dead. Or is it? Anyway, this is something I really want to do a huge deep dive on grafting, cutting, the propagation of plants and how it links to these people. They're just like picking flowers. Are we cool? My bad, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Alright, we cool. So these are the ancestral followers. Arrows in which the spirits of small animals are thought to dwell. So they took spirits, residual life, dare I say, and they put it into their arrows. Ah, sorry. I lived. Okay, wow, sorry. It sounds like glintstone. It sounds like sorcery. Maybe Scion is literal, and that is exactly what I want to talk about. The Black Knives. That's why I'm talking about it here. The Black Knives were called the Scions of the Eternal City by Roger. And I've been thinking about Scion ever since someone in YouTube chat on one of my first streams told me something that I didn't know. Scion is also a term for grafting plants. So a scion is the descendant of a noble, often aristocratic family. But it also is when you cut off a plant and graft it onto a different plant, that is a scion. And I'm like, oh my God, what if it's both? What if it means both? What if they're using a double meaning? Because the Black Knives are all Numen, who are kin to Marika. And there are people who are said to have come from another world, perhaps on boats. Those weird boats that we just saw in that depiction. Can't prove it, but I feel like the ancestral followers are tied to Ra in some ways. That's something to look into, because it's also another ancient civilization. That's going to be, like, super cool. Is Torrent like this elk? Yeah, sort of. He does the same jumps. Not that we know yet. We'll see what that creature is, because it's like, it's dead, or is it? But anyway. Either way, they are... The ancestral followers definitely give the vibes of being more primitive, right? Their arrows, by the way, are made of all natural parts. They're made of bone, most likely. Possibly, like, plants, but probably bone. And they use the spirits of small animals. Also, a lot of them are ghosts. They wear animal skins. Like, they give a vibe, but we don't know anything about them. So let's try to find out some more, probably by killing them. Sorry, gamers. Well, that's a cool animation. I'm debuffed by it, too. We haven't seen anything quite like this before. Blue and black. Also, it's like a circle. Can I hit these? Nope, they're immaterial. You just keep doing it, too. And it's on me. I wonder, does it stay when I leave the circle? No. Interesting. Hit me with it. Hit me one more time. Okay, it doesn't seem to be debuffing me on hit. Little bunnies. Like bunny squirrel things, little weird Pikachus. There's so much life down here, but a lot of it is artificial echoes of the life above. We have herba, but this is dew-kissed herba. We have mushrooms, but they're melted mushrooms. We have a sky, but it's false. Immediately we're introduced to a false, unnatural life, contrived, but also the ruins of an even older civilization. Notable, this is made of stone. This was most likely built by whoever came before. And you can see even in the architecture here. This is that same... Oh, Hallowhorn grounds as well. Interesting. This was an object of worship, even by its positioning. But this was most likely placed here by the people who came after. These so-called ancestral followers. Aren't those actual animals, though? I don't know what they are, but they're really cute. I think the ancestral followers and the Nox are the inverse to the shaman and the hornsent. I don't agree for one reason, well, several reasons. But the ancestral followers, from what we can tell, followed their ancestors. And they seem to worship in the same places that these dynasts worshipped at. And have repurposed the place. Also, they seem to honor Erdtrees. Fuck yeah! RNG drops going hard today. Great Horn Headband. Headband decorated by a pair of great horns, worn by ancestral follower warriors. Or it's also possible, by the way, sorry, I should have mentioned this. I'm not sure about them because there's lots of avenues of exploration on the ancestral followers. So we will talk about them, but it's possible that they're evoking the horn scent. That is a possibility. So it's possible that the ancestors they follow are the horn scent. But we'll talk about all the possible permutations. Headband decorated by a pair of great horns, worn by ancestral follower warriors. The ancestral followers keep their distance from the Erdtree, awaiting new buds. They are certain to sprout from their very flesh, and indeed, their souls. So they keep their distance, but they're interested in new buds. It doesn't say they hate it or resent it. And there's a lot of different ways to read that with the context of DLC as well. So when I say they honor the Erdtree, I should clarify I mean the minor Erdtrees. There's a few, I haven't been to them yet, but there's a few, I think this one, that we can see ancestral followers standing beside and doing like some sort of ritualistic look and dance. So they avoid the Erdtree, but they're interested in the minor Erdtrees, which means they don't seem to resent the Erdtree. But like I said, we'll talk about all of this. Because I don't know where I sit with them, basically, is what I'm saying. I don't know that I personally have like a full, I haven't decided what I think about them. I have thoughts, I have ideas, but personally, I don't know. So we're going to talk about everything and see if we can come to a conclusion. Of course, everyone has their own conclusion, but still. And now, as for episode Ranni, finally, Blythe, we came here for him. Hi!
Ah, good to see you. Apologies, mate, but I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me, but I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celevis. I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze. Show him just how sharp my teeth are.
He's so cute.
I jest. I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right? Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right? And if we reach a dead end, I suppose we go back to the source. Celevis rarely gives a straight answer. First time.
Hang on, what is he talking about? It's not that. Where is Nocron? Like, bro says that, but... Oh, jeez. I don't know that you can necessarily see Nocron from here. Oh, we'll see. I would go that far, 100%. So I actually forgot about this, but Blythe guides you to Celavis. So yeah, I think it will be more interesting to do the E.G. Jaren route for this quest. I guess that's the one that's less known. They wear horns to imitate them strutting from their bodies, and horns are originally a symbol of sacredness in the game. So the horn scent, but not just. Also, we know that this stuff wasn't built by the ancestral followers, but they nonetheless live in the ruins of whoever built this. Oh, look at this. Crucible Knight way over there. Hey, chat. Do you see that Crucible Knight? You can fight him. Bro is aura farming. Thought that was gonna be some major NPC. I think I already fought him at this point. Died to him, I think. But I did try. What is he doing there, though? I mean, he's staring at Moog. He's probably thinking, how do I get over there? And going, But he can't talk, so guess we'll never know. How do I get down there? I don't remember. Hang on. Let's see if I can't do some cleverness. It's been a minute. Okay, I can get down here, and then what? Okay. And then nothing. I want that shiny. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember how I got it. Every time. This is one thing I don't remember. People who ask me, how do you know all the lore? Because I forget things like this. Certain things don't stick in my head. Like this. I've done this before. I've literally gone through this song and dance of like, how do I get over here? Oh, shit. Well, hey. I meant to do that. That was on purpose, just so you know. That was actually the plan. I guess that's how you do it. Oh, that's helpful. We already have them, but... Okay, so... Now I think is a good time to mention something really cool. This is the Shifra River. Shifra means elf or changeling and comes from Gaelic, where it can mean elf or fairy. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill Torrent. It's also a river. Where have we heard a fairy, and blue for that matter, in relation to this? Well, the blue dancer charm. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. So, this is one of those tales that almost sounds like a myth and probably is meant to be. It evokes also an existing myth that we have of the Arthurian legend, where Arthur, King Arthur, was said to have pulled, well, for some versions have him pulled a sword from a stone, but other versions have a woman from the water grant him the sword and tell him, like, yo, it's your turn to, like, be king with this sword. Excalibur. Like I said, many different versions. Here, though, in this world, that could be literal. Some sort of fairy. And the flowing sword sounds like the Nox. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah, changeling's pretty connected to the Fae. Yeah. Either way, the game uses the phrase fairy. This is likely the body of water where that happened. Now, how much of it is literal and that there was a blue fairy? We don't know. But we do know that he was apparently then, with this sword, able to seal the God of Rod. And also, trained Melania. I heard in Celtic myth, water is like a portal to the other world. Not just Celtic. I don't know where that truly originates. It's probably one of those things that originates in many, like has many different sources. But yeah, the idea of water as this like liminal thing. Think of like crossing a river. It represents a boundary. Entering the water, it's a boundary. When you go underwater, you are somewhere else. And that's kind of how it functions here too. Yeah, absolutely. Especially in Bloodborne. Bloodborne has like the biggest water lore. Okay, hello, sir. Dan. A well or a lake? Oh, that's a good point. And what did we take to get down here? We entered a well. And then we went to a different place. But yeah, so I mentioned this. These guys live here. They worship here. And they've taken over from whoever lived here previously. Presumably. Because this is where we find them, I associate them the most. I got another Great Horn headband. Oh my god. I associate them most with the this location, and I consider this sort of like the heart of their civilization. But what's interesting is that they are, in terms of their weaponry, a lot more primitive than the people who built all this. They only use bone and other animal parts. Horns especially, they don't use anything made of metal or stone as far as we know. It's all bone. Versus this stuff, even after all this time, it's clean cut. That civilization that built this was very advanced. I mean, look at it. The sheer scale is mind-blowing. I think there's a connection to Raw Sprites, the fairy. So, once again, I don't remember the DLC very well. I did it, and I didn't deep dive it the way I have Elden Ring. I have many years of exploring Elden Ring and doing these super thorough runs in Elden Ring that I don't have the benefit of in DLC. So, I don't know. I found everything. I did everything. I did all the quests. Found all the... Well, maybe there's something I missed. You know, there's so much. But I don't remember it so well because I did it comparatively so little. I think I did 2 playthroughs of the DLC. I had extreme Mikola fatigue. I had Mikola fatigue before I started the DLC. You can only imagine. Anyway, I am now refreshed by Night Rain, and I'm ready to dive on into the DLC. And we're gonna be this thorough and look at everything like this, but we're gonna have the benefit of it sort of being new and uncovered altogether. More genuine. Like here, I'm kind of like pretending. I'm like, oh my goodness, could there be some sort of underground place here? You know? In the DLC, I remember it. But we will have a little bit of that actually being like, wait, this is here? Whoa. That'll be great. That'll be like the first playthrough. Shield grease. Solidified grease made from a mixture of magically resonant materials. Coats left-hand armament, boosting guarding ability and all forms of damage negation. The effect lasts only for a short time, primarily used on shields. So, I should mention, we have seen ancestral followers on the surface, but I didn't explore that area very well. I was trying to find something else, so I didn't really talk about them yet. We will go back there, though. We found them shooting, like, sniper arrows at us in the ruins of... Oops. Ruins of Old, I think? Did I get the grace there? I feel like no. Oh my god, Hayeta. We never gave her the eyeball. I totally forgot about her. Whoopsie. Somewhere like here-ish. I don't fucking know. Anywhere like here. Well, oh, I think here-ish. We'll go back and we'll explore that area more thoroughly, but it has the same architecture as this, which is kind of cool. These stone pillars are really interesting. Chat, what do you think of these? They look like fossilized trees. And, for what it's worth, there's definitely signs that this civilization was not always underground. So maybe these are trees, the ones that they were planted, that have died from lack of the sun. FromSoft, by the way, loves this type of iconography, I guess is a fair phrase, fair word. They love petrified trees with no tops that almost appear to be holding up the world. They do it a lot. Sometimes it's literal, actually. They're in Bloodborne. They're in Dark Souls 1 through the Ash Lake. We see the trees. The I think they use the phrase great tree? Arch trees. Arch trees. And they go up so high that it's like the civilization above is built on them. Which, by the way, doesn't that kind of sound like this? Yeah. Like, listen, I know the people are like, oh, dude, George, he added so much to this game and he made it so... FromSoft has been doing deep underground with huge trees since fucking 2011, bro. This is just them using all their ideas on a grander scale. In Bloodborne, we can see things that look like this, by the way. Pillars that appear to vanish up in the clouds above in the Hunter's Dream. And they represent pretty much exactly this. It's like we are at the base of the world, and those are the trees holding up what's above. Because in Bloodborne, if you watch my lore runs of Bloodborne, you know the nightmares are layered on top of one another. And the Hunter's Dream is at the bottom, based on this structure. So, like I said, FromSoft loves this shit. Also been consecrated with other ancestral followers. Maybe they're planting the trees hoping they grow into great trees by venerating the horn. Definitely possible. I think they're worshiping, or like, not worshiping, that's not the right word. They're following people who came before. I don't know if they're planting the trees though. It's possible. So they exist and live in their ruins of the people who came before here, these ancestors. Well, very Yggdrasil? Very Yggdrasil, absolutely. This game has a lot of Norse in it too, in the form of the tree, with the different animals that are said to protect each level of it. Which I knew, but I forgot about, and someone mentioned in a previous stream, and I was like, oh dang, yeah. I remember talking about that during the first playthrough. Because I saw the tree and I was like, gamers, is this going to be like the tree? And then we climb the tree because those wolves just came from the sky, bro. Do you think we're going to climb the tree? We didn't climb the tree, chat. But boy, was it a neat idea. Like, we kind of did. Anyway, wolves, deer, dragon, they protect. What's your name mean? I mean, it's just my name. It's my old nickname that's stuck. It's Wraff. Sounds like laugh. I think that works for me. We do climb the tree in Night Rain. Excellent point. Oh, I should also talk about the fact these guys are ghosts, right? Like, no duh, they are spectral. But not all ancestral followers are ghosts. Just these ones. It's like they're haunting this place. They're still, like, picking plants and stuff. Oh my god. The Nox defense systems! These have to be Nox, because it's, well... It's probably ice lightning, but it doesn't do frost buildup. Interesting parallels to the trees in Tolkien's Silmarillion too. Yeah, so in the Silmarillion, there are 2 trees whose names I don't remember, so please, my fellow Tolkien nerds, feel free to fill in. Like I said, names. Names are how I remember all the lore, because I forget the names and then chat reminds me. Anyway, fuck yes! I'm killing them all, so hoping to get other drops, and it's working. Same lore, but it's cool. Okay, sorry. Tolkien, Silmarillion. There are 2 trees. This is in the, I believe they're called the Undying Lands. Basically the homeland of the elves, the immortal elves. There are 2 trees that were given to them by their gods, planted by their gods. And long story short, Sauron's daddy, not literal daddy, but like his daddy, the real big bad, whose name I also forgot, basically killed them using Shelob's mom, who ate the juice of the trees. One was gold, one was silver. Basically, they were the sun and the moon. And they evoked the sun and the moon with their light. And the trees were killed. That was like the big evil... Morgoth, that's his name. Morgoth did it. I remembered. It wasn't chat, I swear. It came to my mind, I swear. I remembered for once. Anyway, Morgoth, he killed them. With Shelob's, her name's Ungoliant. Who's like this creature of like the purest darkness, who is like a spider but not. Who was so hungry that she absorbed the light of these trees and killed them. And thus the elves basically had to leave, and a lot of them did. However, the gods fashioned those trees, one silver and one gold, what was left of them, into the sun and the moon. And I think Tolkien's, like, this is one where the moon is considered masculine and the sun is considered feminine, which is unusual. Not unheard of, but unusual, which I always thought was pretty cool. Melkor was Morgoth's real name. Okay, well, we call him Morgoth because he frickin' sucks. Telperion and Laurelin were the trees. Ah, thank you. Everyone has like 3 names in Lord of the Rings? Yeah. That's also makes it harder to remember as well. Here we go. I wonder who built this, like, scaffolding. Ah, that answers that. Probably people who are traveling through this land. Like nobles or commoners and stuff, because this doesn't fit the ancestral followers either. They just built this to sort of have like a minor safe place. Oh my god, I can't talk. The Silmarillion's really cool, by the way. It was really fun to read. People say it's like a slog, and I'm like, fucking how? It was sick. I loved it. Another one, and this is the only way to get to him is through that scaffolding. He found like a pretty safe place here. Oh shit! Okay. You fucking bitch flower. We're gonna have a whole talk in a minute. Motherfucker. He didn't even stop playing. That is a professional. Yeah, Miranda? We ain't calling her Miranda anymore. We're gonna say, this fucking flower. And now you know how people's names change. Absolutely accurate. Silmarillion is pretty divisive. I feel like, okay, I know that like a lot of people have read it, but I really feel like a lot of people with really strong opinions of it, on it haven't read it. And it's like, you know what I mean? One of those situations to me. Tolkien's writing style, it's a bit of a slog. Yeah, one of my profs at school said generally Tolkien was a philologist, he was a philologist first and a historian. Philologist being the study of language, basically. Sort of. He liked making languages, basically. And historian, and then he was a writer. So he was a world builder. He wanted to create a world that he could fit his languages into, and that's what he did. I actually really like his prose, but he doesn't write in a modern way. I feel like it's definitely better if you're already a fan, which I know is backwards, but after watching the movies, I always wanted to read the books, and I did. And the books, to me, are even better than the movies. Because my favorite part of the books is like the start with the hobbits before they even meet Aragorn. And that stuff is not in the movies because they just didn't have time. They make it seem like it was like a 2-minute little jog to the town. Meanwhile, they had like some crazy adventures, and it's pretty awesome. Philology is historical linguistics. Yeah, I feel like that's also him making languages, though. I don't know what you would call that.
Ooh, oh, a customer.
Sorry I almost killed you, buddy. He's the abandoned merchant. Nascent butterfly linked to Mikola. Larval tier. Definitely buying all these stone sword keys. That's awesome. Buy the cookbook. Buy the cookbook. And we're broke. Soap, oil pot, roped oil pot.
Goodbye. Till next time.
Oh my god, he's so peepo shy. It's called being a huge nerd. Yeah. You need to be a huge nerd. Hobbit trilogy is trash? Okay, but you're talking about the movies. The book, which is just one, is really good. Most movies pretty much suck. Is that a hot take? Okay, sorry. Most adaptations are not great. Lord of the Rings are an exception. And even then, the book has some really cool stuff that isn't in the movies. Also, there are some parts of that book that are hard to adapt, but the fact that they turned it into 3, yeah, that is a big problem. Alright, so Blythe claims he can see Nokron from here. Maybe his wolf eyes are better. So they don't naturally have animal parts, but they link themselves very heavily with animals. With the horns and whatnot. Yo, you really want some? Come on. Why are they all glowy? Because they are ghosts. Underground is simultaneously like very pleasant but also kind of creepy because oh shit, I'm so sorry. You were doing your dance, and I wanted to show something off, and I accidentally didn't. Okay, hi. Look at their little dance over there. Maybe. Stupid. There we go. I mean, there is an Erdtree in that direction. On the surface. I don't know if that's what they're looking at. Ah! Nokron. Kinda interesting they're doing this on Nokron. Now we see it. It's beautiful. So Bloodborne. First time I saw it, all I was like is like, oh my god, Bloodborne. It's not a dance, they're doing calf raises? Oh, my bad, bro. I mean, they are really built. It's gotta come from somewhere. Square off. Alright. So we've seen some of these teleporties around. I'm not taking them because I want to traverse the land more, like, methodically. But, I think about it. It's very interesting that they're here. Oh, now that I think about it, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Okay. So remember I talked about how these are associated with the sorcerers? They tend to... Oh my god, I forgot something in Raya Lucaria. Shit. Whatever. Invasive memory. We also see them here. However, it's weird because I would say these are linked to the Nox in this particular case, and it sort of shows their branching from the astrologers, just like the Carians, but none of these actually lead to Nokron proper, which is more a gameplay thing, but I think it's worth noting. However, is this the one that leads to the dragon? I think it's pretty inarguable that these are Nokron, though. Or the Nox, the work of the Nox. Nope. Damn it. Oh. Never mind. No, damn it. Although, hang on. Let's take the one that I did find, because there is one that takes you to somewhere that is harder to get to, and you can only get to later. Unless you take the teleporter, and that is the dragon. The dragonkin. Yeah, undamn it. It was where I got shot. Like, around here. I also don't remember where all the, I'm just gonna say torches, but they're not really torches are, so I'm just gonna do my best to find them. Yeah, I think this is the one. The Barrow Whites and Tom Bombadil. Yep. Tom Bombadil. The Barrow Whites in general, I just love it. It's so charming. I also love how, like... Oh, this is it. Perfect. I just really like the Lord of the Rings books. I like the Hobbits. In the movies, they sort of are portrayed as, like... Especially Merry and Pippin. They just kind of, like, join in by chance. And they're like, oh, hey, I guess we're going on this epic journey now. But in the books, they're a part of it from the start. And I really like that it shows them a little better in that regard. Sconces? That's a better word. Thank you. I knew there was a better one. And here we get this cool architecture. They're very destroyed. But we get these giant statues that have long beards. Spoilers. Holding and clutching these giant stone tablets. Framing these buildings. We'll see more of them. We'll have to keep an eye on where they are. Left out a hobbit from the book? Which hobbit? Oh, look at this. Alright, so we come up to this. Very weird. Looks dead. I wonder what this is. Oh no, it's not dead. Dragonkin soldier. So in this playthrough, we haven't seen an ancient dragon yet. Fuck. I don't know the timing of that. Wow, I guessed. And I still rolled 3 times. Anyway, sorry. We haven't seen an ancient dragon yet, but these guys have a head that's not dissimilar from them, but otherwise are humanoid. However, their bodies don't seem to be working anymore. Like, they can't walk properly. They sort of just crawl on their hands and knees, barely using their back legs. They're definitely rather malformed. Also, empty chest, a lot like the trolls, and that's probably what they used. And I do say used. Remember we've been talking about artificial life and scientific experimentation? Well, God, I hate these things. Might very well kill me, to be honest. It's just so fun to stare at something's fucking feet the whole time and have it swing at you and you can't see it. Do you see what I mean? I feel like they didn't even test this game in Melee. I don't know what they were thinking with half these bosses. Like, I'm just staring at something's goddamn fleshy thigh, hoping that its slam doesn't kill me. Because I can't see it. You have a theory about the tablets being like remote controls? Tablets. Okay, personally, that's actually a really good idea, in fact. I personally see them less as remote controls and more like orders. So not dissimilar, but it's sort of like on a tablet, you carve in instructions, like a golem. Except you write instructions on like a scroll for a golem, and then the scroll is actually what brings the golem to life. So it's sort of that concept, but instead, the stone tablet gives them like rules. There we go. All right. No problem. We get some hits. It just, I was trying to get a riposte. Like, I love staring at, like, the dickless of a fucking dragon. Like a dragon trollman. This is such a great gaming experience, wouldn't you say? They're super cool looking. Also, soldier. So they fought for somebody. And then dragonkin. Really? Even jumping that? What a shame. I thought that was a good move. Oh well. Yeah, so they're kin of the dragons. But most likely, based on what we're hearing here, they were artificially constructed. Dragon halberd. Oh. Might actually be really good to use. Halberd shaped like a dragon and wreathed with both ice and lightning. Alas, the dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin. So the goal was immortality, just like the dragons. It's kind of good. Is their empty chest cavity something to do with the importance of dragon hearts later? Actually, a pretty good question, but I think this is more meant to show that they used trolls to create these creatures. These are most likely artificial, like amalgams of dragons and trolls. So less about the dragon hearts in this particular case, it's just the trolls have a hollow body. It might not be a troll, because like it does look a little different. But there's a lot of evidence that these are artificial.
I'm talking about Fredegar Took,
The
who also knew
Scar
Frodo had the
Seal.
ring and helped the group escape. He's technically in the movie,
Fredegar
but
Took
barely
also
plays a
Frodo
role
had the
and
ring
is
and
more a
helped the group
cameo.
escape. It must be early, or maybe I'm just forgetting names because I don't remember him very well either. Thank you for the information and the 100 bits, Volpine. The rules of robotics, orders they must abide by. Yeah, something like that. That's my interpretation of the tablets within the trolls. Also, it looks like they're enwreathed in roots, which is very interesting considering the whole like Erd tree thing, right? Like roots were planted in them to control them. And then we get the Marika Scar Seal. An eye engraved with an Elden rune, said to be the seal of Queen Marika. Raises mind, intelligence, faith, and arcane, but also increases damage taken. These seals represent the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. And we get one near a dragonkin underneath the Eternal City. Look at this. Let's get some frickin' distance. This is a great view. As if someone was thrown from the Eternal City. Kind of like how Glorfindel is technically at the Rivendell meeting, has no speaking lines. Oh my god, Glorfindel! By the way, Lord of the Rings lore is so funny because there's a guy who is so OP that he could basically probably just straight up take the ring through everything, but he's so obvious because he's literally like a shining beacon of light that everyone would know he's coming. So they decide to do stealth instead. And that's like the whole principle of why they send like Frodo and stuff is sneaking. But there's a guy who's just like basically a golden super god. I love it. Anyway, sorry. I just love Lord of the Rings. Okay, so it's as if someone was like yeeted out of the city, or perhaps like died and was flown out, like the water flow, I mean. But what this means, I definitely think it was someone that was left here. They put it on a corpse. I don't think that corpse was the actual servant. I think it was someone from the Eternal Cities. And then we get some really interesting lore, hinted lore, but I think it's fair to make some logical leaps. That there were those in the Eternal Cities that served Marika. Also, I find it interesting, Marika is always depicted as crucified. Always. Or at the very least, hanging. It's definitely a pose of sacrifice, and that's literally her seal. That's how she's represented. Also, we get this really interesting the opposition of what Radagon and Marika represent, right? So Radagon raises your attributes of vigor, endurance, strength, and dexterity. The stuff you need to be a warrior, a physical warrior. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that he isn't practiced with sorcery and the incantations and faith as well, like incants, sorry. And the Golden Order fundamentalist incantations, which are linked to him for various reasons, are int and faith. So do you remember that talisman that is so significant that I keep going back to and reminding us all of? Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. He wanted to fill in the blanks of what he represented, what he was. So Radagon was strength, vitality, or vigor, dexterity, and endurance, but he wanted to be complete. He wanted to have what Marika also has: mind, intelligence, faith, and arcane. Everything but. Everything you need to be the perfect spellcaster. Hobbit in English would be more in depth. I think it's worth reading in the native language if you can. Ignoring the corpse, it could be interpreted as someone shedding their seal as well. True, yeah, because we do find it on, that's a good point. It could be someone removing their seal. Yeah. Because they're not living like the one where we get Radigan's. Hey, you know what? That's actually kind of cool to talk about. I was just, you know, struggling through the area. But we get Radigan's Soar Seal, which I would argue is like an advanced version. I mean, it is in every way. It's like the better version. In Fort Feroth, where we get access to Altus. Because that's where the Dectus Medallion is, 1/2. Interesting. I see it as he wanted to merge with Marika again. Yes, but I think there's also something, because if he wants to merge, then why was he so obsessed with becoming complete without merging? Because that's what it is, right? So yes, I think he wants to merge with Marika, and I think he wanted to be complete without merging. He wanted to attain perfection. And effectively, that is the purpose of them being split at this time in the first place. Got his Soar Seal in Caelid? Yeah, in Fort Feroth, that's in Caelid. Marika was a Newman, that's why when she was put in a jar it was a success, because she's got that silvery mimic physiognomy? Do you mean physiology? I mean, it was a success, but then why weren't all the shamans successes? There's more to it than what we know. Yeah, the Dragon Barrow is still Caelid. Like, it is its own zone, but I still consider it part of Caelid. But most importantly, it's where we get the Dectus Medallion, which is interesting. It's on a corpse, though. It didn't live. Great oracular bubble. Ouch. Am I heavy load right now? Why? Oh, because I put on the Dragon Halberd. I was gonna test it out, I forgot. Radigan's lore points towards the quest to be completely independent of her. Well, yes, yeah, but I don't think it's independent so much as in control of her. That's the specific word I would use, because it's like he's amassing knowledge in order to control, because that's what he is. He is order, he is control. That's what he wants more than anything. It's actually what's so interesting about Miquella as well. Like the nature, Melania is more like Radigan in terms of behavior, personality, nature. It's one of my favorite like topics of discussion. How Melania is basically her father, a powerful, mighty warrior that no one else can even contest except for, like, you know, Radon. Like, no one can touch her. She's incredible with her weapons. Fights purely with weapons, just as Radigan, at least at first, was simply a warrior. Is incredibly loyal and dogmatic. So in Radigan's case, it's the Golden Order. In Melania's, it's Miquella. Anything he says goes. And then we have Miquella, who, while we get less of his personality until later, seems to be, I mean, he's known for creating things and crafting, has the golden hair and the gentleness of Marika, and doesn't fight himself. But in terms of personality other than that, Miquella definitely has an interest more in control, which is what his Age of Compassion ends up being. So they're compared and contrasted. It's really neat. I'll look around a little bit more here. I don't know if there's anything here. Melania reinforces the Haligtree Order, like Radigan did the Golden Order. Yeah, I mean, she just is whatever Mikola says goes. Now, I know some people have the theory that Melania was brainwashed and, like, just, you know, charmed by Mikola. I don't think she had to be. Remember Millicent? We started Millicent's quest line. We talked to her. We gave her the needle. And she was just immediately grateful and trusted us. And was just, like, happy that she could start to live her life. That moment of, like, I can even walk now, right? Like, you're sitting there like, oh my god. You weren't even able to walk, like you were just sitting there in pain. That's what Melania's early life would have been. And that moment of like, oh my gosh, I can walk now. I can do my duty. Like, you don't need to brainwash someone who literally worships the ground you walk on because they gave you a chance at life. Millicent is so pure-hearted and sweet. And I think that's likely her journey is meant to evoke Marika's, or sorry, Melania's. So many M names. Millicent is also an incredible warrior as well. Talked on the Black Moon. Not yet, no. Ah, I found one. Okay, so looking at this chat, let's see where they're looking. They're not looking at Nokron. Okay, come on, gamers. Also, remember that giving a cure to Melania, or like a treatment, something that would let her start her life, was Mikola's main motivation. Their relationship to each other was integral to their story in the base game. Anyway, they are facing exactly this way. Exactly southwest. Well, there is a minor urge tree in that direction, on the surface. And keep in mind, if it's on the surface, the roots go underground. Other than that, though, they are facing... I don't know. Personally, I don't think it's a coincidence that we found two groups of ancestral followers doing their little, like, dance. And we see them doing that dance on the surface as well, and it's directly in front of minor Erd trees. I'll show that off. It's a little bit more north of where we've been, so we'll go there. But I definitely think they're doing this toward minor Erd trees. Did Mikola truly care about Melania? Yes, he did. But he gave that up. He gave her up. Doubtless. He did not care about her anymore. Now, we don't know when that happened. Was it when he gave up his love? Because how can you love your sister if you've literally given up that part of yourself? How can you care about anybody if you don't have love within you anymore? Or did it happen before? Was he already resolved to do it? And I think you can argue either. Ooh, that'd be helpful. You have to remember, though, Trina represented his love, but he still had Trina when he chose to give her up. And that's what's so interesting, too, is Trina represented Mikola's love, but when they were combined, she was capable, or he was capable of love. So it suggests a more symbiotic relationship between the halves than we've mostly seen from Radigan and Marika, too. They're, as far as we can tell, always opposed. So it suggests early on, they likely worked well together. Radigan and Marika, I mean. Okay, now where are you facing? Get over the map. So that's the thing. When he went to the lands between, or the Shadowlands, did he already get, like, resolved to give her up? Oops. Alright, no minor Erd tree in that direction. It could be the Dynast Ruins, but even then, directly there, there's like, I don't know what they're aiming at. Yeah, it's very similar though. You have to remember. Now, it's sad. Like, don't get me wrong. We are meant to see it as a tragedy that he gave up Melania, but he thinks it's for the best. I'm not trying to demonize him here because that's the same thing. Ooh, power gathers somewhere in horned remains. Perfect. All right. Found them all. Ranni does the same thing. In order to fulfill her goals, she knows that her loyal servants will die, including Blythe, and he'll go crazy and he'll have to die. She knows this will happen, but they know it too, and they're willing to be betrayed because they love her and support her in what she does. So it's definitely tragic what Miquella does, but it's the same as what Ranni does, so, you know. The difference is that Miquella is a hypocrite about it. Because he claims his age will be of compassion, but you can't have compassion without love. So I think that's why when we see that, we react so much more. At least I do. I'm just like, fuck. An accoutrement worn by the ancestral followers raises focus. It governs resistance to sleep and madness. Said to be a budding horn, the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers over and over again until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna go to the Hallowhorn grounds, and then we're gonna start, we're probably gonna do Radahn. I just wanted to do this while we're here. Just give up on Melania? Why would Miquella do that? I think actually that's part of the difference too. He could have still, like, it's not like doing what he did caused Melania to be killed. Unlike Blythe, who inevitably will have to, you know, go crazy because of what Ranni's doing. There's no reason for him to have given up on Melania, and that's why we hate it so much. Just saw your YouTube thumbnail. That is a great thumbnail. Thank you. It has Ranni on it. I love her. So we get teleported. We touch this horned remains and we go somewhere else. Ooh, maybe they're facing this thing. Like maybe that's what they're like doing their little dance towards. This fight has the best. It's like the power is in its horns. I like this boss more because of Night Rain. Although it really does lose a lot of its cinema. Yeah, it's not a moose. It's an elk. It would be way cooler and bigger if it was a moose. The antlers would be unbelievable. But it would be less budding, so I guess why they did this. Yeah, notice that it still looks like, frankly, a rotted corpse, but the light is in the horns. The light and the life is in its horns, which glow. Mystical and beautiful music. That doesn't sound like anything else. Tons of bodies, mostly animal, with new things growing on them. This is likely a place of burial. But once again, we touched the spirit and we're transported here. It's very, dare I say, liminal. And we get the ancestral follower ashes. A spirit of the horned folk who eschew letters and metalworking, brawny and versed in distinctive spiritual arts, this particular tribesman wields a heavy bow. All right. What was I going to do? Lots of things. I want to do BBH, first of all. A couple of them, at least. And then... let's go talk to EG. Closer to a stag to me. So it's not quite a deer. The body is wrong. Stag often refers to just like... It's a term for a male deer, but it's not a deer. It's an elk or something akin. Like it's a... dare I say in the deer family? But yeah. Yeah, I'm a thumbnailer now, chat. I'm evolving. Okay, so I'm gonna... this is part of Ranni's quest. I'm super excited to do this. Blythe directed us to Celavis, but there's another route you can do. You don't have to get this information from Celavis. Now, of course, we could also just progress and start the festival and skip all this, but we want to show it off because it's cool. One of the directions that we can take is actually through EG and Jaren. And I might have accidentally... well, accidentally. I might have already started it because I've been to talk to Jaren and he talked of the festival. So we'll see what EG has to say about this.
Greetings, my fellow. How can I help?
About Blythe.
Blythe is Lady Ranni's stepbrother. Ranni's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well. When Lady Ranni renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals. But none of us will ever forget our earliest days together. Promise to look after Blythe for me, will you? The man is honest to a fault. But fortunately, now he has you.
It's so sweet and sad. I'm gonna purchase this while we're here. Yeah, so Blythe is referred to basically as Ranni's sibling. That they were raised together. So basically brothers, brother and sister more accurately. And EG tagged along. So he is definitely, he's sort of like a grandfatherly figure. But that's sort of some insight, you know. Ranni talks all this shit. She's like, oh, use my war counselor as you see fit. And they shall make good use of you. And meanwhile, you're sitting there like, this is your they love you. This is your family. Like, they would do anything for you. You grew up together. Like, this isn't like a group of like, you know, conniving little fucking, except for Celavis. Except for Celavis. But I think that's what we learn really quickly is she puts on quite a show, but these are the people that are nearest and dearest to her. And then let's ask about Nokron.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella? Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron, the other eternal city.
Okay, I have not heard of Noxtella.
After years
Thank you.
of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground through the well in the mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above, only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I'm afraid this has him quite stumped. To be honest, I'm not sure where to go from here. I take it you've heard of the eternal city. Well,
Okay, same.
After years by going under only Blythe's, to be honest.
So, Nokron, I'm not really sure what the Ron stands for, like what it means. My knowledge of Latin is not the best, but Noxtella is most likely like Nox, so knock, right, night, and then Stella as in star. So that city's name basically means night star. So we're definitely getting some impression of what they're into just by the names that they choose. Okay. Let's go talk to Jaren. Take a little visit. Can't y'all do wizard shit to get up there? Yeah, not EG. And Blythe is the himbo of the group, so definitely not him. And Celavis doesn't seem to care unless we can get him a doll, so I think I know why they've been so stumped. Mikula could very well have chosen any powerful warrior. Yeah, but there's some significance to why he chose Radahn, but we'll get to this. He chose Radahn because he's the most like Godfrey. Long story short.
Go on now.
Hi.
This old geezer hasn't any use for you just yet.
About EG. So, as mentioned, a lot of people don't know this route because the game doesn't tell you about this, but I did this one time, I think that years ago, someone in chat told me about this, and yeah. About EG.
Well, I haven't heard that name in an age. Then you must serve Princess Ranni. The next time you speak to EG, tell him this. The Festival of Radahn will surely set Ranni's fate back into motion. By the by, is that old fool still hammering out weapons? His enormous frame cramped in that little place? Bit of a haughty sort. Strange fella when I knew him. And funny thing, his swords were all blunt as stone, but not one of them decayed when faced with the scarlet rot.
Huh, that's really interesting. So we got some serious lore. Number one, Jaren knew EG, which isn't surprising, but we only get this from this route. We know we'll get to more info on Jaren. Right now, he's a huge mystery, just serves Radahn, question mark, otherwise. But the really cool thing is that he knew EG, and he talks about his swords. They're blunt, but they don't decay. There's like a magic to them. We also know that EG is really good with certain weapons. For example, he made... No. The Frozen Needle can inflict frost upon enemies and launch its blade with a strong attack. The blade immediately regenerates. Razor-thin, piercing blade of ice, right? So he creates very special weapons, from what we can tell. There's something inherently magical to them. So we also know, why would Jaren know this? Well, because those blades were tested on the Scarlet Rot. They never decayed. EG made weapons for Radahn, presumably. And it makes sense, because Radahn is still one of the Karian royals, after all.
Go on now. This old geezer hasn't any use for you just yet.
Will help Ranni? Yeah, Jaren knows. Jaren's pretty clever. Honestly, if Jaren was serving Ranni, they probably would have handled this a lot quicker.
Well, my fellow, how may I serve you? As war counselor? Or as blacksmith?
No, he said the weapons are blunt. Which, yeah, you could argue that means they're bad, but they don't decay. Good and bad. There's something interesting with what EG does. He's a very unconventional blacksmith. Very nuanced and complex. He's not just a knucklehead, but a scholar. All right, let's not talk about Radahn being too smart, because we'll talk about it. He is, unfortunately, the biggest underachiever in a family of geniuses. So yes, he has intelligence, but really it's not that much. I believe, okay, it's been a minute, but I believe the highest int requirement on a stat, on one of the spells he casts, any of the spells he casts, is like something around 20. That's really not that high. So I'm not saying he's stupid, but like, let's not call him a scholar. Is definitely pushing it. He's very mighty, but he has a one-track mind. And this potentially can lead to him being manipulated, which we'll talk to. But yeah. So. About Jaren.
Jaren. Now that's a name I haven't heard for a while. Before taking up the banner of General Radahn, he was a guest of the Carian royal family. An expert swordsman, to be sure. But ever eccentric. No surprise he'd get wrapped up in some festival. Oh no. Wait, how did I not see it before?
Great question.
I ought to retire as war counselor for such a gross oversight?
Probably.
Let me explain. The fate of the Carian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Ranni, first heir in the Carian royal line. But General Radahn is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radahn were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Ranni's destiny. Perhaps even revealing the elusive path that leads to Nokron.
Please go to the festival grounds. Wait. Real quick, we're gonna do some jumping. Just to make sure I can talk to everybody. Because I think we can still talk to Blythe, but like, I want to make sure we get all the... That's not what I clicked. All the dialogue. Yeah, so that's another reason. All of what EG said speaks for itself. The Carian royals are guided by stars. Their fate is a star. You know, star-crossed is in your fate is a star, right? Like, this isn't new, but here it's very literal with the Carian royals especially being linked to these stars. So Ranni hasn't been able to achieve anything because Radahn halted the stars. Her destiny has been frozen in place. That doesn't explain EG not realizing this for millennia, but what can I say? Anyway. The other thing with that is it's like a mighty victory, and we definitely get some like, wow, Radahn really was mighty that he could do all that. However, we also have to read a little between the lines. And one thing I hear, when I hear, you know, like stopping the stars and how that freezes your fate in place, that sounds an awful lot like stagnation to me, and thus I have to look at it with like a bit of a, I don't know that Radahn was consciously on the side of stagnation. I actually generally think he was maybe not manipulated, but someone else was maybe... I think the idea to conquer the stars came from someone else. Because here's the thing. Radahn, he goes to sorcery school, to gravity school, because he wants to keep riding his horse. It's touching, if really misguided. And it has sort of like simplicity that makes us be like, aw, just want to spend more time with his favorite horse. It's so sweet, right? Of course. How the fuck do you go to school because you just want to ride your horse and come out of it being like, I'm gonna conquer the stars? Where did that come from? What? I think his teacher may have been putting some ideas into his head, and not all of them were sorceries. Is what I have to say about it. And it's not even his fault. I think that he's the type of guy who likes conquest, and someone whispered in his ear, well, okay, to be fair, it is his fault. I'm just trying to soften the blow a little bit. I think that someone was like, hey, did you know that the stars are like really mighty? I bet you couldn't take them. And he goes, I could fight the stars? He's like that type of guy. Look at his idols, which we've sort of touched on. Radagon, Godfrey. What do they have in common? Both Elden Lords and both incredible warriors. If that's the type of person that you look up to, you want to emulate them. And if you are born in an era of peace, where there's no one to fight, no one to conquer, no battles, you got to make your battles. And that's what he did. So I'm not saying it wasn't his idea, because it was. He chose to do it. He takes responsibility for it. And for most people, they seem to be like, wow, it sure was a good thing. Okay. But freezing the stars forever, causing stagnation and the fate of his family to be affected, I don't know, man. I gotta look twice at that. Like, I'm not a huge fan, right? Wasn't it more like he was defending everyone from space monsters? Yeah, so he says, except once again, to go over this that we talked about, his sorcery is the type of sorcery that pulls things in. Hometown Sully was threatened? It's not his hometown. It's where he was taught. There's a difference, though. Also, another thing that I've been talking about since release, I think it's very notable that we get all this lore about how Celia was saved from a meteor that would have destroyed it. And then when we kill Radon, only one meteor falls, and it has to do with Ranni. Nothing else. Where's the destruction of Celia? Now you could be like, okay, but it's a game. They don't want you to lose a zone and lose out. Okay, sure. Absolutely. But maybe they could have gotten the same idea across by having it fall nearby. Yet no star falls on Celia. I think Radon was lied to. And I think we get a really good insight into his character. All he needs, like Godfrey, by the way, so this isn't meant to be an insult, you point him at someone and say, go kill, and he will do it. That's what he did. He doesn't need much other motivation than that. So this whole idea of him having saved Celia... Also, in the battle with Melania, so Celia was lost anyway, wasn't it? See, a bunch of stars move, only one falls. Only one. They made you lose a zone in this game anyway? Well, you didn't lose a zone because there's really nothing there. Like, where this meteor falls is empty. That's why they planned it really cleverly. Like, yes, there is some stuff lost, but nothing huge, right? Nothing that you're locked out of. So... yeah, but that's the thing. So when people say, like, oh, he was, like, trying to stop his fate with Mikola, he was trying to freeze his fate because he's a Karian royal, and he would also be frozen by this. He didn't want to fulfill his promise to Mikola. I've heard some people say that word for word. I don't know about that, because here's the thing. If he promised this, then he can't break his oath. Like, that's... like, if he once promised it, you can't go take backsies on an oath. So... no, I don't think that has anything to do with it. They brick Lane-Del, they would have bricked Celia if it served the story. Ah, another good point. Yeah, Lane-Del is a zone that is completely changed at a certain point of the game. They clearly don't mind doing that. Nothing falls on Celia, chat. All meteors fall at the same time, even in real life, except... he's freezing the stars. That's magical. It makes no sense. Why are you looking at science? He literally goes, stop! And the stars stop moving. And the stars literally guide fate. Literally. And the stars, by the way, are alive. And they're creatures. So what he does is he goes, stop. They all stop moving. And the presumption is that they will continue their course once they are freed. So the course that they take is exactly the same. So even if you want to argue, oh no, he froze the stars so the, rotation of the earth was like different at the time. Come on. Nah, dude. Nothing hit Celia. This is significant. We are supposed to read into it. I'm not even going to say he was never a hero. I just think he was a hero to his people. He was a hero to those who followed him. But he definitely did a lot of non-heroic things in the end. And the stuff that he cared about and claimed that he wanted to protect was sacrificed in what I think is his main goal. So it's like, oof. Feels like interfering with natural cycles again. It does, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sort of like how I feel about Morgoth. I adore Morgoth as a character. He's super clever, total genius, tragic backstory. Like, he's such a fascinating character and he fulfills such a cool role. But in the end, he's on the side of stagnation, so I can't side with him myself. I don't like stagnation. It's the biggest bad. So, yeah. What was the significance of holding back Estelle? Well, that was Ranni's fate, presumably. Yeah. Seems like Radahn doesn't want to take orders from Mikola if for no other reason than Melania. Okay, we'll get to this. Because listen. All right, I'm just going to end this discourse with this. People like to argue, it's like the biggest controversy on whether Radahn wanted to side with Mikola or he was coerced. I argue it doesn't matter because the result is the same. If he was coerced, then he did it. If he wasn't coerced, he would have done it anyway. It doesn't matter. The result is going to be the same. He wants to become Elden Lord, he gets a route. Boom, he takes it. We'll talk about this exhaustively. Like, top to bottom. Every piece of lore, every detail. But for now, we have Tall Wolfman. And we're going to go fight Radahn and meet him for the first time.
Ah, well met. What news?
Guess what? Tell Iji's story.
So Ranni's fate is kept in stasis by Star-Scourge Radahn. And there's a festival of war being held at Redmane Castle in Caelid, where you can fight the man himself. Once the strongest of the demigods. It's all coming together. Seems like Iji was onto something. I'll be on my way to this festival of Radahn then. You're coming too, right? To Radahn's festivities.
I love a party.
I'll meet you at Redmane Castle in Caelid. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. We fight, sword and fang.
Love it.
You're coming too, right?
Okay.
I'll meet you at the way ahead is
Just making sure. And now, two of my favorite, adorable, sweet himbos are over there at Castle Redmane. I'm so pumped. Let's go get the rest of Iji's dialogue just to make sure. I just didn't want to risk that talking to Iji moves Blythe immediately. Because basically, we can tell him, but if we went to Castle Redmane, he would be there already.
My fellow, how may I serve you?
Hey, thanks so much, Uncle Kazuo.
Counselor, or as blacksmith?
Please go to the festival grounds.
Go with Blythe to the festival grounds. Should General Radahn be defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, perhaps revealing the elusive path to Nokron.
Okay. Chat, does anyone remember where you get smithing stone 3s? And is it here in this cave? The bell bearing, I mean? Because I feel like it might be in here. And if so, I might make a visit because I kind of want to upgrade my weapon and be able to purchase more upgrades. I might do a little practical thing. That sounds right? Sick. My memory, my route memory is serving me. You can summon Jaren? You can summon Jaren. We are going to use all the summons for the festival because it is the funnest thing in the game. I love Caelid, and a big part of it is the Radahn fight. It's so cool. It's like the Dark Souls 2 Ivory King fight, but like faster. Because in the Ivory King, it's like slow build up. You explore the zone, you collect the knights, and you gather them, and then you go and you fight them. Here, it's like a bunch of, it's like the modern version of it. I love it. I love the festival. It's so cool. You get all your friends are there. Oh, it's so cool. I love it. Incredible, like, whole story and situation. I love it. And patches. Oh my God. Chat. It's not technically like fully edited because what I did for Elden Ring is I also made reactions to the bosses, right? Most of the bosses have a reaction, not DLC, but at least base game. Some of the DLC. You should watch them if you're interested. They're all on my YouTube. They're some of my favorite content because it's like getting to share that joy. And my first time fighting Radahn, I just about cried. I was laughing so hard. It's the best fight. It's sheer comedy. You walk in, you summon a fucking giant pot, you summon a giant wolf man, you summon a dude who says hey when he arrives because he gives you the gesture of hey. And you're like, and then you see Patches, you're like, oh my god, even Patches is here. And you summon him, and then he walks up and fucking leaves. And then you fight this big old guy on a tiny horse, and he's like fucking Tokyo drifting around. And then he shoots into the sky and crashes as a meteor, and it's like the funniest shit that the game presents to you. I'm obsessed with this fight. It's peak. Very first time you were sniped, didn't know what happened. I was like, yeah, seriously. Unfortunately, the thing about this one is I put up the reaction to the fight, but I didn't actually beat the fight until I came back later on my first playthrough, and that part isn't there. Because I just was like, oh, this Radahn was so funny. I'm gonna make this a video. But yeah, all the reactions are there, and yeah, if you want to see. My personal favorite is Melania and Mesmer. Both of them involve a lot of thirsting, but who could blame me? I'm only human. I do think that the purists who refuse to summon are missing something at times. 100%. If a game lets me summon, I will. Especially for lore. Because here's the thing. Radahn, like... it's not the cleanest fight. It's just fun. Like, I feel like people forget about fun, dog. You know what I mean? Like, it's so charming and silly. I'm pretty sure I cleared him without the summons in the end because I wanted to, but you're damn right I'm summoning. That way you get the best of both worlds. You know, you get to experience all the stuff, and then you get to have your purest experience. In Lies of P, there's like a special point you can summon in the DLC, and it's like very story related. And they have special animations and special dialogue you only get if you do that. In this game, tons of dialogue from the summons. Shit. It's over here, isn't it? Yeah, this is also pre-nerf, but like, for me, it's just fun to have gotten to experience both pre-nerf Radahn. Well, not both, all. I experienced pre-nerf Radahn, and then I experienced accidentally, oops, we nerfed him too much Radahn. And then, finally, I experienced modern Radahn. So I basically got the full Radahn experience, top to bottom. Think I gave you bad advice? It's okay. I was thinking to myself that they're by the Wandering Mausoleum, but I thought the Wandering Mausoleum was here, but it's here. So, close. Put myself in that challenge aspect. Okay, but have you considered that you're missing lore? See, to me, the main thing that makes me cry is lore. Missing it, I mean. So, I'm gonna summon, and I'm gonna get every ounce of dialogue from everybody, including death dialogue. I'll go and die to a boss on purpose. I have been forgetting a little bit this run. But we mostly got the death dialogue. Okay. It's around here, but I don't fully know where. I thought it was like... maybe more this way? Let's see if it's more up here. Feeling zones plus 1 and 2 are here? I thought it was 3, 4. Dang, maybe it isn't this early. No, it's in Altus. Still, these are important to get. 1 and 2 is important just as much as 3, 4 later. Yeah, I also like to beat the bosses solo. Personally, but I always summon first. And here's the thing, I like to summon, like if a boss is cool, then yeah. But if a boss is like kind of stinky, then I'm like, what am I going to be like? Oh, I'm not going to summon my jellyfish? Like, who cares? Scared to miss something without Egon, but other than the godlike voice lines, the quest didn't go further. Yeah, I actually summoned Nephilim on my first playthrough for Godric, and I got a comment that was like, you said you're summoning her for a quest. I know I talked about this before, but I still find it so funny. Just in case her quest progresses, but Dark Souls has never done that. Like, FromSoft has never done that. And then I'm like, excuse me? Dark Souls 2? There are literally 2 separate quests. Banhart and Lucatiel are progressed by summoning them for bosses and clearing them with the summon still alive. If you want to progress those amazing quests, especially Lucatiel, you need to summon them. So I was like, brother, come on. Anyway, chat, where is the freaking entrance? I feel like... Wait. Chat, I already did it. Suffering from success! Oh my god. I'm just making sure. It's alright. We're gonna go fight some bell-bearing hunters, because I need a break. I need a break from talking about lore. I want to go fight some dudes who collect balls. This is PC. Hey, I'm not being a dingus, okay? I'm being a thorough. You're not allowed to say that. Only I'm allowed to say that I'm being a dingus, okay? Crazy. Hello? Wait, why is... Some sort of bad bitch. Oh, fuck, I forgot to take my pants off. One moment, please. Okay, I'm not very good at parrying them, so this will be fun. Okay, hi. Fuck, I was scratching my face. One second, I'm not ready yet. Okay, I'm ready now. Okay. Hi. Hey, what up, baby? Was a good parry? Don't look, chat. Don't look until I fucking school his ass. I ran out of stamina. No looking, don't look. Alright, I didn't think you could reach that far. You know what? That's on... Can you get out of the... Oh my god. Alright, so don't look yet. Don't look. Okay, I'm warming up. I'm warming up. It's different than Executor. Turn-based, turn-based. One R1 at a time. Only one. Oh, that was so late. My Executor mode activated. Shit! Oh, fuck. Okay, your tracking is, I think, better than Night Rain's, or maybe I just, like, do it differently. This is the boss I know best? No. I think the boss I know best now is Crucible Knights. You see that? Yeah, don't mog too hard, alright? Just wait, I'm gonna get your fucking number, bitch. Let me play as Executor! Did you see that hitbox? What a little fucker. Can I wear pants, do you think, right now? Well, I can, but, like, they're stupid. Well, we can wear these pants. Okay. Yeah, we don't want our cheeks out. It's, like, disrespectful. Alright, alright. Just wait. Just wait. I'm just saying, if I was Executor, then we'd be having a great old time. But I don't know how to parry a lot of those moves, and I don't want to risk getting hit by them. It's probably cold out? Yeah, it's cold. Karn Retaliation? Might be worth Karn Retaliation. Fuck. I think that'd be nice, since I'm already, like, learning anyway. And like I said, or like someone in chat said, yeah, the runbacks are annoying because you have to wait twice, I think, for it to work. I tried it. I don't know if those can be parried or not. Like, I genuinely don't know. Fuck. Where did my jump go? I jumpied. Like, I swear. Okay, there we go. Better. Meat peddlers bell-bearing. You can't have a guy called ball-bearing hunter and say meat peddler in the same like vicinity to one another. I only have so much self-control. Yeah, maybe it was the pants. Could have been car retaliation, could have been the pants. Bell-bearing of an unfortunate meat peddler who was slain by the bell-bearing hunter. They like meat. You can jump that? You can jump that. I don't know why, but you can. I learned that from Night Rain. Thanks, Night Rain. Yeah, I think Crucies I'm the best at now, and Tree Sentinels. But even then, sometimes Bell-bearing Hunter, like, I lose my rhythm and I can't get my handle on him. So even then, like, he's just that type of fight for me. Even with Exec. I do love Night Rain. Okay, Church of Vows. Where's another one? There's one in Caelid that is a real bitch. So I think I want to go try to fight him. I think he's right here. Unfortunate meat peddler is hilarious. Right? This is a serious game. That's true. All right, real quick before I do this, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Hello, I'm back. Ball-bearing hunter? Okay, listen, I know it's bell-bearing. But I just want to say ball-bearing hunter because it's funny and it's not that different. Like a ball-bearing's like a thing or something. Yeah. Oh man, there's some real vintage quotes. Yeah. I'm only human. Which GPU? I have a 5070. I built this PC, I think like a year and a half ago, and I'm so glad I did because now I don't have to worry about RAM either. Hi,
Well,
individual.
It's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
Dragon wound grease. We'll buy the ritual pot. Aha! The samurai set. Beast repellent torch. A torch which burns oil infused with a special incense. The aroma pacifies wild beasts. Torches such as these were used to keep unwelcome beasts away from treasure troves hidden in caves. Cool. Land of Reed's Helm. The Land of Reeds has long been locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbors. Little wonder that the entire nation has succumbed to blood-soaked madness. Or so it is said. Ooh. The grimy outer mantle is made from withered reeds from the warrior's birthplace. Perhaps its comforts extend to nostalgic thoughts of home. It's pretty much the main lore we get from the Land of Reeds. There's a couple more items and characters, but not too many. Yura's from there. Sky shot, so very helpful. It's kind of crazy that this doesn't count as nighttime, but whatever. Live lores made me think of live laugh lore. Okay, but more like live Wraff lore. God, it works so well. One time, I saw a sign in someone's kitchen, and it said, it was like, oh my god, it was like your typical like block of wood adjacent material, black with white text on it, and it said, "We dance in this kitchen." And I was like, God, I hate that so much, but yet I kind of want it. You know, like it's so like I feel like I felt like that for like I cringed so hard it felt physical. And then I was like, fuck, it's so tacky, I want it. You know, it's like a garden gnome, you know? It's like, fuck, I hate that thing. Kind of want it, though. I love cheesy stuff like that. I know. It's silly. We have a couple Knights Cavalry we can take out, too. Hello? Sorry. That might have been too dramatic. I was pretending, but like, I think I overdid it. Fuck. Shit. See what I mean? I lose the rhythm sometimes. And it's like, I'm a little off. I think it's also hard to go back to like Elden Ring parries after Night Rain deflects are so tight. You know, like the timing's different. Is this the hardest one of them all? This guy is scaled way more. Yeah, so he's going to be pretty vicious, but I still want to try because it'll be fun. Yeah, it is a little French, isn't it? Hello? You should get that, but put it somewhere not kitchen related at all. Oh shit. Imagine seeing a sign that says, "We dance in this kitchen," but it's in the bathroom, and you're just like... That's the type of thing I would find so fucking funny. Yes. Like there's like a little bit of like potpourri and like little like incense and like a nice little prim proper bathroom, and then there's a nice sign saying, "We dance in this kitchen." What the fuck? Bro, look at this health bar. Chonky. Suck it. ABA plays too much. Why he aura farming so hard? It's just like a typical invader thing. We like to play with our food. It's true. Well, like sometimes you're fighting and like you're like waiting for someone for a long time. You gotta get what enjoyment you can. A lot of people, unfortunately, are very panicked and scared. So it's sort of fun to play with them, you know? It is. It reminds us of when we were that person. First time I got invaded, I was like, oh, this is so scary, but it's kind of fun. Ah. And then I fell off a cliff. It was amazing. Very fond memories. Shit. Shit. Be cool, be cool, be cool, be cool, be cool, be cool. Shit. See what I mean? I lost the fucking rhythm. It's so annoying. 2 hits, to be fair. 2 hits. But no, I can get it. It's just I lost it. I couldn't quite get it back. What? That's okay. He's fun to fight, though. I need a break from talking about lore. This is how I rest my brain. My first invasion, I fell down an elevator shaft. You see? You're an invader? I'm retired now, but yes, yes. If you look up PvP on my channel, you'll see a lot of shorts and clips. And chat, roll call. Is anyone here because of one of my PvP clips? Because for like years after I put up some of those clips, I would get people be like, oh yeah, I came here because I saw one of your invasion clips. And I'm like, shit. I have a very... I think this is a very cold take, but to other people, they think this is a very hot take, to the invader haters. I think invaders and like PvPers generally love Elden Ring and FromSoft more than anyone else because they engage with every aspect of the game. They're not like, no, I won't touch it because it's evil or whatever, you know what I mean? It's so weird. People are like really weird about invasions. Fuck, okay. Here because of the PvP tourney? Twitch rivals? God, okay. I like lore even more, it turns out. You see? Multifaceted. IGN PvP guide. Oh, a classic. Saint Ride Raid, fellow invader. Yeah, fellow PvPer. Use one lore through on my channel? Yeah, there should be a playlist. It's from pre-Elden Ring. DLC. No, not pre-Elden Ring. Oh, so wait, when did the DLC come out? Was that 2024? Holy shit, time is a circle. Okay, I have to be honest, the freaking rain is not gonna help. Please go away. Wow, it stopped raining. Thanks! That's really kind. I appreciate that. Ask and you shall receive. The Lorathon. Yeah, the Lorathon was prep. So yeah, the Dark Souls 1 is there. I just say that in case I talk about Elden Ring, because sometimes I might, you know, I relate the games and shit. So if you see something that you're like, wait, that's wrong. Outdated theory, guesswork. I try to keep it pretty focused, but, you know, try and focus, it's very relative. With me, so, yeah. But I really like that one. I like all my Lorathons. I'm very proud of them, not gonna lie. So I'm so excited to be doing this, because it's updated. With Night Rain and stuff. Oh, and I do have the Dark Souls 1 first playthrough, too, actually. I deserve it. No! No. Don't even think about it, young man. Gotta switch it up so he can't read me, you know? Sometimes I dodge, sometimes I parry. What am I gonna do? Huh? Huh? Oh, dang, you're already dead? I say already, that was like freaking 15 minutes. It wasn't 15 minutes. Holy shit! I just got, how many runes did I just get? How many did I have? I had like 77,000! Bitch gave me a lot of runes. This is a high level boy. Give me 60k, I'm rich. I'm never gonna run out of runes again. I'm gonna be able to buy the whole store. Just kidding, I get 3 levels. Still, that's a lot of levels. Holy fuck. Yeah, we're not leveling up. Okay, okay. Hey, Raisinbeak, thanks so much for the Prime. Welcome. And thank you, Jake, for linking the Dark Souls 1 playlist. Okay, please don't use that word. Okay, thank you so much. Other than that, other than don't use that word, Elden Ring, good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kill EP Dragon? Yeah. It was fun. Okay, so we have activated the festival, and I'm very excited to go fight Radahn as part of episode Ranni and Ranni's questline. However, I want to take a quick visit back down here to below the well because I never actually went back up, and I want to know where this goes. Now, what's really cool about this, I wonder why... yeah, let's just get vigor, honestly, until I get, like, fucking 50. You know, damage is fine. Anyway. We got the recipe for preserving boluses. So, Caelid, like the Scarlet Rot cure. And then we got... we found, like, NPCs with them. I think it's kind of interesting because there's a path here that you can only get through this that perhaps has to do with Caelid. Hey, thanks so much, Raisinbeak. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your butterfly and emotes. Have you not seen this stuff before? We're doing like a guided run, so I'm doing like a, oh boy, I wonder if this has something to do with it. I have. Like I'm doing like a very campy like, what? This links to Kaled? Just for fun. Deep Shifra Well. Oh boy, this place looks so cool at night. I forgot. Laura the Explorer. Shit, that would have been a good name. But I like Laura Lou. I think it fits. We're Nephili's sister. For moderation, English only in chat, please. Just because the mods don't read Polish. And honestly, sometimes I don't even know if I do. But thank you for understanding. Either way, I don't know, chat. What should I say in Polish? Oh, I have an idea. Bardzo nie lubię runowe miszki. I really don't like rune bears. Ponchki. No. Now, Ponchkis is fun to say, though. Special rune bear, he has one special move? Really? That's actually very good. Which move is it? And I might be like, Wraff, you don't know this? I make it like a point of pride to avoid rune bears. I hate them. So I don't know this. And thus would be grateful for the insight. When he roars like a feral rune bear? You mean the ones from the DLC? See, his fur is a little different? Wasn't there one like this in Limgrave though? Because I remember the pattern. I could have sworn there was another one like him somewhere randomly around Limgrave, no? There's a few special ones. Ooh. What is your plan for the Tarnished edition? Probably just play Elden Ring and be like, whoa, new starting class. And then like come up with like a premise or something for funsies. I don't need an excuse to replay any of these games. I will make one up. So that'll be really fun. It just makes a great excuse, but I don't even need one. I don't even know. Maybe we'll do like a themed run. It's near where you first find Blythe. Oh, whoops. These things look really cool at night. So, once again, we see them. Okay, this path is locked. This river from down below. You have to use the stone sword keys to open it, and stone sword keys are often used, once again, to lock things away that shouldn't be explored. They're often used as like almost like little prison cells for items and stuff. So there is some lore, because imps are literally protective, right? They're golems that protect something, and to open one of these, you stab them in the head with a stone sword key and they open. So it's like you're saying you are protecting something, unprotect it, right? And then we also see these guys, and a unique form of them, these ones, who activate when you get close to them, like mines. These are also often around Evergaol. In fact, this is the only location that we see them, unless I'm missing one, but I remember talking about this in a previous lore run. This is the only place we see these guys other than around Evergaol. It's only here that we see them, not around an Evergaol. But Evergaol are also meant to imprison people who've done bad things to whatever group is imprisoning them. So it's as if this whole area is like a mini Evergaol. Since you're doing a strength run, you need to do a magic run sometime. I think I might be ready to do that. because now I know the spells. I don't know where they are, but... Yeah, that is cool. The rune bears also... It's the first time I fought one. They're very... They have a unique pattern. Also, yeah, rune bears. Pretty interesting. A part of me wonders if it's a pun on rune bears, but no. They're just very powerful bears. And their body types are different. They almost have like a ape-like appearance, right? Like their arms are broader apart. Oh no, we did fight one, actually, where we find live. Right, that one we did fight. I totally forgot. Yeah, they're a little bit more, dare I say, humanoid? That's not that weird, all things considered, because we already know that all things can be conjoined. And there are many animals with other animal parts. And sort of like the divide between... Gimme the item, thank you. Oh shit, the Golem's magic arrow. That is really neat lore in it. Oh boy, I'm so glad we got one. Did you see that arrow? What happened? This one's got anklets. There we go. Come on, give me the repose. Gimme! It was really important that you give me the riposte there. Oh boy. There we go. You know, the golems... I feel like this is so obvious now in retrospect, and I'm like, did I ever consciously notice this? Probably not. Golems are another enemy that I normally just skip now, right? Because why would you fight the golem? You just run right past them, no big deal. But when you stagger them and you hit them in the chest, their chest reminds me a lot of the fire giant face. And that sort of answers a question that I've been wondering. Who built the first golems? Probably the fire giants. They were the ones who invented blacksmithing. They're also fueled by fire. That's pretty cool. Okay, spiked palisade shield. A large wooden shield covered with spikes. Though relatively light, it lacks in damage negation. Designed to perform shield bashes, these attacks riddle the enemy with holes, earning it the nickname of Pard Shield. Twisted. First try and she farmed the magic grape arrows with a 5% drop rate. Right? This is really important lore. I remember getting these ones and being like super blown away. Great arrow of black stone crafted by a civilization now gone to ruin, imbued with its ancient magic. Now, I know we were talking about the fire giants. It's definitely a possibility. However, this suggests something else. And I got these in one of my playthroughs and I was blown away. They only come from these ones... Or at least the ones who shoot magic arrows, but I can't remember which golems do this. And that's the other thing. Okay, quick pause on this topic. I'm going to talk about what the significance of this is. But first I want to do a little pause to talk about Dark Souls 2 lore because it's related. Dark Souls 2 lore involves a very important, let's say, ability given usually to royals. Royals are able to do something that others are not, and that is to take souls and imbue them into stone and create golems. And this is very specifically pretty much exclusively in Dark Souls 2, only done by royals, but there's tons of examples of it. I talked about this in the Dark Souls 2 Loreathon, but everything from the mannequin soldiers made by the queen, who is still a royal, to the golems in anything made by the Iron King, who I think may have been the first one, and the others may have even learned from him, sort of like through history, or they all learned it separately in different ways. And then, of course, the Dranglade Castle, you have to open it by killing enemies, and then their souls enter the golem opening the door, which means even Vendrick knew how to do it. So, now, what does this have to do with anything? Basically, Dark Souls 2 introduces us to the concept that different groups of people that are from different parts of history still could have done the same thing. So when the question is who made the golems, basically, the answer could be many people, because they learned it from others. So it could have been shared, or it could have been rediscovered, something an ancient civilization built and then was repurposed. And this, once again, goes back to Dark Souls 2, which has this idea, there's so many different types of golems, and every single one, even, the Princess of Alkin, wait, I always forget if it's Prince or Prince. The Princess and Prince of Alkin and Ven create gargoyles. And the little bell guys, they're golems. They are royals. They have this ability to do it. It's super cool. Half of Dark Souls 2 is basically various artificial beings fueled by soul power. And that's what makes me think when I hear this, is like the golems, it's possible that they were built by different groups, but they were given different weapons. So, Golem's magic arrow. They are imbued with ancient magic. Now, they're stone and black stone. But, don't they look like these? Let's say you're a civilization that follows the ancestors, who are very ancient and aren't here anymore, and they had great technology and they could build things from stone. Let's say you want to follow them, perhaps even calling yourselves ancestral followers, but you don't use the same tools. You don't use stone or metal. What's the best you can do? Bone. So basically, this ancient civilization that built this, whoever this is, most likely, these guys are following them. And this gives us some insight, but still also, once again, my favorite type of lore, it asks more questions than it answers. Like I said, I'm not 100% certain on the ancestral followers. They have so many interesting ties, and there's so many different arguments you can make. My personal theory that I lean toward the most, but even then I'm not 100% sure on, is that the Newmen were the ones who created that ancient city. But perhaps one form of them, hence the planting of the trees. We talked about the cuttings, we talked about scions, right? So that was them. But then that particular civilization fell to ruin for whatever reason. And these guys follow them and follow in their footsteps as best they can. However, there's many different groups of Newmen. And we know they are long-lived but seldom born. Perhaps they left. Perhaps they went back to the world that they came from. Perhaps some of them became the scions of the Eternal Cities. Perhaps some of them ended up in the Hornsent territory, but in smaller groups. So at one point they had this almighty civilization, but then they didn't. The reason I think this is because the ancestral followers worship the trees, and there's very strong ties between the Newmen and trees, which we will get into. Yeah. We use the term old, but keep in mind, like I said, I'm thinking there's some serious DLC lore that might change this or give some different ideas. But if we're talking ancient, it's possible they're even pre-Hornsent. And remember how all things can be conjoined? You know how they worship the trees but also wear horns? What if the division between Hornsent, Shaman, what if at one point that didn't really exist, right? Like, what if the Newman and the Hornsent are like different branches of the same root? Because really, that's what all life is, really. Different branches of the same root. It's so obvious now, but I never thought about it like that. The ancestral followers are really interesting because they sort of blend both traits, the worship of horns and budding, as in trees. They do both. I feel like I need to write this down somewhere. I don't even know how to write it. I'm having a eureka moment. So maybe the ancestral followers are the realist of the real. Okay. Hi. So we saw this guy already. He's very big. He just kind of rumbles. You can now see the Knight of the Great Jar's red summon sign. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. I don't really have like a great pseudo PvP build. Alright, you got the mannequin head. Cool, let's get this one first. Yeah, we also know that there's a history of repurposing things, like, for example, the jars. They're very different under the Erdtree than otherwise. Duelist Knight of the Great Jar summoned as an adversary. Bro is fucking tanky. Yeah, this doesn't seem very even in that, like, I'll die in 3-ish hits, and it takes me about 1 billion. I don't have too many lion's paws in me either. Damn it! Oh shit, Mr. Roll. Oh shit, Mr. Roll again. I gotta upgrade my weapon. That was a bad time to L2. Oh no. Yeah, I think we'll have to come back to this because, like, bro, they're very, very, very tanky. It's taking me like a decade to kill any of them. No, it's not that I don't want to face them. It's that, like, you know, it's gonna take a freaking decade. So yeah, we have to defeat 3 of those guys. So let's go upgrade our weapon, which I can't right now. So our next upgrade is an Altus. Do the default Great Jar duelists have any lore? Not really. It's hard to tell. But one has the Banished Knight set. One, I think, uses one of the mannequin heads helmet, which is kind of neat. Nothing too crazy. Just gives you an idea of, like, what their stats are. It would be funny if they emoted after beating you. I kind of wish they did. I missed that. They did that in Dark Souls 2, and I really miss it. Like, it made them feel so alive. People are still, I think, convinced that some of the people who invaded them, some of the NPCs that invaded them are people. No. Oh, I don't have to talk to him again. I just missed them. Okay. Let's try you. Oh, she's a crow assassin. She's got the crow assassin set. Sorry, that was mean. Ooh. They're not people, so psychological warfare unfortunately is not effective, which is such a shame. It's my favorite type of warfare. She's way less tanky, it feels. Probably the armor, really. Whoa. Baby girl, you're gonna get caught in my vortex now. Come on. Too bad. Like, it's still pretty tanky, but it's really the hyper armor I gotta worry about from this guy. Hey, Zinzel, thank you so much for the €3 super chat. It's very kind. Thank you, thank you. Is that a Lusat set? Well, that is pretty interesting. I think they're just meant to be like silly little guys, to be honest. They're meant to evoke other players. Really, that's the purpose. Oh boy. Excuse me? Bro's trying to parry me, chat. It's not good, because they input read. Oh shit, I do not love that. You know what, sweetie? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. I did not click L2. Like, I didn't mean to, but weird things are happening. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Okay, thank you. All right, the tanky one will two-shot me, so I have to be still really careful, but... If I correctly, it's builds used when defeating this challenge. Yeah, offline, I think they're default, but I don't remember because it's been a while. NPC invaders parry in Dark Souls 2? Yeah. 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 It's so funny. To be careful and respect his hyper armor. Shit! Oh! It was close. It was still close though, but... Thanks for the free backstab, sweetie. It's not PvP. Like I said, there's no psychological warfare, but like, boy, it does sort of weirdly scratch the itch. It's like an appetizer for real PvP, you know what I mean? I don't want to L2. Because if he L2's in my L2, I will lose the trade. He'll one-shot me, so we're gonna play it safe. Hey. Oh, that was uncomfortably close, actually. Oh shit. It took a bit. Honestly, I thought he would... I had to, like, warm up a little, but we got him. Let's go. Hi. Look, he's rumbling. He's like... Great Jar's Arsenal. So, a couple things. Number one, we have the baby version of this charm. Talisman. Raises maximum equipment load. The talisman was derived from an unusual greatsword once wielded by a hero hungry for vengeance. And then, Great Jar's Arsenal. A charm that resembles a great jar overflowing with weaponry. Vastly boosts maximum equipment load. The Great Jar grants this talisman to their warriors. Carry as much as you can. Grow big and strong. So, we mentioned we are not going to be able to get this lore until later because I'm delaying doing Celavis's questline until we're able to do something special with Celavis's potion. As a result, we're going to have to wait for this. But if we dispose of Celavis's potion, however that is, whether we give it to Gideon or we give it to Nepheli, we can go back to him and he'd be like, oh, good, good. And then he'd eventually, I think he takes still a bit, he teaches you some sorceries, but then... he will ask you, he'll allow you access to some of his dolls. And they are spirit summons, but they're a little different structurally, like they are a different form. And one of them is a warrior that wears a jar on his head and nothing else. And he, in the lore, is a character who, he's named Jarrite. He wants to become the innards of a jar. And he, specifically a warrior jar, and he trains for that purpose. He also has the jar head, which we receive later from Alexander. It's a symbol of friendship to the jars, but this Jarrite was not good enough yet. So basically what we're learning is that people will train their whole lives in order to become the innards of a jar. It is something that they aspire to and seek out, and this is another example of exactly that. The Great Jar is potentially the reason he doesn't talk, by the way, is because he's actually full of weapons. I don't really know. But no word spoken. He wants you to fight, and if you prove yourself against 3 warriors, he rewards you. The idea here is that all of these people, these duelists, they want to become the innards of jars. They are the jar warriors. And if they are lucky, if they're good enough, if they continue to fight and grow strong, they will eventually be allowed to join the innards after death. Also, the Colosseum here, the Colosseums are closed. Well, actually, not anymore, technically. Tree iconography, in fact, the same that we saw at Stormvale. I wonder in which era these were built. Caelid Colosseum. Start evil session? Oh, this must be DLC stuff. Sorry, seamless co-op stuff. What the fuck is an evil session? These are in vanilla. It was free update, basically, that added the Colosseums at last. And they allow you to duel, basically. That's not unusual for FromSoft, but the way that they did this is opening these doors, which were already present. If you activate the altar, it like unlocks it. I'm offline and also mod, so. Okay. Jars, the Colosseums. Oh, the Colosseums are closed and have been closed. This is the first one we've been to. There's another one over here that I'm waiting to do because we'll go there for another purpose eventually. Yeah, the Colosseums have Erdtree iconography on them and show Marika. That is when they were built. And the architecture is fitting that. These were basically built by and for Godfrey. BBK now? I just really don't like fighting BBK. He's hard to see, so I'd rather not right now. We will fight him though, but no. Okay. I think it's time for the festival. Yep, still playing Elden Ring. That's for sure. It's so different now. Hi!
Ah, there you are. Took your sweet time.
Story of my life.
The plays
Lore.
are all made up. I'm waiting for the curtain. Let's give them a show to remember, eh? Just don't you go dying on me. For Ranni's sake, too. Once more into the fray together, eh? This might even be fun.
Yeah, chat to remind you of what happened in Kayla when you get to the festival. Dang it. I don't remember what I wanted to be reminded of. I see a weakness in the plan. About the war? Yeah, but I just don't remember what part of the war I wanted to talk about at this exact time. Let's see. Damn it, Wraff. I know. It'll come to me. Oh, so you get this wonderful, like, Halo chant, you know? Talk. Polite bow. This is Theralina.
Champions!
Oh, sorry.
Welcome!
Hi.
The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh. General Radahn, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune. A celebration of war. The Radahn Festival!
I'm feeling pretty amped. This is Tragoth. He's just a phantom, but we can recognize him. We haven't met him yet, but it's just cool. He's here. And then there's Okina. Oh boy, Okina's here. He would be. Land of Reeds. Another samurai. So the ones you can talk to are Alexander, Blythe, and Theralina, who does not speak. Theralina is an interesting case, and we'll talk about her eventually. And then we get... Oh man, I don't remember your name, but we'll summon him for the festival. So we'll get reminded. Look at his silly armor, his silly hat. Alexander!
Ah, you came. How delightful. Indeed, I thought I might find you here. By the by, do you know for whom this festival is being held? Well, it is none other than General Radahn himself. To think, I could face a great champion of the Shattering. A demigod in the flesh. Oh, gosh. In truth, I quiver at the thought. Such is his frightful repute. But the fear simply assures me the ordeal is worth undertaking. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander,
He's the best.
do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal.
I think it is Lionel, because Leonhardt is in Dark Souls 3, and trust me, they're not above reusing the names, but I think Lionel rings a bell. I guess we'll find out, because we're going to summon them all by name. So Patches isn't here, physically, but he can also be summoned. We can also summon Jaren, of course. But only in Phase 2. Alright, so the festival. It's really not that many people if you think about it, right? But like, this is what the Lands Between has left. Okay, so I was reminded to talk about something that I wanted to talk about, and I don't really remember what it was that I wanted to talk about, but I know some stuff that's related to the festival. So, what is up with the festival? Why is Jaren throwing the festival? And actually, someone just asked this in chat. It's a very good question. How could the stars have aligned for this event if the stars are frozen by Radahn in the first place? So, that seems like impossible. That doesn't make any sense. Now, it's either a figure of speech, but I don't think it's a figure of speech, because in this world, everything that's otherwise, you know, your fate is in the stars. No, that's literal. That's not an expression. That's literal in Elden Ring, right? So, if he says the stars have aligned, then could he actually mean it? Is there a chance that, yes, Radahn froze the stars, but perhaps this was also part of the plan? So, let's talk about the Shattering War, and specifically the fight between Radahn and Malenia, which we've heard about, but we haven't really gotten like the whole once-over. We're about to get some more of it from Jaren. So let's talk about what we do know. Malenia came here, she fought Radahn, she bloomed. Actually, you know what? Let's get this from Jaren first before we talk about this, because I think he'll give us more information.
Are you good and prepared, young chum? The festival begins.
Not yet.
I see. When you are ready, come to me again. Are you good and prepared, young chum? The festival begins.
Yes, ready as I'll ever be.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture.
Love it. Oh, poor Leonard.
General Radahn is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside by Malenia's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog. Howling at the sky. But now, we must make merry.
O gathering of champions, the revels begin. The celebration of war. The Radahn Festival!
Bro, watch where you're swinging that thing.
You will find the field of battle past the church ahead, upon the shore under the fort. General Radahn is there, even now, divested of his wits, devouring corpses, and howling at the sky.
So it's a bit weird because the cinematics and stuff show the fight being here, and this is where you fight Radahn, but the bloom was apparently here. Question mark. Okay. So, number one. Oh, it's nighttime now. Ooh, cinema. This is a festival to kill Radahn and to honor him with a warrior's death. Now, when I first did this in base game with all the information that base game presents us, I didn't really question that very much, and I don't think many people did. We're just like, yeah, okay, he's, you know, sure, that makes sense, I guess. He's sort of like half dead, so we want him to have a, like, dying in battle. Huge, it makes perfect sense, no problem. However, it's the type of thing that I think we have to consider, because Jaren, after this fight, and we'll get this dialogue, will talk about how he sort of was charged to do this. Maybe, like, promise. Like, this was something he had to do for Radahn, who he swore to serve. We got that information from EG because he was so taken by him. And then he can, now that he's done this, he can quit Redmane Castle and go do his other charge. So this was, like, his priority. And the thing about that is that what that sounds like to me, and what is sort of strongly implied, is that this is like a promise that he made to Radahn, like really particularly, that Radahn was like, okay, Jaren, if I die, but like, if I'm like rotted or something, make sure I die in a really cool way. Throw a festival. Okay, that gives us some insight into Radahn's character. He wants to die in battle. He's a bit of a showman, maybe. Like, this is really cool. I love this whole situation, this whole setup. It's fantastic. We love it, right? But then there's this other thought. Why was he preparing for his death? Now he's a general, he's at war, shattering. Okay, sure, yeah, maybe he was just like, just in case. You write a will just in case, but what if? And this is the type of thing that after DLC, which we'll get to it, but this is after DLC, this is the type of thing that gets recontextualized. I looked at this, I was like, oh my fucking god. It was right there in front of us all along. He was planning for his own death. In my opinion, this is the strongest piece of evidence, is not just Radahn, but Jaren, and him being sort of sworn to do this. And make sure that Radahn dies. Because the plan was always for him to die. Because he was going to be Miquella's Elden Lord. Now, we'll get more into this. I know this is a very controversial thing. A lot of people are like, oh, dude, no, you would never. He was brainwashed. He was brainwashed. Okay. We will get more into Radahn. Once we defeat him, we'll get a shit ton of lore about him. But this right here, this idea of a festival, we have to question it anew because of DLC revelations. To me, there was never a question. When I thought about the festival again, I was like, holy fuck, he was making sure that his death is epic. And you know what else would be a really epic thing? If the two mightiest demigods of the Shattering fought each other. Because that's the other thing. People use Malenia as evidence that he did not want to die. Because Malenia had to be sent to kill him. Okay. But we just described Radahn. He wanted an epic festival. He wanted to put on a show. He wanted an epic battle to the death. Is he really the type of guy to just be like, okay, Miquella, we've made a deal to die. Okay, I'm just gonna go. No, of course not. This is not the type of guy to just kill himself, even if that's the plan. So his death has to be a spectacle. Hence Malenia. So that's another thing that, in my opinion, is highly recontextualized by this. Keep in mind, Radahn, we saw Leonard there, his horse. Radahn went to sorcery school because he wanted to continue to ride his horse. It's a sweet premise, and honestly, it sort of shows that he's like, he's got the heart almost of a little boy. He loves his horse, and he's like, I'm going to take this horse with me. This is not a war horse. He's a tiny, runty little thing, but I'm going to ride him into battle because that's my horse. That's one side of it. But don't you think that maybe there's another way of looking at that same attitude? This idea of not letting go of something even when you really, really should. Even when it'd probably be better to let that thing go. Did he really need to ride Leonard into battle? Did he really need to drag him into all of this? have him suffer. And that's another thing. He knew he was going to fight Melania to die, and he took Leonard to this battle to the death by this interpretation. It's hard to look at him the same way. And then Melania herself, not only is she a massive threat, but she'll do literally anything Mikola says. We can't talk too much about her yet, but the point is, what Mikola says, she does, no question. And so, Radahn claims that he was, well, not claim, a lot of people claim that he was this heroic figure who saved the town of Celia from the meteors, from these awful falling star beasts. He's this great warrior, and he's all of these things. Maybe that's true about Celia. That said, he is the reason that Caelid is rotted by this interpretation as well. He was more interested in an epic battle than he was the lands that he was, well, sworn to protect as a general, I would argue. I think it's very notable. I think they just wanted to divide the arena, but still, Melania's Bloom, the part where they fought, is right here. This is right next to Celia. So it really makes his whole, I want to protect Celia, I'm this great, hero thing, ring a little hollow. There's definitely the idea that what he wanted was to fight epic battles and to defeat strong foes. He was a warrior and he wanted to prove himself. And he also wanted to be Elden Lord. Those are the two things that we mainly know about. Three things. He loves his horse. He wants to be a powerful warrior and defeat everybody, and he wants to be Elden Lord because he idolizes Elden Lords and warriors. So, that's the thing about Radahn. It makes him sort of hard to look at with DLC. Like, if you look at him and you kind of feel disappointed in what he's done, like, I think you kind of have to, because from this interpretation, he chose it. And because of this, I understand why this is a controversial interpretation and why a lot of people just choose to go, no, it was Mikola. He brainwashed him. It wasn't his choice. No, not my Radahn. Okay, except the problem is that Radahn, he wants to be Elden Lord more than anything in the world. That's like his whole deal. Because of who he idolizes. He wants to fight, and he wants to be Elden Lord. We'll get the evidence of this with his garb and his remembrance and all that. But that's like his whole raison d'etre. So you're going to tell me that if someone went to him and was like, hey, you want to be Elden Lord? He would say no? Why would he? He's getting literally what he wants. Another argument people use, they go, well, no, Mikola has an age of compassion that he wants to make, and therefore there won't be any fighting. Mikola is a little bit of a hypocrite, for sure, because, okay, it's an age of compassion. How does that age of compassion start? Well, it starts with Radahn beating the shit out of you and trying to kill you and warring with you. Because, of course, you are the lord of the previous age, right? So that makes sense. But doesn't that sound to me like this whole age of compassion is going to start with a lot of warfare? Radahn's getting what he wants. We're not the only one. Imagine a world where we weren't there, we weren't put in the position, and Radahn and Mikola descended on the lands. How many people would Radahn kill? How many enemies would he defeat? And then Mikola might brainwash a few of them. And then eventually they would create an age and call it compassion, but it always starts with warfare. Even the age of the Erd Tree started with warfare. And that's where hypocrisy comes in with Mikola, because he claims, I'm going to do it better. It's going to be an age of compassion. Anyway, let's start with violence. Radahn knows what he's signing up for. And it starts with exactly what is his forte, fighting, violence. So if anyone believes that Mikola would simply pop out and be like, start hugging everybody, no, there would be a lot more warring first. That's the thing. Radahn is a flawed character. To people who love him, he is, bold. He attracts all these interesting folks. Jaren, Freya, like he has charisma. People want to like him and follow him, but that doesn't mean he's perfect. And what he wants more than anything is to be Elden Lord. Also, additionally, the this is to do with DLC, so I'm gonna do a brief once-over of this, but once again, we can't talk about it fully. Moog is a character who we used to think was like the baddie, right? He was like a bad guy. He gets redeemed in terms of the Mikola stuff for sure in the DLC. And his story is represented in the DLC by Ansbach. And Ansbach, when you first meet him, is like, yes, I serve Lord Moog and Mikola, because he's brainwashed, right? And then we also meet Freya, who served Radon. Now, these two characters are very interesting on their own, but they're really cool, especially when you compare and contrast them. If you do their quests, at the end, basically, there is... Well, first of all, their brainwashing breaks, and they get to decide what they want to do without the brainwashing, without Mikola's interference. Ansbach will always side against Mikola. No matter what. He's either going to be, depending on the quest, he's either dead, or so he's got like a servant, like another representative of Moog's followers, or he's going to be fighting with you against Radon. There is no route on his quest that ends with him siding with Mikola. When he has his mind free, he sides with you against Mikola. Now, what about Freya? Freya serves Radon. She can sort of be seen as a representative of Radon's will from a narrative perspective. She doesn't know what to do. She considers, yeah, there is zero route of her quest where she betrays Mikola. She always sides with Mikola. Now, these characters are not Moog, they're not Radon, but you gotta look at from a narrative standpoint, they represent something. They represent the will of the one they served. And Moog never sides with Mikola. Ansbach. Freya, Radon, always does. There's not a route that has her betray Mikola, ever. That to me was a huge signifier of something else, of what truly happened here. Because what Radon wants is to fight, and that's where Freya leads and decides. She's like, Radon would have wanted this, so that's what she does. Now, once again, of course, there's a caveat. I totally understand they're different characters, but you gotta admit, there's a lot of evidence being stacked up in one particular direction. So, we've got like a huge deep dive on Radon, and that's not even a fraction. We still have plenty to talk about, trust me. That's just like a introduction. And it was like 15 minutes of talking, I know. He's a complex character, there's a lot to talk about. No one here is evil. He's not a bad person, but he's got a one-track mind. He decides what he wants and he goes for it, even if honestly he probably shouldn't. That's Radon. He has a strength of will, but the problem with a strong will and being resolute is if you're going the wrong way, you'll keep on barreling toward it, and I think he represents that very well. Oh, and there's another character that I should mention in this. Letta. Letta is brainwashed by Mikola, just like everybody else, despite being a servant of Mikola. When the brainwashing breaks, she's no different. You are still able to be loyal to and serve Mikola even without brainwashing. We learn a lot from the NPCs in the DLC. They tell us a story through their journeys. Oh, chat, I have such fond memories. I did so much PvP here. Fun fact. Back in the day, before we had the ability to invade anywhere, you had to pick your invasion zone very cleverly. If you invade someone, or if you summon, a fog wall appears here. This is vanilla, of course. This is pre-seamless. So you can't go back up the elevator. Number one, right? Number two, this teleporter shuts off. So you're trapped here, and you have to fight. This became my favorite PvP arena. I called it Wraff's Beach, because you would often face 3 people, and there's nowhere to hide. So it was very even, except the fact that there was 3 of them. But still, it was super duper fun. I love it. Anyway. Yo, Blue Tucker, thank you so much for the membership. Welcome in. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Enjoy your emotes. I got some Elden Ring ones. I've been arguing something very similar regarding Radon for a long time. You're the only other streamer I've known to share the perspective. Thanks for the vindication. I'm telling you, it's hard. I mentioned this before. I think, this is going to be a hot take to the Radahn fanboys, I think I like Radahn more than most people do. Because the problem is, if you think that he's just like cool guy who hits sword and love horse, then you don't really know Radahn, right? Like, you're only seeing a part of his aspect. If you're like, no, he would never do that, you're closing your eyes to the truth of the character you adore. I really like Radahn. He's got a great, like, I don't agree with him. I think he made some really bad choices and he's a huge warmonger and I don't like war. But anyway, the point is, like, as a character, he's phenomenal. He's so cool. Like, I don't want to date him or anything, but I love him. I am a real Radahn fan because I know what he's like. I accept him for who he is, which is a charming himbo who's very easily led astray and has a one-track mind. That's the Radahn, baby. I'm telling you. You gotta look at the characters. I know you love Radahn and you didn't want to see him end up with Miquella. I totally get it. You know, it sucks when someone you care about just makes terrible decisions in their relationships and you're just watching the train wreck in slow motion, but what can you do about it? Do you just go, we're not friends anymore? Or do you go, I still love you, even if you have the worst taste in men imaginable? I'm just saying. I still accept Radahn. Anyway, I'm kind of doing a bit, but in all seriousness, like, I know I'm not alone in this, but seriously, people get really mad at me when I talk about this. My Radahn reaction when I fought Prime Consort Radahn, to be fair, I also hate that fight. I think it's terrible. But that is the most disliked video on my channel. Is that video of me fighting Radahn and basically talking shit about him for 12 hours, both as a fight and a dude. Because you have to remember, I was pissed! Like, Miquella betrays Melania, Radahn betrays Leonard. I was pissed! I was like, how dare you? It was fresh. I've had time now. I understand, I accept him with his flaws. But at the time, I was furious. I was like, how could you do that to Melania? How could you do that to Leonard? You motherfucker! So anyway, there's a lot of emotion, but that really pissed people off, and I find it so funny that the most disliked video on my entire channel is that reaction. Like, people fucking hated that one. It's like 60%. And for frame of reference, most videos get like, you know, like 95% likes, because people either like it or they just like don't bother. But yeah, that one is like 60%. Oh, it's very funny. Anyway, no, I think it was great. Not to mention, I'm at my best when I'm talking mad shit. It's like my talent. Anyway, are you ready? I'm very excited. Okay, okay. Accidental rage bait? Okay, if telling the truth is rage bait, then I guess so, yeah. I didn't expect that either. The Wailing Dunes. Oh, right, that happens. All right, we got Lionel the Lion-Hearted. I feel like he says his name twice there. We got Great Horn Tragoth. We got Okina. Let's get the whole squad. Casual greeting. Thanks, Tragoth. Oh my god. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Alexander Warrior Tar. Yas, Queen. Get it. We got Patches. The Untethered. Get it. Get it, Patches. Blythe, the Half-Wolf. Let's go. All right, let's walk in here with Patches. We're going to aura farm a little bit. Cinema, chat. This is freaking cinema. What? All right, everyone's dead? Almost? Before I even got there? Story of my life, dog. Oh, there goes Okina. Where's your Rivers of Blood now, baby? Huh? Oh, someone asked what happened to his feet. Look at the pull-in sorcery. probably Scarlet Rot, but there is a lot of weirdness with the feet, right? Alexander, no! This is such a hard to read fight. Yeah, easy explanation is the Scarlet Rot. However, yeah, the lack of feet links him a lot to the Albinarix. Renala also loses the use of feet. But we do know that the Rot also eats away limbs, so I think it's more likely to be that. And I don't really want to think about Gaius right now because I don't want to ruin my day. So just like let's wait till DLC, till I have to confront that shit. You know what I mean? Finger Maiden Theralina? Uh-oh. Wait, hang on. Look up meme. You're like... Okay, shit. This is so good. I love the festival. Where are those rocks coming? They're coming any second. Oh, Fingerman Theralina's freaking dead. Get them in there. Castellan Jaren, Grey Haunter God, Fly the Half-Wolf. When the whole squad on point. Let's go. Go, gamers. You got this. I believe in you. Whoa! Uh-oh. They're doing great, chat. Oh, someone's already dead. Get on in there, Finger Maiden Theralina. Yeah. I'm really trying to get a look at his legs. Recontextualize the leg thing, you know what I mean? If maybe he never had feet or something, but I think he had feet. Okina! Wait, he doesn't have a sign? Oh shit, they're coming. Oh, that's not good. All right, I think we're gonna... So I know you guys are gonna be like, okay, you didn't do that on purpose. I was intending to die. Oh, he did the drill! Whoa! At least we got to see it. But I swear, the timing is suspicious, yeah. But no, I did intend to die. Is that Finger Maiden a puppet? Yes. Borg, don't talk about Gaius right now. Okay, I don't want to think about Gaius. It ruins my day every time I think about fucking Gaius. He's like the worst thing ever. 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 Even worse than fucking... Radon being the final boss is Gaius's, and I'm not even talking about his fight, I'm talking about his existence. Mention not having legs? Yeah, I also mentioned don't fucking talk about goddamn Gaius because I hate him so much he's gonna ruin my day. I fucking hate Gaius. I wish he didn't exist. He is the worst part of DLC. And they have those stupid freaking red bears in the DLC. That's crazy. Oh fuck, they're still going. Okay, we're good. He's like a fanfic self-insert character. He doesn't belong. Whoops. Alexander? My dear, I can't see. I'm so glad to see other Gaius haters. Thank you so much. Mostly because of lore. If he was just like a stinky fight, I don't care, man. Put him on the list. But it's the lore I simply can't abide. Oh shit. It's so good. Everyone's dead. Oh, it's my favorite thing. Everyone's dead. This is shit. Sorry, it's so funny. I can't stop laughing at that. He literally just like everyone died. When he does that, they just like, they're just looking up, they're just like waiting, and then it just they're all gone. It's so funny. It's the funniest fight ever. Oh fuck. Okay, like you see him like jump in the sky, and you're like, where'd he go? And then you just get like a text: Blythe, the half-wolf has died. Alexander the Great Shower's died. Greyhorn Tragoth has died. Like a whole fucking like everybody's dead. Oh my god, it's so good. No, Patches is not brave enough for this shit, let me tell you. Patches is not him. Yo, quit it with the rain of arrows. Get him, Blythe. I love Meteor Radon. Patches returned to his Oh, it's so good. Gank him, boys. I've never seen him from that angle. He was moving back and forth. I know, it made it even funnier. He was like wiggling. He was like
calculating optimal trajectory to fuck up all their shit.
Miraculously, he was like, "I'll position self, kill maximum." Sorry, he's more of an unga bunga. He wouldn't do the nerd voice. Okay, where is he? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh, still killed me. I rolled into it. You're not allowed to do that. God, I feel so bad for Leonard. I just hope whoever pitched that idea of Patches leaving got a raise. I'm telling you, I think this is the best fight in Elden Ring. Base. DLC is built different. It's amazing. I love it. It's epic, but it's also so fucking funny. Like, it's hilarious complimentary. Like, I love it so much. It's just so fun to bring everybody. Torrent, please run. Thank you. Oh shit, I missed my dodge. Oh, I might be dead here. Because I really don't know Radahn that well. Most of my like PvE experience comes from Night Rain, so like the fights that aren't in Night Rain, or the ones that were added in DLC, I'm like a lot worse at still. Excuse me, get the...
Oh my gosh, where did he go?
Wait, is everyone dead? Hilarious. Remember when that move was bugged and it would hit you if you were like 50 feet away? I remember. Those rocks are gonna come and fuck my shit up, by the way. Like 100%. Because I won't be able to see them because I'll be too close. Here they come.
Eep! Eep!
Cool. Wow, that did so much fucking damage. What was that? Uh-oh. Oh, the drill! I can't hit him. Like, he's so fucking huge. Yeah. Damn it, that was my last lion's claw, you freaking dingus. Let me hit you. Like, how are you so big? And yet I can't hit you. It seems ridiculous, conceptually. Chat, he's a big scaredy cat. He's scared of me. He's a little... Like, I am a little insect and he's terrified of me. I literally can't hit him! And now he's running! See? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck. No! He actually is such a little coward. That's the lore. Bro, where, like, he's on his little horse and he's like, if I had hit you with, like, any of those, if you weren't constantly, like, you would be dead, brother. I'm just saying. It was really fun. So big, yet impossible for it to hit. Yeah, it's because of the Leonard buff. Gaius does the drill move. Why are you talking about Gaius? Gaius so much. No, really though, I really do. Such a shame. I'll probably resummon because I think it'll be fun. What are your thoughts on Ranni's questline requiring you to kill Radahn in retrospect of the DLC? You know what? I don't think I have any new thoughts vis-a-vis specifically Ranni. Oh, I missed the jump off. That sucks. Huh. Oh well. For Ranni specifically, no, nothing. The fact that it benefits other characters, that Radahn is killed, makes sense. The fact that it benefits Radahn, that was a surprise. But in terms of Ranni's quest, I don't think I have any different perspective. Why? Is there something in particular that you're thinking? I'm stuck under his body. Holy shit, he crushed me with his sheer mass. Let's get the whole squad. We had our little like 1v and like it just reminded me like I don't think he's a bad fight. I think he's like really cinematic and stuff. I just don't like really love him as a fight because I can't see shit of what he's doing. You know what I mean? It's one of those situations. Oh, look at that moon. It's watching us. It's watching on this occasion. Okay. Anyway, it's more fun with all the festival craziness. Don't love lingering hitboxes, but that's okay. Oh, I'm probably gonna die. I don't know the timing of this yet. Whoa! Like, how are you supposed to read any of that? This is insanity. I just see like blurriness. How am I supposed to see? Like, what is it? Oh, that's Radon, all right. I tell you what, my goodness. Run it back. I don't remember seeing the drill move so much. I remember like being like, whoa, we did a drill move, and I'm seeing like every run. That's okay, we'll get him next time. And honestly, if there's a boss I'm gonna be fine with dying on, it's the festival. He's the funnest, dude. And there's not many bosses that, like, are fun. Oh, I got my timing all bad. In Elden Ring base. Direct grundle damage. Is this why people like him so much? Because all you get to do is stare at his fucking, like, thighs and ass all day? Just casually split away from these folks. Holy shit, I dodged based on vibes. I do like how he like approaches you menacingly with the two swords with dinosaurs. It's so cute. He was really nice that time. Radon's Great Rune, remembrance of the Star Scourge and the moon and the Erd Tree. A cutscene, direct into cutscene. So it's as if the stars are speeding toward where they should have been in the first place. It's like they're catching up for lost time. That's the way it's portrayed, which I think is a really interesting way to show this. I love that cutscene too. It's so cool. A red mark was made on the map. Fun fact, you didn't used to have this. They added this in a patch. Which I wish they didn't. It was so fun to just not know where you were going, but you know, still. Hey, congrats on beating Melania for the first time. That's awesome. I was thinking that Ranni may have been involved in Mikla's plan to kill Radahn so he can become Mikla's consort. Okay. Mikla and Ranni are opposed, right? They're not like they are direct rivals, but they don't really mess with each other from what we can tell. So, to the point that Ranni doesn't seem to have any interest in anything that Mikla is doing and the reverse. So, it's possible, but the reason I don't think that's the case is because, yes, it is Ranni's quest that has us kill Radahn, but Ranni and her team have absolutely no idea that they have to kill Radahn. We tell her that. We are the ones who have to show up to these people who apparently make their entire culture about the stars, and we have to be like, hey, didn't your brother stop the stars or something? So if it were the reverse, if Ranni was like, yes, I have decided our plan of attack. We must kill my sibling, Radahn. Then sure, we can make that argument that she was involved and she wanted like to help. But because that's our information that we bring, Mikla even talks to us with this sort of like, thanks for the help. Because by doing what we did, we helped him. We kill Moog, we kill Radahn, right? So I think it's just a coincidence in that particular case. No, I don't think Ranni was involved with that. It just doesn't fit with like how the narrative unfolds. I do wish we got some more insight into her thoughts, but then again, she's not going to tell us anything. She's very guarded. She doesn't open up until later, but I would love to know her thoughts on Radahn. Like, I would love to be like, hey, by the way, like, we're going to go kill your brother and hear what she has to say about it. Even if she does some posturing, I really wish we got some insight on that, because that is such a crazy thing that we have to kill her sibling to let her achieve her goal, and she doesn't have anything to say about it at all. It's such a shame. Anyway, let's go talk to our friends.
Ah, good. I was waiting for you. Oh, what a sick way to fight, eh? The glory of the clash is shared by Radahn and you. And did you see that afterwards? A falling star right before our eyes. I can't fathom how Radahn was holding back something of that scale. He was a living legend if ever I saw one. And the path has now been cleared. To Nokra, where Ranni's fate will be decided. Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth. We'll take up our swords once more for Mistress Ranni.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it, dude. Like, the game spends a whole lot of time glazing Radahn, so I totally understand people being like, what? Nuance? But, like, I don't know how people could be this surprised.
Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth, and we'll go into battle again. Side by side. My only purpose is to fight for Ranni's fate, sword and fang. The curtain's rising. On the final act.
Aww.
Let's meet where the
Okay,
fallen will
sorry,
go into
there's
battle. My only purpose is to the curtain's
Sword
rising.
and fang. There's someone else to talk to. Hey. Oh, Chad. Isn't Alexander looking a lot more cracked than last time we saw him?
Ah, hello there. It was a battle marvelously fought. You are well and truly a champion, friend. I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock. One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out. After that, my hid like a coward. And as such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you.
I mean, like, not really. You got hit a lot more than that.
But don't you think I've given up just yet. As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here. If I can just squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again in no time. And you know, the bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering? The greatest of all wars. Just you wait and see, friend. I'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet.
Oh yeah, he's super cracked after this fight. None of these cracks were here. There was some chips, but this, all of this, like the literal cracks, huge difference. He really did get shattered and need to be rebuilt. So the magic is still keeping him together, and he's able to refill himself. But yeah, he lost a lot.
The bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering? The greatest of all wars. Just you wait and see, friend. I'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet.
Alexander has a unique line of dialogue here. If you do this particular route, or, well, opposite, if you don't do his route at all, if you never talk to him, and the first time you meet him is after this battle, he'll still be here, and you'll have this unique line of dialogue. It's kind of sinister. I don't remember it now. It's something, it just sounds something kind of ominous about the bodies that he's eating, and it's like, ugh, it's kind of creepy. Which god did the Glowmite Queen actually hunt? Glowmite Queen is pre-Marika. We don't know very much about her reign. In fact, she's very nebulous for multiple reasons, but she is one of the enemies that Marika had to defeat before becoming a goddess. That's sort of how it's presented in the game. That's what makes it so interesting. We also know that the Horn Scent had a tradition of creating gods, and I had this thought, what if Marika wasn't their only success? What if they were creating gods for the Glowmite Queen to kill and skin? What if that was the purpose? I had this theory that the Glowmite Queen was the Hornscent's previous ruler, but that doesn't really fit with other things either. So it's like, I think she was probably a ruler of one of the camps. I actually think she probably was from the Volcano Manor. And the Hornscent leader we don't know anything about. But those would probably be the gods that she was hunting. Marika is just one era, right? And there's a lot before her. Apparently defeating the Glowmite Queen is kind of what marked her her ascent. That's the way it's sort of presented by some dialogue related to Malekith. Yeah, I had to go back for Radon the first time. I think, what level am I right now? Yeah, just about here. I think I was level 50 the first time I fought him, and I just couldn't get through him. Why is there no godskins in the DLC? Why is there no anything, man? Like, why is there no nothing new, for example, you might ask? Sorry. I'm still not over the fact that... You know what? Night Rain has made me feel a lot better about the Elden Ring DLC. Because if we were left off with nothing but fucking, like... Hey, Mikola and Moog and Radon are back! Oh, I probably would have fucking lost my shit. In fact, I didn't play it for a long time because of this. But now, with Night Rain, I'm chilling. I'm like, it's fine. All is forgiven. Because Night Rain's got us so much interesting banger lore. This is one of the coolest catacombs. So we know that Melania's soldiers and Radon's soldiers fought here. And here, even as phantoms, they continue to do battle. After death. This is a bit of a tricky one. You know, it is interesting that Radahn soldiers... I know this is probably just because they're like Control-C, Control-V.
You know, Nicholas' plan really relied on just sheer luck. If the Tarnished never went and looked Wayne's ass and fought and killed Moog, then nothing would happen. He'd just been waiting and hoping someone else, in a stagnant world with no
Yeah, that's a good point.
to go to an underground.
To be fair, you can say a similar thing about Ranni, where the narrative... The fact that this is a game kind of damages the narrative in relation to Ranni too, and I've talked about this, how Ranni is this like epic figure who's so special and smart and so powerful, and yet apparently she and her people couldn't fucking figure out for an unknown length of time that they need to kill Radahn. That her brother, the Star Scourge, might have something to do with the whole situation, you know? It's similar. It damages the character, but in order to make them fit the lore. Or the quest, really. The gameplay, more accurately, not the lore. Man, I'm really hurting for damage, admittedly. Oh, shit! That was a good shot. Everyone in this game just waits for someone to show up? Sort of. The difference is, for example, Marika is waiting for someone to show up, but this is her plan that she put into motion. The Tarnished are her creation / children that she knew would come one day, and she guides, right? But she is also completely trapped and unable to do anything, so for her it makes sense. That is not true of Ranni and Mikola. With Mikola, we get a lot of failed plans that never came to fruition, which makes sense because of his curse of nascency. His fingerprints are all over the place. He's done a lot of different things in the lands between. Nothing ever succeeded, unfortunately. And then Ranni, though, yeah, she's just waiting. Same with Mikola. They're all waiting for a lord. They're all waiting for a Tarnished to use, really. Lock on, please. Thank you. Leave these guys alone because honestly they are really tough. Oh shit, this is Rot Town. Right. Needing us to be the main character? It's not even really that... Well, it is. That's definitely true, the idea that we have to be the main character. But the thing is, FromSoft doesn't normally fall into that trap of making us the main character. In fact, honestly, they mostly do the complete opposite. In this one, they do, though, yeah. It's a bit of a shame, but I'm willing to be cool with it because it lets them play with the narrative in ways they don't normally do, and I think that that's really cool. The reason Mikola or Melania doesn't go to find Mikola is because Melania thinks that Mikola's coming back. So that's the answer to that. You're like, well, why doesn't she do anything? She is waiting for Mikola to come home because he said he would. It's really that simple. She's doing what she's told. She obeys Mikola. Mikola said, wait here, I'll be back. So she waits. So she's actually an exception to the rule because she's just doing what she is told to do. Gosh, even these guys I can't kill. I need to level up my weapons so bad. We can come back and do some of this stuff too when I hit Altus and level up. You know, I will say there is something kind of interesting in the parallel. Oh, great. We have to go back there, but I'm just trying to get through this to open the thingy if I can. Oh, shit. Okay, it's not here. Yes, it is. Come on, come on, come on! No! We were so close! Oh, no. But yeah, so hang on. I was saying Melania is asleep. She's dreaming, and we do know that Mikola has Trina and would have been able to put her to sleep. However, the last time anyone really interacts with her, she has been knocked out basically by the strain of blooming. So I just read it that she's been sleeping most of that time and she's just been waiting. Yeah, there is sort of an interesting parallel between Ranni and Mikola, that both of them have a family member that they leave sleeping. Oh, Jesus, this scared me so much. Oh my god.
Yay.
Lion's Claw is so good. Really, it's just convenience that we happen to get there in time? Well, yeah. Sort of. FromSoft, like I said, they don't normally do that. They don't, like, normally things have occurred a long time ago. They did something different with the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, pretty much in every conceivable way from their usual style. And that's neat that they experimented. I didn't like the experiment at all, because it was just sort of like a complete rehash of base game. It was like, hey, remember how we taught you about, like, how stagnation bad, and, like, hubris, and, like, you know, how, you know, the cycle and stuff is bad, and you were like, yeah, and they're like, do you want to see us do it again with the same characters from base game? And I go, no, and they're like, too bad. There is very little new information. Like, there is some, and they're like big things, but it's the type of big thing that really, once you know, is sort of done. Like, we get a revelation on Moog, okay, cool, but he was still probably kind of a dick. All right, we get a revelation on Radon. Okay, cool, but we already know so much about Radon. Like, he wants to be Elden Lord. He gets to be, like, really, like, this is what they chose. So that part kind of sucks. But they're experimenting, and that's great. So yeah, the whole idea that the DLC revolves around us showing up there in time, it's new. You guys feel like tanks? Yeah, I gotta level up my weapon, but I don't have any stones. Like, really, that's the problem. That's where the damage problem is. But I'll do so soon. I could have gone to Altus, but there's quests that I'm waiting to do. So that's sort of where we're at right now. Ow. Okay, we're done here. Toodles. Oh no, I shouldn't have gone this way. Oh well. Okay, yeah, I think that's the important stuff. What a threatening freaking place. Almost predicted something in the DLC as a meme. Yeah, for years Volpine was saying, 2 years. It took like 2 years for the DLC to come out. Volpine was saying, oh, we got, it's gonna be about Marika's twin sister. What do we call her? What did you name her? But we had a whole joke about how it's gonna be like, Marika's twin sister, huh? And then, yeah, it turns out, hey, did you know? Surprise! Rennala has a sister, R'Ellana. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? It was a joke from Soft. Anyway, collapsing for... Oh, wait. We didn't actually do the boss here. Right, I forgot about that. Anyway. Oh, we got a lot to read. Sorry, I just started running. Huh? Okay. Radahn's Spear. Great arrows used by General Radahn during the Festival of Combat. These are in fact the many spears with which he was stabbed by the Cleanrot Knights, imbued with Radahn's gravitational power. Radahn's Great Rune. The Great Rune of the Shardbearer Radahn, devoid of any benediction. Seek the Divine Tower of Caelid, which stands upon the precipice at the Dragon Barrow's shore. Okay. Remembrance of Star-Scourge Radahn, hewn into the Erd Tree. The Red Lion General wielded gravitational powers which he learned in Celia during his younger days. Also, he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. And then his story ends with him abandoning his horse to become Elden Lord. And it's like, that's sort of the thing that makes it so sad. Because it starts with such purity. Like, this is so pure, right? Just like Miquella is so pure, right? He wants to make sure that he has like a child's dream. He wants to bring peace to everybody. And I know some people think that Miquella is childish by his curse. I don't think he's childish. He shows too much intelligence to otherwise have the maturity of a child or intelligence of a child. But his downfall comes from a pure wish, right? And because of that, he has to give up everything and turn into a villain. It's really sad. Like, it is a tragedy. Make no mistake, all of it is. Collapsing Stars. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces. Fires numerous gravitational projectiles. Any foes struck will be pulled toward the caster. A gravitational technique mastered by the young Radahn. I thank you for your tutelage, for now I can challenge the stars. Yeah, that basically confirms it. Oh no, this is intelligence 36. Yeah, so more than I thought, that's for sure. Even then, 36 is so funny because it sounds like a lot, and it is, but you gotta remember how much smarter his siblings were. Bro was definitely still the himbo of the family. Anyway, he goes to school, so once again I repeat, so he could ride his horse. He leaves school saying, thank you for teaching me, now I can challenge the stars. Pardon me, what? Where did that come from? What? Who? You know what I mean? Like, immediately, it was like, he just wants to ride his horse. Yeah, but then he wants to challenge the stars. Also, very notable, it pulls in foes. So when he says challenge the stars, he means it. He means, I'm gonna go yoink the stars to me so that I can fight them. Now, that doesn't stop it from being a really epic fight, a really epic battle, and yeah, Estelle, Falling Star Beasts, all of them suck. So I'm on Team Radahn for this one, but he's literally picking a fight, right? He's pulling in enemies so he could fight them. And definitely we see something happen to him at sorcery school. Unless he's the reason they're here. It's, you know, you could definitely also argue that perhaps he pulled them in, right? And I wonder if that wasn't the plan, because his teachers, the Stone Lords, sorry, the Alabaster Lord and Onyx Lords with Skin of Stone, I don't fully know their motivations. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the hell their plan is. I don't know what they want. Now, maybe I see two possibilities, and there is probably lore to back up one or the other. I just don't know it because I don't know too many items that relate to them. But this is something we can hopefully find this playthrough. The lords, I mean, not he, they, either, two possibilities in my opinion. Because let's be real, his lord gave him the idea to challenge the stars, right? And why would they do that? Radahn is mighty, and I think his teachers could probably figure that. They also know that he is this nature that he wants to challenge strong foes, and he didn't have anyone to fight. That's a huge thing. And he grew up in a time of peace. There was no one for him to fight, so he had to find a target. They gave him a target. But why? Two reasons possible. One, they wanted something from those stars, but didn't have the ability to pull them in himself, because he is very powerful, and that power also translates to his sorcery. He would probably be able, he froze all those stars, he could pull them in too. So maybe they needed something, like a material or something. And this relates to the star callers. We see them digging around where meteorites fell to acquire the material. This is also where a lot of like gravity stone chunks come from. So maybe that was the plan. They needed materials and he would pull them in for them. Right, that's one possibility. The other is that they had some sort of beef with the Estelles or something, which makes sense because they're kind of just evil space bugs from what we can tell. And they wanted Radahn to kill them because it would benefit them in some other way. But really, the fact that we know there are people who specifically search for meteorites, and I'm pretty sure we find an Alabaster Lord like in one. We also, I think there's one cavern specifically that I can think of that we fight him on, like where a meteorite fell, which suggests that they're looking for those things. So I mean, him fighting the stars generally seen as good. I think we can agree with that, but I really wonder if he wasn't being manipulated by someone with something to gain, and they just pointed him in a direction and said, hey, these stars are very mighty, do you think you could fight them? And then he goes, yeah, and he pulls in a bunch of these creatures just for that purpose. He also claims the whole like defend Celia thing, and I want to repeat, one meteorite fell, and that's the one that is linked to Ranni's fate. It has nothing to do with Celia. Celia is intact. Celia is untouched by a meteor. So maybe he even believed it. I don't think Radahn was lying. Like, I don't think he's like saying, oh, I'm a big hero, I saved Celia. I think someone told him that. Oh, Radahn, your teacher, I have terrible information for you. We have looked at the stars and we have realized that one of them is going to fall on Celia and destroy our civilization. Radahn goes, what? Really? What can I do? Because he wants to help. And meanwhile, bro's like, I'm going to make so much fucking money off meteorites. Do you see what I mean? He is, from what we can tell, a noble warrior who wants nothing but to fight, but possibly easily led because of this. So, want to challenge the greater will and it ran away. The greater will is beyond the stars, I would say. Okay, Radahn Soldier Ashes. Used to summon the spirits of two of Radahn's soldiers. Both spirits wield fiery weapons to perform powerful skills. Such is their valor that they will immediately attack after being summoned. General Radahn's soldiers were all reputed to be masterful warriors, and it was popularly said that the Redmanes knew no weakness. I also think it's interesting that they use fire by default. So, this is... I wonder if they thought about this, or if this is just, well, the Radon Knights use fire, so like Control C, Control V. But this suggests they were using fire way before the Shattering War and before Malenia bloomed, which also suggests that they were getting ready to fight Malenia because Malenia like rot. You know what I mean? These ones are supposed to be from that initial fight. So did they always use fire, or were they like, hey, Malenia and her rot, let's bring fire? He was preparing to fight her. It wasn't a surprise. It's like in Pokemon, you know the gym leader's an electric type, you know what types to bring. He sure seems to have been prepared. Okay, and so we got, for now, let's go get some really neat remembrance lore. Oh, right, I gotta fight the boss here. Is it the first time I fight Radon since DLC? I don't remember. Maybe. It's been a while. Realize there's no death incantations, only sorceries. The death spells fulfill an interesting role because they use int and faith. So they're under the sorcery category, but they're sort of in between. Oh my god, I totally forgot to read Great Oracular Bubble. Okay, the lore is the same. But I forgot, I want to talk about something with this, the Clayman. Remember the whole spell thing? Int and arcane is the requirement. Ooh, arcane, very weird, very nebulous, associated with primal things and space. Hi! Oh, it's a putrid tree spirit. That'll be fun. Hopefully not too bad. Tanky one, because this whole area is pretty tanky and my weapon is a little low level, but I'll do my best. Bro, we're not even doing yellow damage. That's not good. Oh my god. Yeah, we might have to come back when I level up my weapon. We're getting really close to going to Altus, and that's gonna let us upgrade our weapon a lot. I just don't have enough stones right now. Which is kind of crazy, because I've been pretty thorough. Like, I know there's still a couple mines, but I'm kind of shocked that at this point, I'm, like, falling off on damage this hard. Oh, shit. It's really hard to see with that, like, aura it's got going, huh? Take a bit. Like squinting to see it. Shit, that was the tail move. I saw it too late. I rolled early thinking it was a different move. Okay, good. I'm trying to think of where there is a mine I didn't do. I think I missed one in Limgrave, but they wouldn't have smithing stone 3s there. So I'm like, man, like... It's just kind of annoying that they really want you to do these quests. Like, so many quests, you miss steps, but then I feel like you end up really underpowered. Unless you do everything again, which is part of why on replay I feel like Elden Ring feels like a bit of a slog. Especially for lore playthroughs. Because, like, I want to do everything. I want to get every line of dialogue, so I can't just skip to Altus to level up my weapon, or I'm going to progress a bunch of quests I don't want to progress. And miss stuff. 100 degrees in Lyria? I was pretty thorough in Lyria. Shit. I couldn't see. Don't kill me now. Alright. Took a bit. Hopefully I'll get some good runes though. A red mane knight Olga. And a golden seed. Right. That's also helpful. Legendary ashen remains. Use to summon the spirit of Olga, the red mane knight. Spirit of a mighty knight versed in the use of a great bow. A valiant warrior who will attack immediately after being summoned. They got the red eyes. I think that's what that means. The longest-serving member of the Redmane Knights, Olga, studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radon. May use a rain of gravitational arrows in response to a war cry, but only once. Totally forgot about that. I think that's literal. If you use like a war cry, she will respond with a certain attack. That's really neat. And wow, that gave me like, what, 80k runes? Did I see that right? No, wait. Yeah, I had 18,000. Now I have 100. Wow, okay. See, that's... If you want to do these fights when you're, you know, a little lower level, they do get some benefits, that's for sure. Enough 3s in the Lyria for 2 weapons? Lucaria Crystal Cave. I mean, I did that. I don't know if I got every single one. Still. I'm only at +8. I could also get the painting right now. I'm pretty close. This is not my first playthrough. I'm doing a lore hunting run that helps me catch up after Night Rain and DLC. So we're doing sort of like a slow playthrough where we take our time and find everything. The most runes you ever lost? Runes? I don't know. I can tell you from Bloodborne, I lost 1.2 million once. But I didn't mind. That's why I had 1.2 million. I don't remember where you're supposed to fall. Because, like, this does not look like it. Maybe it's more up there? Oh! I think it's by here. I think so. Gale Tunnel. Wait, did I go to Gale Tunnel? Yeah, I did. There is a dungeon that I didn't do, though. I think you have to open it with a stone sword key in Caelid. It's kind of weird. It's below one of the castles, and I haven't done it in a long time. That would be a fun one to do. It's a bit of a maze, though. 89 million? You lost 89 million? Okay, here's the thing, though. That sounds like a lot, and it is. It's a lot of runes, or whatever. But, like, if you have that many, you don't need them. Because you would have used them. I went the wrong way. Ooh. There is one thing I like to show off here, actually. And, I mean, we do want to do Radon's thing to get his rune. All around the lands between, we'll find of chairs and bodies in chairs, but this is a really interesting one. Oh, right, the Somber Smithing Stone 9. Because they're all in a circle praying. It's very Bloodborne. It reminds me of the ritual of Mensis, where they went to sleep in chairs and they entered the nightmare. They created the nightmare through this ritual. And it made me think of that because even the chairs are the same. And they're these very odd, like, gothic-ass chairs that are also kind of noble. They took the effort to drag them out over here. Weird. So I wondered if this was something to do with, like, a dream world or something. It didn't really come to fruition. As it is, it's just weird. I can't help but think that they went somewhere else, though, and they chose it. Wait a second. There's a map I didn't read, and I meant to read it when I picked it up. Shifra River. 2 great rivers flow beneath the lands between, the Shifra and the Ainsel. This vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Earth Tree. Neat, but nothing too crazy. Maybe we'll pop into this place to try to get a grace. Because then it'll be easier. I just don't know if I can clear it right now. Probably. I just think it'll take a long time, so I don't want to, like, do it. Holy shit, even for, like, these guys. Yeah, we need to come back. But I'm already in the area, so I think it's worth going. Tiny task? What the heck is tiny task? Is that like some sort of like AFK rune farm thing? Okay, that was a good start. Hey, take it easy, AMS. Maybe I don't do 2 a.m. platforming. Oh boy, that's fucking far is what that is. This'll be fun. I do that to shiny hunt in Legends ZA. There's a method where you basically just rest on a bench to reset the world to get shiny Pokemon in the Pokemon Legends game. And I wanted a couple that were sort of hard to farm, so I was like, because I have a turbo controller, and there's a strat where you use a turbo controller with a rubber band on it. It's very retro. To basically continuously turn yourself around, so you rest at the bench like over and over and over. So I did it for a few hours, and then I came back and I got my shiny, and I was like, hell yeah. Makes it too easy though. Like, it spoils you a little bit, but yet it's so fun. Okay, that was a bit of a late jump. Scared me there, Torrent. Thought we were gonna decease. I don't remember the proper route to do this, like, at all. So I'm just gonna fuck around and find my way as usual. There's freaking Radonus to make everything freaking complicated. Tell you what. It would be nice to get the Great Rune before we get the lore on Radon's clothes and his items. Oh, jeez. I kind of feel that this is not right. Maybe we go up here? Oh, you run from there. Oh. Yeah, I just don't do this often enough because, like, I don't really use the Great Runes. So unless I'm planning on doing lore, I don't do this. So really, total, I think I've done this like 5 times. And normally I just goof around until I find it. Okay, no, going up seems good. I think you're supposed to go across there and then climb up. Yeah, I can see the route. Right here, maybe? Yeah, we can do the same thing here. And then we fall down? Is that where we were though? Like, hang on. Oh no, here we go. No, I always find it. It's really, like, it seems weird because at first, like, your first time, you don't know where you're going. But eventually, yeah, we're going up there. We kind of know we're heading toward a doorway. So now we had to go down a little bit. Now we go back up. The Newman's Rune! Oh my god. Okay, okay. I'm so excited to get our very first one. The Newmen are said to have come from outside the lands between and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. Marika's a Newman. Newman is also a starting class in this game. Deep lore. First found that rune dropped by an ant queen. That was, I think, my first place too. I'm pretty sure it's probably that the ant queen consumed someone who possessed the rune because, as you can tell, the ants are carnivorous. They eat you, they hunt you, they're huge. So, yeah, that's probably why. I don't think the ant was a Newman. But... oh yeah, we've been at it today. The ant was Marika. No, the ant was Mikola. Right. Oh, actually, I sort of forgot. We don't have to clear this place. We just get the blessing. We just had to enter it. But there's secrets in this one, so we will be back here. I don't want to have to keep struggling. My damage is so low. We'll be back to do the stuff in the basement. This is a very special divine tower. But to get the benediction on the Great Rune, that's easy. Your favorite Pokemon? Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Ninetales. I can't pick. And like, it's hard. I feel like I have so many that I really like. But those are the top 3. They're all good at different things. Like Mimikyu is cute but a little evil. Sylveon is like precious but a touch sinister with the lore, like, you know. They're like cute sinister. And Ninetales is graceful. We go to another 2 fingers. And this is what's so interesting because the 2 fingers are said to have been linked to an Empyrean, but nonetheless they can give power to a Great Rune that was not held by an Empyrean. So they're interesting. Okay. Radahn's Great Rune. A Great Rune of the Shard Bearer Radahn. Its blessing raises maximum HP, FP, and stamina. Radahn was amongst the children of Rennala and Radagon, who became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. The Great Rune burns to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. It's a good rune. Also, the whole demigod stepchildren thing is very funny, because they were demigods through Radagon, but I guess that was a secret at that point. If you saw how many plush I had of Ninetales and Mimikyu, you might think they're my favorite. Actually, you'd probably think Pikachu is my favorite. I have the most Pikachu plushies. But they do like special collections of Pikachu and like outfits and stuff, and I love those. Hi!
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
Man, I just can't believe how late we are in the playthrough. Like, this is episode 6, and we still haven't even touched Altus. We've been to like 3 zones.
I took you for dead. No matter.
And we just touched Shifra today.
Lay out your arms then.
Yeah, not even close. Phalanx? Phalanx is silly. That's a good favorite Pokemon. I also really like Meryl because he's round and blue. I really like Hoppip, Jumpluff, and Skiploom. Like as a line, they're so sick. I like a lot of different Pokemon. I mean, if you see my background, most of it is Pokemon. Here is a Pokemon shelf. That's a Pokemon shelf. That is a Pokemon shelf. This is my gaming anime shelf. So there's like, you know, Amori and Elden Ring and Hollow Knight and stuff. And then here is more Pokemon. You can see Gigantic Pikachu. A classic from 1997. I didn't get it in 1997, but I got it in Thailand a few months ago. I found it and I was like, so I took him home and I held him on the plane. Customs, you get a lot of smiles when you carry a plushie onto a plane, especially a big one. Customs was like, okay, you gotta tell me the story. And I'm like, oh my god, don't get me started. I cannot buy unlimited smithing 3 and 4. That's an Altus. That's the problem.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
Charizard is really cool. A classic for a reason. Okay.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Holy shit, I forgot to tell Roger that we joined Ranni.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need?
Guess what?
Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand. Since you're so scary and all.
Oh, Roger. Makes you wonder if he truly understands. Is he getting insight because of what he knows about Deathblight? Is it a feeling that he gets? Or is this sort of perhaps part of his plan in a way?
Ah, hello there. What can I do for you?
Nothing. Your request does not progress yet. Okay. Punch on the gazebos in Liurnia. Honestly, I'm not gonna run through Liurnia because Liurnia. Listen, I'm not asking. We're about to go to Altus shortly. I just have a little bit more cleanup, and then I'll be able to buy unlimited. That's the most efficient way. Because if I have to spend that much time running around Liurnia aimlessly, I'm gonna fall asleep. Is that death-blighted people in Stormvale? No, no one is death-blighted in Stormvale. Castle is afflicted, but no one's death-blighted. He just knows. He knows what deathblight is. He has more knowledge. The question is if he is sort of working with Fia. I would say no. I think he's being manipulated by her, but we'll get to that when the quest progresses. It's just we're pretty close. Okay. You'll be able to talk to Fia now? I hate her fucking slow-ass animation. I try to avoid it, but yeah, worth checking. Also, slumber being equated with death again? Yeah.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold
they're pretty
you
close.
once more?
Yes.
Now, come closer. You are so very warm.
It's time. May I ask a favor?
My dear, might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them?
Weather dagger.
A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind.
A dagger in the heart, huh? About the dagger.
I'd like you to find the owner of the dagger I gave you and return it to them. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart.
It's so...
Then good day to you, my dear.
Sinister, but yet so gentle. So it's like, okay, no, maybe she means she just wants to give it back? But yeah, that's a weird way to put it. Dagger received from Fia, the deathbed companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash. Do you really think she got it as a gift? Well, hey.
Did you need something else?
You're silver and gold intertwined. Give the weather dagger.
Well, what have we here? How did you get your hands on that dagger? Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work, bringing this to me. Did you need something else?
Did I have everything from you? I do. Okay. Cool. Well, so the dagger is probably his brother's, but his brother is also sort of him. D is weird. D is really weird. But yeah, he knows whose it is. And I think Fia might not be necessarily telling the truth that she got it as a gift. I don't know. Are you getting the vibe that she maybe isn't being so truthful? Oh, this door's open. Oh, that's so cool. That's new. I wonder what cool stuff is going on in... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. D is dead. D for dead. He's all death blighted. What happened? Hell yeah. I mean, oh no. Ifia? What happened?
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place.
In the owner's heart.
The stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble.
Look at her stance.
And now, I must bid you goodbye as well. Though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hold. I am Fia, deathbed companion. Hark, Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting. To one day, welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
And then she fucking floats away and vanishes. It's amazing. Already dead. Okay. Yeah, he got the dagger. Yeah, she was able to break the Serenity of the Round Table Hold. Greatest animation in FromSoft history. Yeah, it was like the equivalent of a star swipe transition. Okay. Helm depicting entwined twins of gold and silver. The two known as D are inseparable twins. They are of two bodies and two minds, but one single soul. Not once do they stand together, not one word do they speak to one another. Perhaps this armor longs to find its way to the other D. Yeah, this is the confusing part. Like, listen, if people have a problem with Marika Radigan, two, bodies, two minds, that's the thing. Is he supposed to be the same thing? I really don't know. Because here's the difference. They're split. And we actually, at this point, I sort of forgot. We could go talk to D. The other D. And he's just kind of going... What's interesting is they are two minds, two bodies, but in practice, they agree with one another. Vampire Hunter D anime? Yeah, it's a reference to Vampire Hunter D, but it's also within the world of Elden Ring. It has its own story and lore and reference. A necromancer, prostitute, anarchist is a concept metal as hell. Yeah, it's honestly, it's... I love the idea that she's been here providing comfort, and you're like, oh, Fia, she's harmless, and then she's like this, you know, witch doing like assassinations and necromancy. Well, it's actually the opposite, because she doesn't want to bring him back to life. He just wants to be dead. However, I just wish they wrote her a little better, because the concept is so neat. It's just, I don't find her as intriguing as other characters like in Bloodborne. Hey, Roger, you okay? I feel like this is a no. So this quest is really interesting because it starts with us getting the curse mark ostensibly for Roger. He asked us to do it. He's the reason we do it. But he's not going to be there when we get it. We're already kind of getting that vibe, right? Like he's not long for this world. So what do we do with it then? Well, it turns out Fia has been involved with this all along, and she is... That's the thing. She says she is those who live in death, but it's more like she's being their mother in a weird way. Because she is able to use Deathblight, and she has a connection to Godwin, but we'll get to that. Right now, she just basically revealed herself as the villainess, and she's like, tell the round table hold, and then we can't even tell anybody. They're like, Omega Lol, who?
Journey to the capital, Lendel, to the east of the Altus Plateau, at the foot of the Erd Tree. The two fingers, you may be our...
Okay, I can't even tell him. Also, yeah, D found the other half of the curse mark. I think Roger told us this, so that's the thing. That's why she kills D. For that purpose.
You have returned.
Did Fia love Godwin? No, Fia loves Godwin. In the form, actually, it's interesting because she calls him Godwin. And he is still, in a way, Godwin, but he is gone from Godwin the Golden of the Erd Tree, of the dragon cult, to Godwin, Prince of Death, Prince of the Dead, really, in a way. So she loves Godwin as he is now. That's the Godwin that she cares about. Okay. We can get the Star Scourge Greatsword or the Lion Greatbow. Greatbow of black iron wielded by General Radon, decorated with a lion mane motif. Lions. So he's the red lion mane motif. Lion mane motif. Okay. Imbued with gravitational power of the Star Scourge, when used along with Radon's spear, it becomes a true weapon of a champion. Radon's Rain. Ready the bow and fire a sudden flurry of arrows up into the sky. The arrows will pour on foes like rain. Star Scourge Greatsword. Curved greatswords, they're paired, of black steel wielded by General Radon, a pair of weapons decorated with a lion mane motif. Radon earned considerable renown as the Star Scourge in his youth, and it is said that it was during this time he engraved the gravity crest upon these blades. Starcaller Cry. Holy shit, Starcaller Cry. Fuck. Forgot that's what it's called, chat. Bring the two swords together and roar into the skies, pulling in enemies with a gravitational wave. Follow up with an additional input to slam down with gravity-infused swords.
Now let the world...
That's literally his signature, is Starcaller. If you needed more evidence that he's the one pulling the stars in to challenge them, it's right there. And where is the item? Shard of rock found in the wake of a meteorite strike. The desperate ones who scavenge for these shards dub themselves Starcallers. And that's his move, Starcaller Cry. Fuck. He's not a desperate scavenger.
What is it?
That really recontextualizes some stuff that's so interesting. Okay, and then we got Radahn's. Radahn's red mane helm. Actually, let's read the rest of it first. Greaves depicting the Golden Lion, worn by General Radahn. The Golden Lion is said to symbolize Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and his beast regent, Sirach. From his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield. I wonder why he has lions on everything. Also, this is our first time that we've heard Sirach, his beast regent. Same lore. Same lore. Helm of the Golden Lion with flowing red hair, worn by General Radahn. Radahn inherited the furious, flaming red hair of his father Radagon and is fond of its heroic implications. I was born a champion's cub, now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion. All he gives a shit about is being Godfrey. And also that he is Radagon's son with the red hair. That is his entire thing since childhood. From his youngest years. He's decked himself out with red hair and dresses with lions to represent Godfrey. And he calls himself the Red Mane Castle. He is the Red Lion. He is the beast, Lord of the Battlefield's lion. It's his entire fucking thing, bro. Like, I'm sorry, people, if you don't realize that his entire childhood dream from the day he popped out the womb was to become Godfrey, I don't know what to tell you. Like, he's literally the ultimate cosplayer. He's actually worse than Godric in terms of cosplay, except the difference is he's at least a successful warrior. Like, Radahn is really mighty, but he idolizes Godfrey. So he's just like constantly, he's like, I like lions. That's all he wants. He wants to be a warrior like Godfrey, and he also shows off the red hair. So when he pops up at the end of DLC as the new lord of the god with a fucking Mikola on his shoulder made of gold instead of a lion, is anyone really that surprised? It's right there. Like, he is, that is his persona, bro, is a red-maned lion. I get it. He loves his horse. That is a part of his personality as well. But he dressed himself in a custom fursuit that's a red lion because he really, really, really liked a guy who fought. Also, it's kind of interesting on multiple levels. Radahn, sweet Radahn. Two things. One, he shows off his red hair because of its heroic implications. So that's one. But we don't know this yet about Radagon. We haven't found it yet, but it's pretty well known. Radagon despises his own red hair. So that means two things. One of two things. That Radahn didn't really know his father. I think this is more likely because we know that Radagon wasn't really interested in Rennala or presumably his children with her. So he probably just like idolized the heroic implications because he didn't actually have a relationship with his father. Right? So he didn't know this about his father. So he shows off the red hair, and we, looking at this, are like, holy shit, like, he's showing this off. The one thing that Radagon hated about himself the most is that red hair, and Radahn's like, woo, I'm red hair just like Radagon. It's sad, and it's not his fault, because it really shows that Radagon wasn't present. The other option, though, is that Radahn did know this and didn't care because showing off the red was more important because it's like, I'm Radagon's son. I personally think it's the first, though. I think he just didn't know his father because he just wasn't around. So that's that. The other facet is Godfrey. But here's the thing about Godfrey. We know something about Godfrey that we'll see, so we'll talk about this more. But Godfrey is Horalu. And Horalu is this primal, bestial fighter who cannot be contained. So Siraj on his shoulder is the one who keeps him calm. It's actually really funny because it's ironic, right? So we see this guy with a big old lion and we think the lion is like a beast. And no, the lion is the sane one. The lion is the one keeping him in check. Because when Horalu became Godfrey and gained Siraj, he became a lord. He is completely out of control without Siraj. So Siraj is kind of like his power limiter. And when he's really desperate, he fights his Horalu warrior as himself. That's him at his strongest. So Radahn, once again, is idolizing the symbol that represents his hero, the lion. But the lion is literally his like fucking weakness. Like, you gotta feel bad for the guy. He doesn't know. This is like really, like, no one would know this. Very few people would know this about Godfrey, about Horalu, about Radagon, really. But it's like he's literally dressed himself with stuff that is the weaknesses of the people he idolizes. Which is kind of crazy. Him being an absent father is so on brand. It's true, we don't know. Okay. So there is something to be said about the lore that we have, but sometimes the absence of lore is also lore, right? So you could make the argument, no, Radagon was the most involved father. We just have zero information about him with any of his children except for Miquella. It just wasn't important to the story. Sure, that's totally possible. But he has Miquella, Melania, Mesmer, Melina, Radagon, Radahn, Rykard. He has 7 fucking kids that we know of. And we only know about his relationship with one. Miquella. The absence of lore is lore in itself. Not a peep of any interaction between any of his children. Any of them, except for Miquella. Now, of his 7 children, which is the one that had not red hair? Oh, Miquella, the one child that he actually has a relationship with. It goes deeper than that, but I really think the hair is a bigger deal, too. Yeah. I also get the sense he never dug any deeper into it, even if the info was there. True, it's not important to him. The details don't matter. Right? Like, that's the type of guy Radahn is. So we know the truth, and we're a little bit like, yikes, like, did he know? And the truth is, he doesn't really care. Because what he wants is to be Elden Lord and to fight just like them. He looks up to them. Well, specifically Godfrey, you gotta be real. Looking at all this stuff, it's Godfrey he idolizes more than anything. It's all lion. So, he wants to be Godfrey so bad. And he is the most like him in the end. That idolization actually leads him to become the character that is the most like a next generation Godfrey. Good and bad. And that's why Miquella chooses him. Because in a way, Miquella is following in his mother's footsteps, and he even picks someone the closest to the Lord that Marika chose. It's all a cycle. But like I said, we'll talk about all of this. Yeah. What is my favorite lore in Elden Ring? There's a lot. I don't even know if I have like a favorite thing right now. Miquella's the only one we know to be a fundamentalist as well. To be fair, he left. He was raised with like the Golden Order and taught by Radagon directly. He was sort of being groomed to potentially replace him, maybe become a perfect vessel because Marika was flawed. But Miquella went his own way in order basically one of his motivations was to cure Melania, because the Golden Order could do nothing for Melania, because it didn't care about her, because she just was outside of its purview. And Miquella's like, that's BS, like, I'm leaving. And to Radigan's credit, Radigan didn't try to stop him either. It was sort of like, there was some mutual respect there. It's actually quite touching. The sad part is that we don't get any of this information with any of his other children. Presumably he didn't care about any of the others, and that's like really sad for all of them. So Miquella was raised a fundamentalist, but he didn't stay one. And I think that's fair, right? How she got the red hair? Well, we do know that Marika was combined with others in a pot, so I think that could have to do with it. But also, was it the pot or was it the crucible? Because the crucible is the bed of all life, where all things were conjoined. And if my theory about Marika becoming the crucible through the Erdtree, like turning into the Erdtree and thus becoming it, it makes sense. She's literally linked with the bed of all life. So why wouldn't she have red hair? Giants came from the same source of life. I picked up on Miquella being his Marika, but I never made the connection that he's also his Siraj. I know, that's the thing. Like, there is cool stuff. If I watched a movie on this, if I watched a movie and like Marika and like Godfrey and Radigan, and then, you know, I see like, oh no, her child is making the same mistakes, and then I'd be like, cool. But because it's a game, I'm like, these bitches again. I gotta kill him again. Fuck. So, you know, works a little less in that way. Now, Miquella didn't do the pot thing. Well, as far as we know, there is a different path, which suggests to me that it was not the pot thing that led to Marika being who she is, and it was the path that Miquella takes. Because it's the path that Marika took as well. Elgod cursed her after she killed the fire giants. I think it predated that, because Radigan would have already existed. That's sort of the thing. There are curses in place, though, that's for sure. Always got the vibe that being with Renala and having those kids was a job, and it would track he wasn't really that involved or that long in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I mean, he was with Renala for her knowledge and access to sorceries, so he didn't care about her or any of their children, presumably. There's a chance that he did care until they came out with red hair, right? Because he sure tried 3 whole times. Radon idolizes Godfrey because Radon abandoned his children, Godfrey didn't. You could argue that, but personally I think it's a little bit of a stretch, because, listen, the idea of having an absent father absolutely would have affected these characters, and we can definitely read between the lines and talk about that, about, like, being neglected and, you know, looked over, but we don't really have any information on that, really. So while we could talk about it, be like, it's possible that they had this feeling of you know, neglect and whatnot, I don't know, right? I think it's a bit too much, because, well, the thing is that Godfrey did eventually leave, but it wasn't really by choice either. Anyway, gamers, I'm gonna call you here for now. I'm really feeling quite tired. I think the lore takes a lot out of me. Today has been great, though, and we got a lot done. I'm gonna come back refreshed. However, next stream is gonna be Tuesday, and we're gonna be playing Night Rain, because I need a bit of a Night Rain break, and I don't want to stop playing Night Rain. So we can also talk about lore with Night Rain. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been recording off stream some remembrances in Night Rain on my other character. So we could talk some lore, but also I'm working on doing depth 2 again. I'm restarting from depth 0. We cleared depth 1. Now we're on to depth 2 with randoms. It has been very, very fun and entertaining. I'm bringing it. I'm on a new character, new class, so I don't have all my relics. I don't have remembrance stuff, and while I'm playing with randoms, it's been very, very fun and entertaining. So look forward to that on Tuesday. We will be continuing the lore run, though. Don't worry, we're nowhere near done, but I want to get some night ranting in. Sue me. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks so much for chatting about lore, asking questions, all this stuff. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss a stream. And also, if you're on YouTube, please like the stream. It shows that you're into it and does me a favor. So if you like it, like it. And also, if you don't dislike it, by all means, dislike it too. It's still feedback. Take it easy, everybody. Hey, that's why the VOD's up there. And if I do say so myself, there's a very good YouTube thumbnail that you should check out. I worked... Okay, I didn't work that hard on it, but I really like it. It's funny. We had some Ranni features today. We are... Yeah, we're making some good progress on our quest, but we'll have to continue next time too. Take it easy, everybody. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time. Good night.